She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye. Pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin time, sweetest muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. She checks on the tired ones, you good in the chat. Sends a tiny rainbow when the day goes flat. If somebody's lonely, she pulls them in close. Gives out warm hellos like she gives out toast. Got a prankster grin, yeah, but the kind that stays. Makes a storm feel softer in 100 ways. Wait, hear her laugh. Sugar in the spell. She looks like a menace. She loves you well. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, best in Streamer Town, Streamer Town. Round and round she rolls in with a Jamdar smile. Scary on the outside, soft inside the pile. If the room gets heavy, she lifts it with a joke, then hands you the last bite and the one last hope. Evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around.
Hello.
Evil muffin, best in Streamer
Okay, let
Town,
me sit my butt
Streamer
down.
Town.
I didn't close my bottle. Oh my god, no. Ah. Oh my god. Oh fuck off. I'm spilling. No. Okay, we're good. Hi, Sophie. Hi, Vegemite.
Sprinkle in her eye.
Why doesn't my bottle close?
Cookies, trouble by and by.
Oh,
Tiny little cape on, big
am I okay?
old
I
sneaky
think so.
plan. Then
my
she
gosh.
shares her crayons with
Yes,
the
I am
whole
getting
chat fam.
This is a
She
great
says, "Come
start.
here, baby, take a
Do you
little
want me to
seat."
join Discord with you?
Hands out the good stuff,
Um,
kindness on
if you
repeat.
want to, but I also know that you also had a long day already.
Nah, not
And I am
today.
gonna just play
Under
like a
that
chill
spooky
game.
frosting,
I am
there's a
gonna
heart that
hang
stays.
out in the Discord. That is a good idea, maybe. I can
Evil
chat
muffin,
people.
sweetest
Yes.
muffin, sweetest muffin.
Oh, Vitamus, you found the grown-up goodies.
Evil muffin, cares for
Yeah, because this is the thing. Oh my gosh, muffin party mode. I love that, Sophie. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so good. Oh, I like it. I like it. Congratulations. Thank you. Okay, wait. Hello. Oh, I didn't set my camera with the filter. And I have like, okay, look, I have a tiny ponytail, but it just looks like I have no hair. But yeah.
Smoky Sirens has
Hi.
released their 11th copy.
Oh my gosh, and I'm so shiny. Wait, is this better? No, it's so dark. Okay. Is there an in-between where I'm not shiny? I don't think so. Maybe this? Maybe this is okay-ish? Yeah, yep. But hi yo, I'm so sleepy. Oh yeah, but Silky, that's what you get when you read fan fictions for like 3 nights in a row. Okay, wait, I want this one. Because we do need them up, but I don't like that it makes me so much darker. It didn't used to do that. Maybe I should turn on the rest of my lights. That helps. Oh my god, I did spill here. Like, okay, I have this giant water bottle, giant ass fucking water bottle. It's awesome, but I didn't close it correctly, so I did this, and it was so great. Yeah, sorry, Silk. But you did enjoy at least. But did you get some more sleepies? Okay, this is a little better. Now I am too dark. Wait. We're fixing this. Yeah, okay, this is better. This is good. We can work with this, right? Why is my camera not? There we go. Now I should also like show my face in the vertical one. But yeah, my hair is it's growing out in some places. It's getting like really bright blonde. But this is just yeah. I'm like a K-pop star now, and I have a tiny ponytail. I'm fine, Joseph said you need to be more comfortable and I have it all the time, so it's up to you. Don't worry about my day. I like hanging out with you. Thank you. And thank you all for being here. I do have, yeah, as you see in the title, and you have seen from the Slotty and all the fireworks. We have exciting news. I should add like the balloons and stuff, but we've reached our goal. Like way ahead of what I said as a I don't know, like want how do you say that? It's a wish for my goal, like a date or something. I was like, okay, if I get 500 in a year, that would be amazing. And it was only after I got like 100, and it was already amazing. Okay, I will hop in here. So then, yes, I will put that thingy here. Now I'm in front of the Pokemon. Gosh.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Mm,
500 followers. That's a lot of followers.
yeah, I know, right? And it's like okay, so like I when I reached 100, I was like, oh my god, that's amazing. Oh god, I need to start up the fishing. See, that's what I mean. I knew I was forgetting something. Wait, sorry.
It's fine. Take your time. That's fine. You go ahead. It's
But yeah,
fine.
no, I'm like so yeah. As I said, like when I reached 100, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And then I had like a sort of secret wish that like, okay, if I could get 500 in when I reach like a year or something, that would be amazing. And that was already like really aiming high. But I have only been streaming now for 7 months.
That's insane. I've been doing this for 3 years and I'm on, what is it, 466?
Oh, but that's also close. Okay, now new goal, get Marina to 500.
I love that.
Thank you for the lyrics. You'll go
I'm
sleep.
enjoying the process though.
But it also doesn't
I
help
love.
that you cannot do like the affiliated stuff, right?
No, I can't. That's annoying.
Mm,
Also, I just want to say, I love the fact that you hang out at Tin Man stream today. I was so happy.
I know it was a coincidence. I was okay, but the fact that you say that you're there like every day, I could have known that you were gonna be there. But I was like, oh, I can check in.
I'm seriously, I'm at a 40-month streak almost.
Oh, that's amazing. I had a lot of streaks going. Maybe I should change the thing to just chatting first, so we can just chat first. Yep.
Knowing you and me, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, now we're talk show. It's also good because I'm like way too
And
hyped
I
still from
also,
like the 500. I'm like,
I
Yeah.
also decided to not take my CBD oil tonight, which means I can take my medication whenever I want. The only thing I need to remember is that it takes 2 hours for it to work.
Oh. What will you be able
So
to sleep without or no?
yeah, it's my last day before I go to the guest house. I'm going to the guest house tomorrow. So I was thinking, let's just after the day I've had today, I was like, let's just give me a day where I can decide on my own.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
My friends will yell at me, but you know what? It's fine.
Why? Yeah, because yeah, okay, maybe then you're late, but if you just want to
Yeah,
have like one violate to just chill, like yeah.
but the thing is, I don't take care of myself, so they always yell at me because I don't listen to my body. So yeah.
Hey, Courtney. I'm forgetting to say hello to everyone, and I'm like, that's the thing. Like, I'm a little overwhelmed today, and I've been starting
we need to
like
find
2, 3 hours later than I originally
Okay.
planned.
So
But
let's
Okay.
we're here. But I
go.
didn't
Take your
stream for
time.
like 4. No, wait.
I hit the
What?
rock.
I'm not thinking. Like,
No,
when
you're
was the last
kidding.
time? At the park? Oh, wait, we did do the Mexico in the league Saturday. Like 4 days? Yeah, I can count.
But you know what?
Muffin,
You're
fish, and
pulling
pup.
me as well, and um, this is the advice that I always give people, right? If people on Twitch don't understand the fact that we are having different bodies and we are sick, then those are not the people who need to be in our chats. And you have one of the most supportive communities I've seen.
Really? Oh, that
So,
means.
so, so
Oh,
you don't have to worry because one, I will understand, or your people will understand. I know this for a fact. You have one of the safest communities I know.
What happened?
yeah, that is really. Thank you. That yeah.
No, but you were seriously, you worry too much.
But that's the thing that I appreciate my community so much for like myself as well because when I started I got so many tips from people like okay you need to do this you need to do that you need to like get a schedule you need to stream regularly you need to do certain hours you need to promise when to make it or not but those are the exact things that I cannot do because if I could do that then I would be working full time normally in my old job um but I cannot promise like the availability for myself because of the chronically ill stuff but then the moment I just let go of that, I met so many nice people, and the fact that when I go live, there's just people showing up. Yeah, that means the world. Like I have reached this now, like the 500 without. Like I have tried a schedule from time to time, but I still haven't had like a clear schedule or times or days or nothing. Like I completely fail at having a schedule, but then nobody blames me for it, and yeah. Oh my
But
god, Courtney never got.
that's where you need to refrain because you say I feel at a schedule, but that's not true. A schedule just doesn't fit you.
No, that's true.
It's not like you're failing at anything because one, we listen too much to people that give us advice that don't are in our reality. So why would you or me listen to people that give us advice that don't know our situation and aren't in a similar situation as us? Because the only people we need to listen to is people that are in a similar situation, because those know the limitations of our situation. For the rest of it, I don't care. I don't give a shit. I really don't.
That's true. That's true. That's very
I know. That's why I tell you it every single
true.
time.
No, and that's the thing. Yeah, Benjamin says it as well. Like, yeah, I just say I'll stream on these days, no times, just whenever my body is okay with it. Yeah, that's the thing that I've been like sort of trying to do now, and that has been working out okay. Uh, except for yeah, this week I just completely forgot to make a schedule because I was staying over at my mom's early this weekend, and yeah, That
I can now also see the chat, by the way, so I can read with you. Um, but I think you're doing a lot better than you give yourself credit for, though.
you keep saying that, and it is, I don't know, like, you don't know how much that.
Okay,
would
do you
admit
want
for
me to
myself.
be completely honest? Because I think you don't realize this, but I also don't want to make you cry.
Oh god. Oh gosh, I'm warning
Um,
already, but okay, yes. Hit me.
um, you help people. You help me. Okay, let's talk. Get to me. You help me more than you realize. I help you, but you also help me. I talked to you so many times. On my bad, horrible days, and you listened to me and you gave me my confidence back on Twitch because people were stupid people, and I was a shell at some point this last month because people were stupid. I thought I couldn't speak, and then you said, "Fuck them," and let's just talk about it. And now we talk about it again.
That is
So I
true.
don't,
I remember that.
yeah. So I don't think you realize how
That was
much
my
you help
genuine
me.
advice. Just fuck them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ah.
There's a reason. There's a reason why I wanted to meet you on TwitchCon.
Sorry, now
And you
you
didn't
made me
realize
like
that.
cry, giggle, like I'm like emotional and but giggling, like.
Yeah, I know. That's why I warned you.
Oh.
That's why I warned you in the first place. Um, no, but seriously, you do so much more than you realize, though, and I do the same thing. Okay, I'm as hard on myself as you are, but at
It
the
is
same
hard to
time,
see for yourself. Like that's the thing. Like I don't know. You never know the impact you have on people because yeah, I don't know. People don't tell you. I don't know. Does that make sense?
yeah, but that's why I tell you. How many times have I made you cry in a positive way this last month?
I spilled my
And how
drink.
many times,
Okay, we're good.
and
We're
how
good.
many times have you made me cry in a positive way this last month?
That's true. Hey, leave those stupid people alone. They can't help being stupid. They just enjoy licking windows. It's not their fault.
Oh my god, guys, I love you guys. You guys are amazing. Um, no, but you said to me in Tim Man's stream, and I'm serious about this. You said I'm nervous to go live, and I was like, I'm gonna help you because you need to do it. And I thought, okay, let's. I was debating on taking my medication,
Yeah.
and I was like, okay, so you're gonna go live. You need some support, so I'm not taking my medication, so I can decide myself when I go to sleep. So I can help you without having a time crunch on me because I hate that. Because if
Thank
I
you.
take my CBD oil, I only have an hour, and I'm gonna take my medication in 15 minutes, and then I have 2 hours to talk to you, and then I need to go to sleep.
Okay. Well, thank you.
So,
That's what I said. Like I don't know. Like I was at the beginning. I was like really insecure. Then I did find kind of my comfort spot, and I was doing good. But then, like as I told you, like in real life, when we met, like a lot of the drama and
mhm,
stuff that happened that just hit me. I don't know. That hit me confidence like more than
more than you
yeah.
want to admit.
Yeah. And then every time
Yeah,
now that I didn't stream for like a couple of days or like there's some time in between, I just feel a little anxious. And that's stupid because it's just me blabbering on my own stream with my own people, and I know I'm good and safe here, but it's still yeah, still
but,
finding my
but
my
that's
comfy.
not true. Not true because I know it feels stupid, but we are human beings who want to know from people if we are doing a good job. And the fact that people believe you, and I wasn't there, okay? I don't know what happened. I know it a little bit, but at the same time, I don't. But there's not an excuse to be so cruel or cruel to people just to be cruel. I'm gonna say it different, okay? This is a sentence I said in a video. You probably seen it, but I don't care. You can be you can have problems, but those problems aren't an excuse to be a shitty person to be a shitty person. You can be a
Yes.
shitty person and say, "Oh wait, I was a shitty person," and acknowledge the fact that you were a shitty person. But you cannot be a shitty person to be a shitty person.
I get you. Yeah.
And people were shitty people to you because they wanted to be shitty people. And that's not okay.
Yeah.
There's a
Yeah, I
difference
think like
between
there's
being
like
a
a lot of
shitty
stuff.
person to be a shitty person and acknowledging the fact that you were shitty and doing something about it.
He's so right, Mom. Thank you. Leon is like 100% agree with you, and that is true. That's true. Like I haven't talked about it on stream and everything, but I don't want to like mention that. But yeah, I want to focus on it. But it is like an important part as well because I am so grateful and I am so happy with the people that I have here because as well of the ups and also the downs that we went through with everything, and it reminded me as well of so much more. Yeah, grateful for the people that I have. That makes sense. Yeah. No, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I just think you're such an amazing person on Twitch, and people should be kind to you because you're kind to everybody else. And I do the same thing, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not a saint here. I'm just saying the things that I struggle with. But we're so kind to people because we know how shitty life can be.
That is true.
But
That's
it also,
why, yeah, yeah.
but that's also gives people the feeling that they can walk over us because we're so kind to people.
Leon, we are in the. Your German keyboard is getting you. But we are in the Discord. I put it in the main chat as well. Like if anyone wants to come and chat or whatever, we can also have like a just or chat while I sort books. That's also a thing. But I am gonna play the Ark Library game, but I'm enjoying chatting now. And that's also the vibe here. We just do what we enjoy.
You know what I've been talking about today, and you know I have a shitty day today because people decided to be shitty to me.
But those are also
Um,
then just
yeah, and yes, it affects me, but I can sit here and say, "Oh, I don't want to do that because I feel shitty," or I can do it, help somebody else, and maybe help myself in the process.
I mean make a
And
video
by the
like
way,
talking about it and what
yeah,
happened.
I can tell people what happened. Yeah. So I went to the hairdresser today. Some of you may not know how I look, but I have short hair. I will wait.
Nee, ik ondertussen pak ik er.
Oh,
The
or no.
puppy.
Ah, okay, I will wait. That's so freaking cute. Oh my goodness gracious.
Putje, 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 putje. Putje, putje, putje. Yeah,
Oh,
girl. This counts as a treat, right? This is a bone just bigger than my hand. It is giant.
yeah, it's a
She's
treat. Yeah,
taking
it's
weeks
a
to
treat.
finish this, so it still counts. Yep, yep, yep. Okay, Karma, happy, go on.
Okay, so I went to the hairdresser. My hair is really short.
Yeah.
Mifflin knows this because she has seen pictures of me, but my hair is like really, really short. I went to the hairdressers. I'm in an electric wheelchair. I went in and they said, "That's difficult to cut. I don't know if I can do that." That's what it started with.
That's nice to hear as well when you come in and someone says, "Yeah, that's difficult to cut." Like, Thank
Okay.
you. Like,
Then they did it. It was fine. They did it. But I went out and I went to get a coffee by myself because my mom wanted to go to the sunning thing. I don't know what they are called in English, but she wanted to go make herself a little tanner. So she went to the tanner room or something. I don't know what it's called.
yeah, I don't know, like a
Um,
suntan
yeah,
salon.
that.
I have no idea.
Tantan. So I went to get a coffee and a pie in my favorite coffee shop.
But that's so good. That's yeah.
That
You
was the
you treat
second
yourself.
time I did this on my own. So that
Nice.
was a very nice thing to do. But then the same hairdresser started staring at me because she was having a break. Then other people started staring at me because why would it be normal to get to see somebody with a disability and an electric wheelchair go out by themselves? I don't know why.
But
But
the fact
then
you
other
can
people
move around by yourself, you can get a coffee by yourself. Why is that then a weird thing? Like why I don't know.
because I don't know, but it's a weird thing in the Netherlands. I don't know.
Yeah, people
So I
are
went.
judgmental as fuck here.
Yeah, I know that. So I went to go and do a lot more shopping with my mom, and then other people started staring at me, and I couldn't handle it anymore. So then I cried, and then I went into the men's stream and talked about it, and they told me to not let shitty people be shitty, and let it define how I felt.
He was
And then
really
they
nice.
made me VIP, which I
Yeah,
freaking appreciate this guy.
I know. Yeah, it's so awesome. You're VIP. Wait,
Yeah,
we
it's
can
awesome.
give like as well, like with a tree.
Yeah.
I will give a little shout out here.
If you
People,
guys
if
want
you
to
don't
learn
know the
something
Tin
about
Man,
streaming, or just on live, to be fair, or just want to be crazy, then that's the place to go.
yeah,
Is
he
that
does
a good,
kind of like
good summon,
does he do gaming
good
streams as well, or just
way of
chatting
saying
and
it?
Lego? Sorry. Do you know,
No,
does he do just Legos and chatting and podcast kind of stuff, or does he do gaming stuff too? What
no, he doesn't game. He does fishing streams, just chatting streams, Lego, and cooking.
cooking as well? I have seen like the chatting and the Legos. I have not seen fishing or the cooking. Sounds
What
awesome.
are we eating, by the way? Just question, real quick.
Hmm?
What are you eating, by the way? What is for dinner?
Oh, I have a lumpia. I don't know how to
Yeah.
translate lumpia as well, and it's a really
No,
weird time to eat a lumpia.
I
Uh,
think I think it's a spring roll, but I'm not sure.
yeah, but like a giant spring roll. Egg roll?
Yeah, I
I think an
think.
egg roll maybe?
Oh,
Chinese
let's
lumpia
see.
is translated here in Google
People,
as a pancake roll. That's not a pancake.
wait,
Pancake roll sounds
wait,
just weird.
wait. People either think being disabled means you are incapable of doing anything yourself, or that those with invisible disabilities is we are
Yep.
just putting it on. There's no in between. No, there isn't.
Yep. That's the thing. Like that's if you have like a disability that is visible, people are like, "Oh my god, how can you do anything in life?" Well, that's what I
And
mean.
now
If you can still get a coffee and you can order it by yourself, you can sit there and enjoy. Why would people downstairs? I mean, it's just like yeah.
yeah, I don't
If you
know.
need
I
help,
don't
you can
understand.
ask for help. But if you're just wanting to have a coffee and just have it without anyone staring at you like it's a miracle that you're having a coffee. And at the same time,
I
that's the
love
thing with Veggie says, like the invisible disabilities. That's the thing with Crohn's and like I had like yeah, I have Crohn's, I have alopecia, I have like depression, I have a lot of other like autoimmune stuff that's still a little fake. With hypermobility, whatever. And I wake up and then my shoulder is just like dislocated and stuff, but I just put it back and I have a very high pain tolerance. But you don't see if I'm in pain. Like you don't see if I'm having a bad day 9 out of 10 times. Um, and then people just
no.
think like, oh, you just have a little stomach ache and you're lazy, tired or something. No, you don't know what other people. Like, yeah.
No, it's freaking annoying. But that's also why I have never met somebody on Twitch where they are in a similar situation as me. And I have a friend who is also currently ill, but not in the same way. Hallo. 1 second.
Ja, ja.
Ik praat met Muffin. We lag al bij ons bed. Oh! Dus ik hoorde je praten, dus ik denk... Ja, nog eventjes... Ik ga zo mijn medicijnen innemen. Maar Muffin die wilde even kletsen, dus ik dacht dat doe ik gewoon. Oké, doei! Okay, this was Dutch. My mom just came in out of Okay. Mifflin just understood that. She just came and got some clothes. That's basically what she came in and do. But yeah. I never met
Veggie.
somebody who is in the similar situation as me. I do have another friend who is chronically ill, but that's IBS, and I think that's a lot different. So the fact that I met you, and then also met you on one of the craziest days of my entire life. And you know, we just from the moment I met you, I felt even more comfortable with you, and that made me just hang out in here every single day. So
No, but it was really like I felt really nervous, like going to TwitchCon. I was excited but very, very anxious as well. And then you were like, "Oh, we could just meet up and everything," and it was so good to just I don't know to just see each other. And you were so happy and so enthusiastic, and you wanted to show me everywhere around, and it was awesome. I really enjoyed
it
it.
was a bummer that your train and stuff was late. Because I could have shown you more than I could.
Hmm?
I if we had more time that day, I would have shown you more, and I would have introduced you to my friends who were there that day. But I couldn't because I needed to leave in like 30 minutes when you got there.
Yeah, yeah, and I was late. I was so late. But that's the thing, like I was so late both days, but I was there.
Yeah,
But I'm always
you
late.
were there for 2 days in a row, which is
Yeah. By the way, Fedju said that some people think we shouldn't be a part of society. Or my favorite one is I say I'm in pain and I get it and I get, oh, I'm in pain as well. It can't be that bad. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like you
oh
don't know
my
what
goodness
someone else
gracious,
feels, and
yes.
pain levels are very different for people. But
Yeah.
like if I say like, okay, I have Crohn's, some people reply like, oh yeah, I have like stomach ache as well sometimes, and yeah, it can be shitty, right? If you have like a stomach flu or something, and it's like, yeah, that's just like my everyday, always. There's no
Yeah, I'm
normal.
always in pain.
Yeah, like sure, we all get pain, but try being in pain 24/7. Yeah, it drives you insane and can sometimes make you think that's really you shouldn't. Yep. But that's why it's important as well to know that there's people that do understand and that you can just be yourself. And
Yeah.
yeah, that's why I do love everyone being so open and safe. And
Yeah, and I think that's also why I started doing what I now
Hello.
do on Twitch and don't game anymore. Because I would just want to have conversations.
also, hello, Leon. I see you here. But
Hi
that's it.
everyone.
Yeah, that is why it is
Can
nice
you
with
hear
Twitch
me?
as well. Like you can connect with so many
Hello?
people. I didn't realize there were so many people with yeah either like chronic illnesses, like chronic pain, or just stuff that I don't know consider
Mm.
disabilities, because then not everything is focused on what you cannot do, and here it's
Mm-hmm.
more what you can do. And
Yeah, and I think also like that's why I made you vlog in mine because I wanted to be supporters since I have met you, and
Wow.
we have a similar situations and also similar problems in the sense that we are too kind for this world sometimes. Um, And you have supported me through WhatsApp. You have supported me through the hard days. You have supported me onto streams. You make me step out of my comfort zone and post my link for my TikTok on your Discord with saying the still hates.
I didn't even tell you, but like I wanted to figure out the reason why I didn't post. So eventually, like in middle of stream, I kind of put it like longer on Be Right Back to fix it together with my mod. And I figured out why. And it was like the auto mod, and he just copy and pasted your message and put
Yeah, I
it
saw
back
that
to
part.
there.
But did you really? You didn't have to do that. Why did you do
No, because it was important to me. And then I saw you try it like 2 or 3 times, and I felt so bad. So I was like, I'm gonna fix this right now. And then Willie came in and Willie helped me fix it, and he posted it again. And I was like, yeah, because then your message wasn't gone because you said like, yeah, I didn't copy paste it. So I was really happy it was still
I
there.
should have though. I should have because I typed it all myself, and I should have copied it because I always copy things, but I forgot because it was like 1 in the morning or something. I don't even
Yeah, it was
remember.
late.
Yeah. Also, my family now knows who you are, by the way, which is so funny.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah, Can you hear me?
Yeah.
yeah, you can.
Hi.
I just figured out if I have technical issues, but I know it's okay.
Okay. Also gonna play a
How are
clippy
you doing today? We're just having a yap right now.
I'm fine so far. I had friends there who
I added
had
the chat
worked a
widget
bit on my house
onto
to
the
make
screen so
some
people on YouTube can see what
uh,
are
carpenter
saying.
work.
Also, I made
to
Oh,
get some
carpenter,
books in
nice.
the wall.
I know you love me.
Yeah,
lot,
now
a
I'm
lot.
happy.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
TNT, I know you can
Yep,
type,
Yep,
but
yep,
my
yep, yep, yep.
Also,
Because
yeah,
wait,
maybe you wanna
let me.
introduce yourself to
Ah,
Miss Relaxing and
yeah.
vice versa.
Hello, Miss Relaxing. I'm Leon. I'm just a good Twitch viewer for Muffin, and yeah, I talked a lot with Muffin. She's a good
I
friend.
appreciate you.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I heard you. I listened a bit, and it was quite interesting what you have to tell.
Thank you. I just myself, but I appreciate that.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'm just me.
Yeah, I always say that, but people always say that I'm doing something special, and then I'm like, I'm just telling my life. My life is just a roller coaster, and I'm just actively telling people about my life. That's the only thing that I do.
I
But
wish I wish I could say that the same. Sometimes I feel a bit ashamed that I have such a normal, boring life.
I wish I could have a boring life for a day.
I mean, I'm just an old fat man who is who sits in his room on his PC.
That's not sad. That is what I do every single day.
I think that's what we all have in common,
but
right?
you said you have sometimes are you going out for a date or?
No, I went out for coffee today, and it went absolutely terrible.
But you
Yeah.
still did it.
So then you have a bad coffee date. That's more than I have.
See, that's all about
You know what I
perspective.
mean?
No, but I
It's
did it
really-
though. It's
that's-
about that I did it though.
I'm too nice for dates. I'm more like that plushy bear.
Oh shit, we need to
Oh,
go
the
right
kind
now.
of clip. This is, by the way, Willie in chat. That's what I meant. This is this is my mod that helped me fix the automod stuff in Discord.
Some,
You guys are amazing human beings.
somebody
all
clap
of you.
button. No, wait, no!
Oh, by the way, what time is it? Because I just took my medication.
Yeah, 5 minutes late. Go take your medication.
It's,
No, I just took it. So let's say
11
11 p.m.
11 p.m.
Which makes it
Yep.
so that you guys need to yell at me to go to sleep at 1, okay?
Okay.
I mean, I
Good
think
job.
I am awake long because I drank my coffee late. So I think I will
Yeah,
be
I have a
awake
monster, so I
till.
will be awake for very long.
yeah, but I have sleeping medication, so if I don't, I'll be
Oh,
screwed.
watch out! Behind you! Behind you! Behind you!
Yeah, okay,
I
yeah.
think I will need some smoky later.
Yep.
Don't
Oh,
let him.
Leon, I got a new stash. Yeah, Willie, thank you. I am doing good. I'm doing better than yesterday. I did very good yesterday during the day. But then I did a little bit too much. And then I wanted to stream, but then all the technical issues and I had a headache. And then I was just, nope. But we
Yeah, I
slept a
But you
lot.
wondered
know,
you.
Yeah, I slept early. I slept a lot. But it was needed. It was necessary. It was good.
I
wanna
said to
know a
you,
funny
take a
fact
rest.
though?
Hmm?
Wanna know a funny fact?
Yes.
Okay. So you know why your pain spikes at night? It's not just because you did too much. It's because when you do stuff, you get what is it called? Adrenaline.
Yeah.
And
Adrenaline.
that
Yep.
Adrenaline.
yeah, adrenaline, and that makes does the same than a painkiller does. So when the adrenaline goes down, your pain spikes because you don't have your natural painkiller that you have had all day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Funny fact.
But this lasts not that long.
But it wait, I need to.
Painkillers last longer than adrenaline.
Yeah, I know, but that, just because you're not doing something anymore, your adrenaline goes down, which makes your pain spike because you don't have the natural pain thing going on anymore. Because I'm always in pain during the night, but that's just because we're not busy anymore.
Yeah, then you don't have like the distraction. Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah. That
I
does
am
make
very interested in the brain and psychology and my own chronic illnesses and other people's stuff. So I learn a lot.
That's good.
I mean, I am as I learned take my education in my job as some kind of nurse. I was really focused on drugs and so like painkillers and so on, and it was really interesting
Yeah.
to focus on the drugs and so on.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yep.
I need just to
How?
function normally mode. Game. Like that's also a thing that people don't know, but yeah, I am on constant painkillers. And
Yeah,
then I
I'm
do
not.
smoke.
But that's just. I'm not, but that's just because I'm stubborn as hell.
Yeah. No, but I can literally not get up out of bed. Like I cannot wear my. That's the things that
Hey,
I
if
can do now. That
me too, but when I try to go out of the bed, it's like when you tried to move that whale who was stranded in
no,
East Germany.
Leon. Oh, don't compare yourself to a whale. That would make me giggle.
Tiny whale.
Tiny whale. A Pikachu neck pillow.
I mean, we have a German punk band who has made a song with Push the Whale.
I'm 25% German, by the way.
Okay.
Gonna stream like
Funny
this.
fact.
I am 100% German.
Yeah, I could hear that. I wish I could speak German, but I can't.
You don't want to speak German. German sounds like when you hate somebody and yell at him.
No, I do like German.
Metallen!
Okay, no shush. Don't angry German us. That's angry
Did you use
German.
your ears, by the way, that you bought on TwitchCon?
Yeah, but they also there. But I'm not wearing my headset now. But look,
Yeah.
I have them in. I still don't have other ear. I wanna put them on my other headset. But I had like still like the
Is
ear
this
infection sort of like behind my ear, and that's like
Is this a Bluetooth headset or
You got him?
with a little like here USB thingy.
yeah?
Okay,
But
watch
you
out, behind
use
you,
only
behind
the
you, behind you.
headset, or do you use the mic too?
Yeah, I used
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
and that was really nice
go,
at the
let 'em-
beginning. But issue is like the mic on this. I don't know what happened. It is kind of shitty quality, so it was like a really cheap. Like
but
it's from the
every
Action.
single-
The headset is from the Action
Look
for
on
Wiener.
Discord on my camera.
Hmm.
Muff, look on Discord on my camera. I show you my mic.
Yeah, I use this mic.
Yeah, you guys have
it's
almost
the
the same.
same.
one.
It's nearly the same.
And yours
But,
looks also a lot better. Mine is
I've-
also from the Action. Like my
I've
equipment
bought
is just
for
so shit.
39 euros.
But yeah,
I
mine was
guess
like
it was
50. I don't know.
Yeah,
Like I have to upgrade
I
my
really
stuff.
want to get the Elgato one though.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, wait, I'm gonna put this on. Look, because then you have to like pick a little Pikachu face. This is really comfy.
Pikachu.
Whoa. Oh no.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah. No, but this
I
is like
always
my
like
mom
the
came with
horns.
this. Like it's the cutest thing. Like earlier
I
this
love
week,
it
I was
because-
babysitting my nephew, so I was Auntie Muffin duty. And yes, he is 100% related to me because he just came in my house and he was like, "Oh, Pikachu!" I was like, yes.
Do you know?
Yes,
do
I
you know
love
what
you.
you
And
still
I was
need,
dreaming and it
Muffin?
was so cute.
Yeah, oh, yeah,
Muffin,
my
do
little
you know
cousin.
what
Yeah,
you
he's
still
6
need for
now.
your stream?
Hmm?
Do you know what you still need for your stream?
What, more Pikachu?
These AC/DC blink horns. These devil horns that you get on, for example, AC/DC concert. They
But,
they blink
okay.
in red. These little devil horns.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
We interrupt our program. Yay.
Yeah, they are so cute. I love that you bought that bottle.
Yeah, I
but
couldn't
do-
choose,
Do
so I
they,
was
do,
like-
do they flashlight?
And I'm so happy
Peanut
that
butter
you got
cup.
that.
Oh, you're like a Reese buttercup.
Do they flashlight?
What?
Do they lighten up?
Yeah, I just look like I want. Like, you
These-
could
these
put them
horns, do
on like
they
a
lighten?
hairband or something for your headset. Like they're made to put on the headset as well.
Let
I
me search.
really wanted to buy them, but then I was like, I want to buy interactive stuff for my stream.
Yeah. They'll be labeled here. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh my god, I have to miss. Karma, this is nothing for you, baby. These are devil ears. I can put them on. Yeah, she looks at me like, Mom, are you gonna? Yeah. No, maybe. We're gonna attempt. Oh. But yeah, no, I do still have to put those on, but I kept them as a surprise. I do want to do them maybe then for the official like celebration stream. I will put these on for the. We'll do like a full Defcon look. I like that. But then I also want to match like my vibe and make. Just okay, Karma, come here. I put these. I don't think this is gonna work. Okay, wait. But just do this. Will not sit, and I don't want to strap. Like, what you doing? Why do you still know it then? This is not gonna work. Oh, Karma cookie. Okay, so yeah, I made. Because Karma has like a giant bone. This one. And I have the cookie. I already got like a giant bowl dinner that she...
You know what I would like to do someday though, which I'm not gonna be able to, but maybe one of us can. I want to make a stream team for people with disabilities, chronic illness, and mental health. But the
Yeah,
fact
okay, but
is,
that's what you said. Like you can do because you cannot do the affiliate stuff. But
no, I can, and I also cannot be partner. So you know,
can you be like? Yeah, no, you cannot be a part. Then you be a part of
no,
a stream team if you're not affiliate. Yes.
yeah, you can. But I just want to make. I don't know. I just want to make it my own, or do it with somebody who's chronically ill, or disabled, or mental.
Muff, can you show me short your headset? Please, I want to check
Oh, you're
something.
right. I was just reading Vegemil's comment, and yes. Thank you.
Muffin?
Welcome. This is the headset. Hello.
Wait. I sent you a link. It would
Okay.
perfectly fit for your headset.
Where? How do you know from me just
This
showing you
Discord.
like this? I can show you like the
You
brand. Or, oh my
can
god.
you can use this on your headset.
They light up.
I need to see this way.
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Do you want to send it just like in the, I don't know, in the memes and chaos in Discord or something? Like in the, or in the general, in the main is also okay.
It's wait. Oh, I have to translate.
Those are like devil ears that light up. I have tested this and Karma actually.
But you have to stick it on a on a flat surface. These holes.
That's so cute.
I'm distracted. Okay, but do you wanna?
But you have to stick it on a flat surface, then, Muffin.
I can put them. That's it. I do have earbuds. They close off even more. I do have to find like a better headset. That's sort of like open ear mode. I don't know.
I know that problem, especially when you have earwings. I've already lost 2 earwings.
You what? Oh, but
Yeah, I normally had 4, but it's left to 2.
You know, I don't know if I even told you this, but my next tattoo is gonna be Stitch.
Really? Stitch?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cute.
Awesome. What the?
And I put the text Ohana.
Okay, we are like we're just having good convos here. I don't look at chat in 1 second. Oh my gosh, you guys are misbehaving.
We're being chaotic right now. I actually love that I'm in here and just talking to you because this is so much easier than typing.
And Veggie is especially misbehaving. And
That
Hypixel.
escalated quickly.
Yes.
Okay.
Good job. Right, lovely, up to
Bye.
bed. Have an amazing stream, and I'll
Sleep
text you tomorrow
well.
night. I love ya. Love ya. Thank you for being here.
Sleep
Send me
well. I hope you sleep well.
showing people again like a wheelie clip. I hope it's not a jump scare.
Is that actually an achievement, is it?
Little bit. Now it's stuck. I
Mm.
still gotta switch.
Yeah. Also, I need Muffin. Remember me to help you with the multi-streaming because I'm gonna forget. That's
Yes.
funny.
I just got this sent to me just to my own face with the Pikachu on it.
Pikachu.
Like, this is actually like legit comfy like this.
Okay, are we chaotic with the 3 of us right now? I don't feel like we are, and I don't even. I'm normally very calm, but if I'm with friends, I can be the most chaotic person on earth.
We are like this is like even more chaotic than normal, but I love it. It's good. It's good. It's a good. This is like the good start to.
By the way, I think we have pretty similar hair right now. The only difference is mine is shaved on the sides and the back.
Yeah, I
Oh,
used to
that's
have
a
that.
side
Like
cut.
that's the thing. I want to show you a picture, but I used to have side cuts and a back cut, and I still want to
Yeah.
shave the sides, kinda. But I am growing it out. So look, I have like a pony.
I said it to you. I said it. Shave it. Shave it on one
I
side.
know,
I
I
said
know.
it.
So I
But
do. I'm gonna shave like the sides again, but I'm trying to
yeah,
grow out the top a little more, so then I can make
yeah.
like big pills and stuff.
I
It,
think I
yeah.
think would look amazing on you though is pink hair.
Yeah, you're right. No, pink hair, no. Muffin is a Muffin always will be a redhead.
What? But I've never. Okay, that's the funny thing. I dyed it berry. It was berry. It was never
Oh my
red.
god, that's so freaking funny.
It was meant to be purple, but it
Now,
looked way
it
more
looks
red on
more like
stream, and now
orange.
it's like strawberry blonde-ish. But that's just fading out
It-
purple. But it turned out
It looks
orange
like
red.
orange.
I know.
I have had red, but that was so freaking difficult to get out of my hair.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
know.
this is why it's now
I
fading like
I
an
like
orange.
redheads.
Looks great. But yeah. No, I'm actually a natural blonde.
And women with side cuts are hot.
Yes? Okay, nice.
Okay, but
You've heard it
you
here
have
first,
seen
Miss
me with my
Relaxing.
long hair, you have seen me with my medium hair, and you've seen me with my shorter hair. What do you like more?
Did I
Medium or
see you with
muffin?
longer hair, or did I only see you with the short hair?
I think you. No, I think you only saw me with my medium hair though. I think.
No, you just had the haircut then. No?
Yeah.
Like
I
just
think I
before
did.
TwitchCon, you just had a.
Hey, what time is it?
It's
muffin time!
Actually, it's 12:30.
Somebody
No,
kill
but I think
me!
you just had a cut then before
Muffin
TwitchCon
time.
as well, no?
Muffin time.
Now I want to find a picture of me with my long hair. You guys should. Oh. What happened?
I'm trying to
What
do
was
this
that?
on Karma, but she doesn't allow it. So every time I put it on, she's like trying to eat it.
Yeah, I still have chocolate in my fridge. A friend of me bought me some Hallorenkugeln, we call it in German. Famous German sweets.
What kind of sweets?
We call it Hallorenkugeln. These are chocolate balls filled with some marzipan-like stuff.
Chocolate.
Yeah, you can wait. I can show you the package. Or just Google for a picture.
I'm just trying to find a picture of my long hair.
Okay, well, you guys all try to find picture. I fucking love that. Because I do love sharing. Like I put like a lot of my old pictures of my hair like back in the day, like in the Discord, but I think I removed all of them. But I can
Do you
share
know
some.
that in Netherlands, Muffin?
But I'm gonna start
this
up
one-
the game because then we are gonna chat and game at the same time. I think.
I
Do you
found
know
it.
this one in the Netherlands, Muffin?
What?
I sent you a picture from the Hallorenkugeln. I sent you a picture on Discord. Do you know that?
But you can put it like in the server so people can. I don't know.
Oh wait!
If it
Wait
isn't-
just a sec.
Okay, do you want me to? Where do you want me to put my picture?
I can't see the chat. Have no rights for that.
It looks like I don't know. Is it like a chocolate half cream, half cocoa? So it's whole cream.
Yeah.
Okay. It looked like
Where do
brownie
you
with
want me to
whipped cream
put,
or something.
that I put my picture?
You can put it like in the what is it? Belgium mix it.
Where? I'm going. Wait, I don't.
I have to
think
clean
can
up my
see all
Discord
your-
at some point.
Yeah, but I
Richtig.
have no rights to see the channel chat.
Why you don't have rights to see?
I know why I was confused. I didn't see all the channels you have. That's so stupid.
I can't put some photos
Yeah, I
in
have a lot of
the
channels.
channel.
You
I
do
have
have
no rights.
first
Have I roll now?
sprinkle. I can also have 18 plus stuff. Yeah. Oh, you cannot see the chat of this one. Yeah, Leon.
Yep.
You can. I put it in the.
I
In the
didn't.
num-nums. Wait,
I put a
put in the
picture of
num-nums.
myself in the Discord. I was like 16 here, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, you had long hair. Oh, that. I
The
wanted
thing
to
is,
grow
though,
out my
it was
hair so
always in a
bad, but
ponytail. Because of my disability, it was always in a ponytail.
I think the short hair suits.
Right?
Where do you put it in?
Yeah. Like the
Right?
long hair is pretty because it's yeah. But the shorter hair matches you more, and it's more with your face. I think. Yeah.
I think the only thing I would like is to color it.
Oh yeah.
Like maybe purple or pink or I don't know.
I have had like that's I want to show you like the whole thing, like all the hair colors before, because I had my hair like bright blue. I've had like pink on the bottom. I've had blue streaks, like black streaks in there. At one point, I did have what I called unicorn rainbow hair because I just put in like all different colors. It was like pastel, like pink,
Never
purple,
mind.
blue, whatever, everything. True silver hair. Each star. I have game, but it right away gives me like an option of something to choose. So I don't know what the game. Vegetables also had long hair years ago. Oh, Asha. And like before I got like really ill, my hair was this long, and it was like the longest it ever was. I was so happy with it. I had like blonde long curls because I have naturally blonde hair, even though people don't believe me. I do, and very curly. But yeah, then I got a piece. The medicine that triggered it and everything. I had to cut the sides, had to cut the back. And at the end, I only had like a little bit on the top, and then I had to shave everything. And then I was just bald basically. And this all regrew now in like last 1-2 years. All these corticosteroid shots that they did. Oh, that's so long. Oh, veggies. Oh,
You are
hello. I'm sorry. I pressed the wrong
Miss
button.
relaxing? Are you still there?
okay.
I
What
pressed
did
the
you say?
wrong
I'm
button.
confused.
Thank you for the lyrical wifey.
Ah, now I hear you.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I still keep forgetting. I should like change those buttons because like I have the buttons here, the side of my mouse that change complete deafen or like a mute in Discord, but that's way too sensitive. So
You definitively need a stream deck for that.
I need Stream Deck. I know, but yeah.
I need a lot of stuff to be fair though. Question.
Thank you for the
Question to
huggies.
talk about. What is the most fun thing about streaming and what is the most hard thing?
Most fun thing I think like basically all the people that you meet, all the like the
Yeah.
fun community, all the support, all the good times, gaming together, laughs. like even just lurking in other people or meeting other streamers and finding comfy places there, that has helped me through like a lot of.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the hardest
Fun.
is also at the same time the people know. Like
Yeah.
it can be the people as well, but yeah, I get motivation sometimes. Like on I don't know. There's a lot of pressure or anxiety linked to it as well, but that doesn't have. But it's still like that's also like one of the things
Yeah.
to get over with streaming, like not paying attention to numbers while still trying to grow and stuff. It's a little, you know.
Maybe say it in Dutch and I will try to
Ah,
translate.
these nuggets.
Yeah, een soort dubbel effect. We say.
Check
Double
the
double
link.
effect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like it's crossroads.
Yeah.
Check
On the
check
other,
the link,
on one
Muffin.
hand, it's positive. On the other hand, it isn't.
Yeah. Leon, you have streamed before as well, right?
I have streamed, but it's long time ago. 2017.
Oh. 2017.
That's a long time ago.
Yeah, that's long ago. And I sent you a link, Muffin. Yeah.
Also,
I sent
Muffin,
you
I wanted to ask you something.
bad links.
But I know Elgato. It is on my Throne wish list.
Okay, then I give you a hint.
But
I give you a hint of what I'm gonna do.
what?
An emoji hint.
Okay, deal. If I don't have one by the time of their emoji hit, fuck yeah. Thank you.
Here is another emoji hint. And one final hint you still get, and then it's okay. When I found the correct emoji. There it is.
Okay, guys, I have like the game that I wanted to play, like the librarian game. But right away they ask like an option, like there's a cozy gameplay option. So our team hopes every player can comfortably enjoy the game that suits their playstyle. You can choose a relaxed experience where you don't have to worry about time, or an immersive world where the day-night cycle changes as you play time. The choice is yours. So one changes late as you know. I think that doesn't. Yeah, it will still affect the
I
person.
think you should do what you. How bad are you feeling right now? How are you feeling right now? Are you feeling energy, or are you feeling I'm tired and I'm in pain? Sort of energy.
No, I'm kind of hyped. Is that like
Then I would do the normal one.
Yeah, I think so. I'm curious about lightning and stuff, and it doesn't affect me. It does. It can be nice, like the
Also, and if you like it, maybe I'm gonna buy it because this seems fun to me. Have I
is like
been
okay.
gaming
So yeah,
because
this
of my
is
depression? Absolutely not. No, I haven't been gaming because of my depression, but I don't care. I keep buying games anyway.
what did they like?
Okay,
Okay,
so
I didn't
guys,
tell you, but like
then
after I
you
got sick,
start
like a lot
gaming
of stuff
now.
happened.
That's the thing. I will then leave and let you game.
Okay,
It was
okay.
a nice talk. Have fun. And
Thank you for being here.
I'm looking a bit
appreciate
in
you.
your stream.
Have a
Bye.
good night, Leah.
Yeah, you too. Later.
You. Bye bye.
Bye.
No, but yeah, like after I got sick, like a lot of other stuff, and like my ex and I broke up as well, and we used the game a lot together. And then yeah, I was also just tired at first. I actually didn't like a full Like whole 2024, I didn't get, and I just
You
started
know,
like half 2025 again. So
I know for me the hardest thing is okay, I didn't even tell you guys this, but I don't care. So the hardest thing for me is that I have been not telling people how bad my depression is for 7 months. So the only time I told them is about a month ago. Nobody knew in my family, and I told you snippets of it, but I've been doing a lot worse than I actually say. Because it's easier to just say, "Oh, I'm fine. I'm doing okay. It's fine." But in the reality, it's not fine. Which I think a lot of people with chronic illnesses, disability, or mental health do. We always make it seem better than it actually is.
it's easier to
Yeah.
make it smaller for other people. You don't need to do.
I don't know how much I can say on Twitch, but
It's my stream. I make the rules.
I know, but you also have guidelines. You know that, right?
Guideline.
No,
I
but
know.
let's just say it this way. After I talked to the psychologist that told me everybody is sad sometimes and everyone goes through difficult things with a disability. After I came out of that, I was like, okay, what happens if I just decide to step out now?
Yeah.
And I have been screaming before that. I was screaming like help for 7 months. And when I finally told people 8 weeks after that happened to me, everybody could do something for some reason all of a sudden. And it made me so angry because I have been doing this by myself for 7 months. Why the
But
hell do we need to get so far in this country that we don't want to do this anymore and we actively are very close to not doing it anymore? And then all of a sudden everybody can help. That's why I started doing what I'm doing now, because I think that's bullshit. So, I don't think we should carry this all alone. And I think we're doing that. And not only people with chronic illnesses, but also mental health disability, invisible disability, mental physical
anyone
disability. I
struggling.
don't care what it is, but we carry too much alone. And we need to stop doing that. But also the country needs to stop, the world needs to stop not helping us before we get too far and we're too close.
Yeah, that is always like a thing that people just take it seriously. Is like almost too late.
Yeah.
Benjamin says as
I
well,
hope
like I understand
I
that
said
I've been
that
in a
in
dark
an
place before and I've tried a few times. For anyone who has tried, I'm happy that
I wasn't that close that I tried because Twitch at that point saved me that day because I decided to watch a stream. And that saved me, which is insane to say, but it saved me.
no, but that's how much effect. Yeah, just talking openly about struggles or what you're feeling, or like it can help people so much more than
Yeah.
and
But at the
yeah.
same time, when I'm talking about it, I feel like I'm hurting my friends and my family, so I just don't.
Why? Why do you think?
Because, quite frankly, if I will be the same ever in 5 to 10 years, I don't know if I want to continue.
Yeah, but that's your. That is really hard.
Yeah, it is, but
But
at
it
the
is
same
your
time, I
decision.
feel like I'm hurting my family because and my friends because they know how much I've been fighting, and I try to be as positive as I can, but at the same time, I don't want to go as far that my body cannot handle it anymore.
I think that is
And
a
it
really,
sucks
really
that I need to
no.
say it, but it needs to be said.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. Like, it is really important. It can only help you as well. Like, if you're serious about that kind of with the disability and questioning, like, if life is different for everyone, but in the end, like, it others because otherwise it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I live for other people. I live to help people. That's the only thing that keeps me going right now is helping people.
Yeah, but also because you get energy.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be the only thing that I get energy from though.
I know that is also like take
Yeah, I
you
am doing
focus
that.
like
That's
on
why
the
I'm saying
thing
like,
that yeah, instead of
yeah, and
only
I'm working
focusing on
on it.
others.
Look, there's a difference between I don't want to do this anymore and I'm done right now, and me actively saying I want to fight until there's no fight left in me.
I know,
But
and
I'm
otherwise you
also
wouldn't like. That's also the thing. Have all these amazing friends that you.
mm, I want to make a difference. Yeah.
Don't forget,
Okay,
you
so now
already
that's out
are.
of the world. You're the second group of people that I've said this to. So good job to me online because I don't talk about this very much online.
That's what I was still what I mean. Like making a difference, very important things. By share all the stuff and all the struggles. Like by now, I actually lost the game stuff to focus back on the just chatting, and that's
You
what I
don't
mean.
have to,
Like
you
by
know.
you talking about it, like it makes also like I say, people judgments as well. Like I said, like okay, alone and I had no one by myself. I have been fighting by myself. I've been
You don't have to do that anymore because now I'm here and I'm not going anywhere. At least I'm not planning on it.
and that is also like the thing is I figured out as well with that shit and whatever. Like I get energy as well, and at some point I thought like okay, for other I don't do this for other people. I stopped doing that at some point, and it felt super selfish. Um, but I did change at some point where I said like, okay, I have to fix everything for myself because life is
That's
never
the
gonna
biggest
feel like it's
question I
worth
have
it.
been trying to answer for 7 months.
It took me at least 5 years, and I will be rest of my. So it's not something you do overnight. It's not like, oh, okay, now we do this. Like, I wish it could be that fucking
Yeah, but I
easy.
want to do it overnight though.
Yeah, I know, it would be so good. Like that would be so nice if you could just like, okay, now I'll just switch my entire mindset and the entire way that I'm wired for my whole life like this. Oh, it takes a
Yeah,
lot
it's
of
been a
practice.
little bit more. It's been a little bit more difficult recently because I got the news that my family members have. Some of my family members have a genetic disorder, and the chance is really, really high that I have that too. Which makes um which get a higher chance of autism, ADHD. Which I already knew I probably had, by the way.
Yeah, I got
Um,
like we match too well.
but
And
that and a lot of other stuff, and I'm just like I just want to break for my own health. I don't know if this sounds weird to say, but I just want to break for my own health for
yes,
like a week.
I
Which
get that. And
yeah,
sometimes you
I've
do
been
have to
battling
take that. Like if
depression for the
you
last
Like it is hard because
Mhm.
you cannot just step away from your body, you cannot step away from your pain, but I have done that as well where I just took a break from all the doctors and all the fucking treatments and all this stuff. And everyone like, but you do want to like do everything you want to get better or like to figure stuff out how to treat it better. But it drove me fucking insane just going to those the whole time. Talk to doctors,
Mhm.
just saying the whole same story every time without feeling progression or any you
Yeah,
said it, just seeing any results,
and
and that drives you nuts. And it is really important and to just take a step back and remind yourself there's more in life than just being sick. It really is. Like you're
yeah,
not only
that's
sick.
why I went to TwitchCon though
Yes.
this year.
And that
I
was
was so
such a
done.
big challenge, but fuck yeah, we did.
We needed to rest for 3 weeks, but we did it.
Yes, yes, the whole rest of June was just sleeping that tired.
Yeah,
But
I don't
fuck
sleep
yeah, we did it.
during the day, but I needed to do nothing for 3 weeks.
Yep. I was so sick after. Oh my god.
Hey, Casper! Casper!
Hey!
Hello!
Hello!
Amazing human being is in the chat right now. I love this guy.
Yeah. I think I saw him
How,
earlier in the. Mm,
how are you doing, Casper? We're just having talks about disabilities, chronic illnesses, and mental health at the moment. So you came at a good time because Casper has the same disability as me.
I think I saw him earlier in the Thin Man chat, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. Also, you have also have never pronounced cerebral palsy. How do I pronounce it correctly in English?
cerebral palsy.
Cerebral. Thank you.
Cerebral.
Cerebral.
Yeah.
I always had like
I,
cerebral,
I'm
but
gonna
that's
give
like
you a shortcut, okay? I'm gonna give you a shortcut. Just
okay,
say CP and you're good.
EP. Oh,
CP.
yeah. Okay,
CP.
that is better to pronounce.
Yeah, dude, I know.
And Veggie, yeah, said as well. Like Veggie was like, I've been battling depression for the last 15 years. Took me around 5 years to come out of my dark place. Yeah, and that is the thing. Like, if you start like a therapy or start like treatment for depression, that's like it's not too scary, but it is like the tip of the iceberg. No muffin, not
Mm-hmm.
epi. What epi?
I love this community.
Yeah, I'm
You
okay. Just
know,
waking
you
up now.
guys
Unless you do
humor.
have yes, not to call you out. It's just like hi. I did read that before in the Tin Man chat. Like it was like hi,
I'm
welcome. You
sorry, I
have
didn't mean to call you
CP.
out. I didn't mean to call you out. I'm sorry, Casper.
That's why like we're there like chaotic ass vibes, and this is like open stage. We're just talking about like the
We
yeah.
are just being chaotic right now. We're all over the place. I'm sorry.
But that is why people do it. No muffin, not EP, not sleep. Epi. Oh, but I see EPs, not epi. Epis is like it's EPs, right? Where did the extra P come from? Yes, like I'm confused. Regimus says like no muffin, not epi. But it's
I am
EPs.
sleepies, apies.
Not yeah, but it's EPs like this. There's no extra epi.
I,
I'm
hey, if you want
it
to play your
confuses
game,
me
then go
from.
play your game. You know that, right? I don't want to
I know,
make
I
you
know,
not play your game.
I know. I am gonna play my, but now I'm just really confused. I'm like EP pies, EP pies. You know what? Fuck English. Yes, yes. I agree with that statement sometimes. You just the English sometimes a little bit. I
Are you
actually
gonna
like
be
it.
on? Are you gonna be on for a long period of time today?
Yes.
Okay.
I was like, yeah,
I hope
yeah,
you.
yeah. Yep.
Okay.
I am too energetic. I haven't streamed for 4 days, and I really want to play this game. But I know, the second that I start this game, that I want to finish this game. So I will play this game until I complete it. But I am prepared. I have no plans for the next 3 days.
Okay. I have
Don't
no.
judge your schedule.
I have no. I have plans, or at least. Okay, wait. I don't have plans that I like. Okay, I don't have plans that I want to do, but I do have things to do.
Okay. But then you do have plans that are just not fun plans.
No, I need to go to a stupid guest house for people with disabilities, and I'm the only person with only a physical disability. I hate it there. I don't want to go, but I need to go for 16 days tomorrow.
Why? Why
Yay!
do you need to go if you don't wanna?
Because my mom needs a break. Break friendly. She takes care of me 24 hours a day.
Can you not pick the place that where you wanna go?
What did you say? Sorry, can you repeat that?
Like, are they not like how do you say that? Like, is there not like a? Bleh. Can you not pick the place there where you wanna go?
Yeah, but it's all mixed. So there's not a place for only people with physical disabilities. So, and the only thing is, I'm probably gonna lose my streak, which I'm very mad about. But I sleep with people in my room, and I cannot watch your streams at night, so I probably will lose it. I will try to maintain it, but we're gonna
So
see.
you're saying for the next 2 weeks I should only stream during the day?
If you want to.
Like, I am trying to work on it now. Like, I wanted to start earlier now as well.
No, I'm dead right now. That's so funny. Oh my goodness gracious.
Okay, but okay, then I'm gonna work on at least starting early enough so you can save your stream. Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah, I need to go to sleep at 10:30 p.m. So if you can start before that and I get my 10 minutes, then
Okay,
I will
okay.
be happy.
Okay, all streams will start before 10:30.
Guys, this is our friendship, by the way. We're all over the place.
Yeah, how's everyone doing, by the way? Are you enjoying our chaotic yapping? Because that's what we're doing that whole time. I love it. I fucking love it.
I have another hour.
Nice.
And I'm probably being too busy right now, but I don't give a shit. I like this and I'm enjoying it and I don't care.
Okay, but I'm gonna. That is a good time, actually. So 10:30. Yeah.
Yeah, our time.
At that time. So that is a good goal for me.
I did tell you about. Did I tell you about the blind guy that I've been helping with streaming?
Oh, what? What?
Did I tell you about the guy I have been mentoring?
Yes.
Okay, this is a funny story for chat. So in Tim and stream, I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot about Tim and stream, but I'm in there every single day.
Yeah, you're an ultimate fan.
So I met a guy, right? And I was talking about disability stuff, and he replied to me. And then Tim Man said, "You guys should connect because you guys are both disabled. He is blind, he only sees 10%, and he streams. And I went into his stream because I wanted to see what he was about and I wanted to connect with him and blah, 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 blah. But his camera wasn't in the right angle because he couldn't see it. So I helped him make his camera in a better angle. Then his chat could see him, and then he made me moderator. And now I help him in DMs and in Discord every single day with the questions he has because he thinks I'm smart, even though I'm learning every single day myself.
You are
But
smart. What are you talking about? Not he
But
thinks
now
you're
I help a
smart.
guy
No,
that is
you
8
are
hours
smart.
behind
Move
on
on.
me.
Yeah.
Now I help a guy who's 8 hours behind on me every single day in
Okay.
Discord.
That's awesome, right? Yeah, he told me as well, like in the Tin Man stream, like, oh my god, Miss Relaxing is amazing. She helps me every single day.
Yeah, I do. Should I look if I have a voice message from this guy? 1 second.
Yeah. By the way,
Because
Frenchman
I
said, like,
haven't.
by the way, for your trip, and I do agree, like, you should be able to pick where you want to go, like, pick Hawaii or something.
Oh, I do have. Wait.
That would be awesome, but that is also very fucking expensive. But that
Yeah,
would be
that's
awesome.
that would be very, very expensive.
Okay. You want to reply that
And I can tell him to check you out so he can learn something.
Yeah, if he has questions
wants
and stuff, like I also have like a in the Discord, like the streamer sprinkle suggestions where I would just put 9 or 10 times like my own research for people as well. Like if you want to use this, then this is like a guide or whatever, because I kind of wanted to make like guide videos at some point, but then I kind of forgot because ADHD took over. But yeah.
Okay. Let's see what he said. If I'm doing this right, you guys can hear it.
I thought you already were mod, but that is a really good idea. I'll do that in a second. I thought you already were. I'm actually out at the moment, but as soon as I get home, I can run in on my PC and make you a moderator.
Okay, he's out, first of all, so I don't need to reply to this. And second of all, I was just learning him Discord stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah. Wait, I could hear myself.
Okay, I'm also. Oh,
But-
sorry. I will have to put you a little loud. That's it. One thing.
Yeah.
Like I have my audio just coming out of the speakers, and then I manually adjust like the gain on this thing every time, and it's like, and it's very finicky. But yeah, if we do hear an echo, just ignore me.
Yeah, well,
I was checking like the settings because like in every game that I play, the first thing that I do is just turn off the motion blur because it makes me nauseous as fuck in every game. I don't know. That's just me, but
did you play Hogwarts Legacy?
yes.
I love that game.
I know. I finished the whole game, but I kind of want to play it again.
I am unmotivated though because I lost my save file.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm. And now I don't want to start again, but I really want to play it.
Yeah. Yeah, because then you need like a little extra time because then every time now you play like but I did that before and then yeah.
Also, guys, I need to give you a little, or not I need to, but I'm gonna give you a little lesson because I saw that Miffin, the amazing human being she is, liked almost every single video on my TikTok.
I thought I was gonna do it, but okay, but I also like I already liked others before.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna warn you.
I know.
If
I'm
you
sorry.
like too many, like more than 20 per day, you your account can be shadow banned for a period of time because they think you're a bot.
Fuck.
So maybe next time, do it. Do it in like.
Shadow banned.
I was trying to warn you on Wednesday on my stream, but you were gone before I got the chance to do it, and then you already did it.
Oh no, my camera froze. Oh no.
So maybe do it in like sections.
Maybe that's a good idea. Maybe I could have done that before today. Yeah. Maybe. Oh no. Okay, wait. I'm gonna put the BC on here. But the camera just. Come on, you can do it, camera. Start up again. You can do it. I believe in you. Where's my video? Am I using too much? No, my GPU is fine. Why is it being a meanie?
But yeah, guys, interact with your videos from your favorite creators because believe me, it will help. But just don't spam it because then you get shadow banned yourself.
I'm sorry, no. I do feel very called out now.
I'm just looking out for you guys right now.
I'm very curious if I'm now shadow banned.
You
How long
probably
does
are.
that take? How do I know?
Just look at your views with the next video, and if they are below 200, then you are.
Well, they were not going up anymore today. Fuck. Like they were rising before today, and then today I've just
And I
got no
tried to
new
warn
views.
you
I was
about
like,
this on Wednesday, but you were gone before I got the chance to.
yeah. Okay, but
Because I
my
process it so slowly.
camera program just crashed and doesn't want to start up again. Gotta switch to my other camera maybe? That's interesting. This camera is just gone as well. Now we have just full screen.
Can I give you a tip?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little bit tedious, but maybe delete the source and then re-edit again, and then just resize it.
Yeah, that can help maybe. Like I have noticed as
Because
well, like
sometimes-
sometimes in how do you say that? Like not, like when I was posting like things on YouTube especially, like sometimes I tested just when I reposted, then stuff I got like way more views after I posted the same video, which didn't make any sense, but can just be like a better time or I don't know. Yeah, why there are so many OBS browser pages? Oh my
Also, I will still be streaming from the guest house. I will just be on my phone. So you don't get your special sounds or anything. But I am live.
Fishing is good, everything good. Can I now start up this again? Back.
I feel like it's an
No camera
OBS
input.
thing.
Activate. God damn. If that don't happen before. Deactivate. Come back here, camera. You can do it. I believe in you.
What if you delete the source in your OBS and re-edit it?
Yeah, but it's not showing camera working at all. Tell me that my camera functionality failed. Restart. No, is this the day that my camera dies? I hope not. Like my camera already died before. And then I just wiggled around with the cables and it worked again. And now it just stays black. Okay. Camera, got this. It's just showing black screen, but it says it. Like even if I don't use the other one. Okay. Maybe this is now gonna be a PNG tuber stream. God damn it. It's not showing like my entire thing. Oh. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And it's all fine. Okay, what if
How is
I...
your RAM? How is your RAM doing?
What?
Your memory, your work memory.
Yeah, it's good. Like everything is like around here is my GPU is 40, that's 64%. CPU 50, so my PC is doing better. Is the thing. Okay, it says it doesn't have any input here. Functionality field. If I start this up. Oh, camera input. Okay. So is that one?
You're. I'm a very
Deactivate.
technical person, so I think I can help you figure this out.
Well, I should have.
I
I
think
have
it's OBS though, because you have OBS open, which means the programs you're using don't think there's no camera. So what you could do is just delete the source in OBS and then re-edit it. The only thing you then need to do is resize your camera again.
Yeah, but it not. Wow, it is not showing. Like I can delete
Yeah, but
here the
that's
camera.
because you're using a program that is actively using your camera.
If I use the other one. Oh, wrong. Just delete all cameras. This? Maybe, okay. I'm gonna climb on a chair.
Be careful.
You're wondering why I have to climb on a chair. Like, I will show you if my camera works, but yeah, like, I don't know, for the people that don't know, my PC is on the wall. My PC is above my head. It's flying on the wall to save space, and it helps a lot with dust and air ventilation and everything. But it's a wall mount, but I cannot reach it without grabbing like a step ladder and just climbing on the ladder to reach my PC. It's so stupid. Okay, I am gonna just plug it in and plug it out.
You know how insane that sounds?
That can be a thing.
Be careful, please.
Beep, beep, beep. Oh my god. Camera. I guess not give. Okay. Okay, that did just the bleep bleep, not the bleep bloop. Makes sense, yes. Do have the cooler and stuff on there, my big. Okay, now. Moment of truth. Yay! Okay, good. I can fix it now. I can fix it. And there's a Pokemon for whoever is listening to my tech issues. Catch that Pokemon. And yes. Okay. So I've had it before where it was like an OBS issue, but now my whole camera just didn't show up at all, which was interesting.
Oh, okay.
Whoa, my
Yeah,
gosh.
I don't.
I had to resize it. I became just full screen. Okay, that was not. I scared myself. Okay. So, we're good.
Let's
We're
see how
good.
much time I have left, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I have time.
Yeah, everything good? Yeah, everything good. I'm back, baby. Fuck yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't use OBS anymore. I use Melt Studio because I freaking hated OBS.
work as well. Oh no, Hera delete. Well, I can just put this one. Okay. So I don't know if you've seen this game, the Arcane Library game. I saw
No,
it
but
and it
it's
was on sale.
extremely fun.
Yeah, right. Like so, there's just a shit ton of books, and you see it's red when it's not placed in the correct bookshelf. Check the maps beside the stairs to find the correct bookshelf for each book's category. When a book is placed, a yellow glowish effect will be appeared. You may freely choose which shelf tier to place the books on. Books with the same title must be arranged in volume number order from left to right. Different book titles may have various. Oh, so
I
you do have to
think
fit them. So
this
this
is
is
similar
the...
to unpacking. Did you play that?
Which one?
Unpacking?
Yes. Yes.
I think it's similar to that though.
Is this out again? Unpacking, right? Yeah. Where you have to place like all the stuff in the alpha. Yeah. I have played it, but I kind of feel like I want to play it more. Wait. Can I pick this up too? I want to play it again, like for stream maybe? Because I did enjoy it a lot, and it's like perfect for like a cozy stream.
I don't play games on stream anymore. I completely stopped.
Yeah. Okay, so oh my god, but who left the library in this state? That's also what I'm questioning. Like, why would you go around and just throw all the books on the floor? I'm angry wizard. Okay, these are, what do I have? I'm just gonna start with one book. This book is the first one from a bingo. That's a good.
Wednesday was the most quiet stream in my entire life. I talked to myself for 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Really?
Yeah,
But then you got raided though.
At the end, yes, after 1 hour and 32 minutes after you came in.
Okay, wait, do you want to help me figure this out? Like, I'm just starting with one book so I can figure out the logic behind this. So this is the first volume of a book, so I think this is a good place to start. And it's called They Worship an Invisible Entity Known as Wi-Fi. That's a really funny title, but okay. And then we have to figure out there's a first floor and a second floor. But what kind of category is this? Are all kind of magic categories?
I cannot read it because my eyes are too bad, but...
So you have like monster. Oh, it is kind of small. Better, but the maybe still, yeah. A monsterology, astrology, curses, bard music, necromancy, transfiguration, magical artifacts, stealth, illusion magic, summoning magic, holy magic, distraction. This is all about magic. Like this is Wi-Fi. I don't know. Maybe healing magic.
Maybe a warrior?
Which one?
What was the title again?
Yeah, no, they worship an invisible entity known as Wi-Fi. Maybe the travels of other worlds? If we're in Magic World right now, and this is like a book about otherworldly people, I can test if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
And we go up in the middle. I don't know. Okay, so if you're right, it's like go up like shine yellowish. Or is that right? Yeah. Just carrying one book in this whole giant thing. There are 3,000 books to play. Oh no. Okay, let's test. This is 2-0, so then... Yes! We placed one book! I'm very proud. Okay.
Actually, I'm yawning, which is good, because that means my medication is starting to work.
Good. Okay, I'm just gonna throw away every book first. Oh my god.
Okay, so, question.
Yes.
To the people that now can hear me in chat, if you guys want to talk. Because I know you guys only know me from the chat. Do I come across as the same in chat as I do now? Funny face.
Oh, that's a
Because
good
I always
question.
think
Yeah. It's
Viper
the
is
first time
different
you've
than
been
normal.
like on voice in my stream. The people have seen you in chat. Yep.
Yeah.
This is.
But I am, in my opinion, I'm a lot different when I'm actually talking to people than I am in chat.
I'm curious. So maybe Salty or Vegimus? You've seen Miss Relaxing before as well in my chat, and yeah. Can you
Maybe they're all lurking just because we're being chaotic and.
I do have a lot of lurkers, and that's all good as well. Oh my god, I don't know where to
Stay
start
lurking
with
if you wanna
this.
lurk. Don't come out of your lurks. It's okay.
Don't come out of your lurks. Stay in your lurky. Okay, oh my god, how do I... Okay. This is the thing, I'm getting overwhelmed. I want to jump.
I
Can I
would get
jump?
overwhelmed though. I would get overwhelmed.
There's so many books, I don't know where to start. I started with one, so that's good, but like, should I just
I'm not
try to
sure.
collect?
Okay, fair.
I'm not sure. But these all look the same. These are all kitty books. Pick up every...
You now have an assistant who can reach that for you while you sort your books.
These are all Forbidden Beast things, I think. Right? Yeah.
Well, sister is.
Egg Sister! Okay, so this is Monsterology, right? I think so. 1A. Egg Sister is also a sweetheart. Salty, do you want to do like the exclamation mark, like the shout out Clippy to show a Hex Sister Clippy?
By the way, I was thinking of wanting to do something with you, but I don't know what we should do. I would want to do a collaboration with you.
Yes. We can do a whole,
Well, I
like
don't
a
know what
podcast.
we would do.
Oh my god, okay, so I have found these books. All the books. So, okay, this is one row, and then I have to sort them in the correct order. We can do that. Yes, that's a Hex Sister Clippy. What's that? Counter-Strike? That's Counter-Strike. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Okay. So now
But
we
yeah,
just...
what would we do? What would we do for a collaboration? Because I don't game. I could make an exception though.
Well, we can do... Wait. Like, we can also do like a sort of podcast together. Where I can do just chatting
I
stream.
really want to start a podcast though. We spoke about this. I really want to start a podcast.
Yeah, so we can do that. That would be fun. We can also do like, if you do want to do like a game or something, we could do like sort of the community kind of games where I have seen the how you call it again, like the online quizzes kind of thing, where everyone can join.
Yeah.
Sort of like Jackbox. Okay, but look, I did a whole row here. Kitty books were really easy. Oh, I'm really
Good job.
proud. I went from 1 to 11. Great to see you. I've missed you a lot. See you, Salty. I'm so happy. Salty is like one of my main mods, and yeah, he is taking a little health break. Oh, thank you so much. We got another follower coming in. Welcome. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Welcome to the chaos today.
Peach Queen? Peachy Queen? I'm gonna assume Peachy Queen, but correct me if I'm wrong, please. Okay, but we did like 10 books in a row now, so that's really good. Maybe just start with collecting books that look similar. And then we go from there. That sounds okay.
I love your name, by the way, Peachy Queen. That's
Yeah,
an
it is
amazing
Peachy
name.
Queen, yes. Okay, wait. This is a technique to turn wandering ghosts into servant. So...
So,
Me-
if you guys didn't know, I'm a little bit of an entrepreneur. Moving words, not mine.
Yes, you are.
I, I am very much working on a lot of projects. If we would take the podcast together, it's like 5 projects at the same time. It's insanity.
Wrinkle. Oh, perfect.
And
Okay.
I am, by the way, if you have a bad day and you want to stream, I am more than welcome to sit here with you because I'm enjoying myself.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here.
I said you didn't have to do everything alone anymore, and I mean it.
Yeah, you did ask me before, like, what I like the most about streaming, and that is that, yeah, yep, that. Like, thank you. Now you're making me emotional with that, but yeah. Like, I've been so used to doing everything alone.
I'm sorry.
It's a crush. Hey, we got crush coming in. Here too, just cleaning the house and lurking. Wait, did I end your stream? I still had you open there. Where did we wait out into? It's Juki.
Let's go. Oh, sorry. I was gonna die. I was gonna die.
You don't have to do everything
He's
alone
about to
because we're
kill
so
me.
used to doing things by ourselves because of our stupid health. Because one, nobody believes us and nobody helps us when it first starts. So we need to help each other.
That is very, very true. Wait, we do have some awesome people here going in. If you, I don't know, if you enjoy watching League stream, but Cross is very big League stream.
I'm more than welcome to follow anybody as long as I can just talk.
Yeah, the Cross does focus like on the games, like on the games. So he might like respond a little later on your chat sometimes.
Yeah, but
But
I mean,
he is
I'm
very
used
nice.
to that though. But it's why don't you just give me a list of all the people you think I should follow and I follow them?
Okay, wait. Put this.
Also,
Okay.
we are working on a safe space list for people with chronic illness, mental health, and
Yes.
disability, which I'm very excited about. And as it evolves and stuff, and as it is done, I'm gonna put it in my Discord, and you can put it in yours, and we just have a section of
Yes.
our freaking people.
I like that. Yeah. We can also put like like a sort of shout out thingy in the stream. Like if you want to be on the list, we can also reverse it. If you want to be on the list, just let us know. And oh wait, John, I didn't see there was a redeem.
If you want to be on the list, then you need to be okay with us just venting about our lives.
Yes. But yes. Oh wait, why do we have another? Oh,
Hello, John.
I have double camera. Ah. Oh. Okay. Hide this. Sorry. Don't mind me. But look, I have another tiny. Okay, let me go back here. I now fucked up my camera on the other screen. And I have 2 muffins and I'm so confused. Why? This is. Because I wanted to pause it 1 second to go grab Karma Cookie. Okay, I will just do it on BDRB. So I will grab a Karma Cookie 1 second. Look, there's. I just. But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah.
Oh no, Muffin will get her own death.
Here. Got it. Okay, found it. Okay. Be right back. I'm gonna grab Pepper. Because she left her phone. Just gonna get another cookie. So many dumb ways. Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Oh my god.
But what's up, everybody?
Yeah, just
How's
guys, remember
everybody's
pull
day
that
going?
out before, just in case. It's all about the
No.
blood.
For the people that know me and just came in, hi, I'm Miss Protecting. I'm just relaxing and I'm a friend of Muffins who just is in here to support her and talk.
I got cookies.
And I just talked to the people.
Yay! What's up, everyone? That's a John. Yes. Muffin will get her own Death Note book. The best way. I'm making a list of good people. And hey, I'm back. Welcome, Mr. McNapkin. McNapkin is also one for the list. And that sounds really weird now that you said it wasn't going to be a Death Note list. It's a positive list. It's a good
Just
list.
write it down and I will check them all out and we can write it all down.
Dan kan hij veel doen.
Dancing.
Oh, dat
Je pense pas que j'avais. Oh.
Ouston
Il me
Sugar.
semble. Ah oui, je pense.
Ouston Sugar.
Ok, parce que non, j'ai mal.
This one is from John.
Et peut-être que j'ai un challenge que j'ai.
What sort of food is it actually? Is it a Labrador?
What the fuck? Attends, wait.
On the cookie?
Oh,
On the
fuck.
cookie? The cookie was not good
Excellent.
enough. Ew.
Different cookie.
That was a better cookie. It's like the same cookie, but just literally another cookie from the jar. Okay, you just get this cookie because you were sweet. There was one from John, and I think you got one from Billy, and one from. Can I give a paw?
Muffin, can I have a cookie too? Says.
Oh yeah, okay. This
Benjamin.
one. There you go. Get a nice
Tell
little
me
tiny
if I say
bone.
your
There you
name
go.
right, by the way, because I have no idea how to pronounce it.
I can have a cookie too. Oh, but you chat. Like I. But I got like a really nice cookie jar for Karma now. I just have to leave it here.
It's so freaking cute. I love it.
I have another one matching without the silver, but then like a little bit bigger. That's where I keep the bones in. Yeah works. Oh, now you're just okay. One last one, and then we gotta give it. Me, a baby. And then
Don't go, yeah, don't go.
Hello. I should just standing like hi, hi. I'm a little baby. Okay, ga je mandje? Kom maar. But I will this one here, so we have like the tiny cookies. We have this right there. Thank you, John. Okay, we are still playing a game, but we're just switching between the chatting the whole time. Because I'm way too excited as well today. And we're back after like 4 days of not streaming. And I'm joined here with my good friend Relaxing. And I reached my goal of 500. Also because of the help from like everyone in the community, of course. But also like Soti and Mr. Cross. Like he was shouting me out earlier in his that I just needed like 1 or 2 people for 500, and that actually got me to the 500. That's so awesome. That's
Yeah,
why
but
I love
also
it.
you freaking deserve it because you're just in your camera is out again.
Oh my god. Okay, my camera is here, but in the other one it's just gone. Interesting. Because I deleted it from the one, it was just gone. It's see, this is
what I
the thing,
wanted
like
to
when you
say
haven't
was-
streamed for 4 days. Oh, and now I'm giant again here. But this is the clean one. Oh my gosh. Congrats. Thank you, John. Thank you, McNapkin. We're now at 500 and what is it? 502? But yeah, we have to figure out, like, I do want to do like a big ass celebration. Woohoo! Woohoo! Okay. The rescaling. Like, this is what I do, just live text. So I don't care. Okay. I think I figured out why it was also in the other thing. Is again because it is in the audio. Or yet. There you go. 24 hours low stream. Animal Party. Party Animals, you mean? Like Party Animals is one of my favorite co-op games, but I haven't played it in months. But we could do like a whole party stream with everyone together, which would be amazing. That's the one. But a 24-hour LOL stream, like I would be up for that. You know me. Don't challenge me. If I can
That
do
would
it with
be
like
freaking
streaming.
insane.
Hmm?
I said that would be freaking insane.
My biggest stream, like I did want to do like a 24-hour stream at some point, but I had plans to do it with someone together, and then that kind of exploded. So yeah.
Lucky about that. I wish I could do a 24-hour video, but I can't. Because, you know,
No, but that is really insane. So yeah, you do need to like prep or whatever, like have drinks at the breaks, or I still need to take like karma walkie breaks, and I do have to sleep forever, like in before and after. But then I still want to do it at some point.
Yeah, but that's just because you're an amazing human being who wants to give everything that she has.
Yeah, and also I get energy from streaming, so
Yeah.
that oops.
But in that case, we both have very different situations. Because I can only stream for 2 hours in a row.
Yeah, but I think that is healthier.
Before my body starts to hate me.
That is way healthier, probably. Like it is.
Also,
Yeah.
I don't know if you wanted this reminder, but you liked my disability comment and my FND comment. So maybe, I don't know if you want to, but you can do the same for your conditions.
Hmm?
I said you could make the same for your conditions.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I know you said to me on my stream, like, you liked the comments I had for my disabilities.
That is a good one, actually. Like a command for like the Crohn's stuff. Yeah, the thing is that I do have like a couple that are now officially diagnosed. Like, okay, yes, I have ADHD, I have like chronic depression, I have Crohn's disease, and also like irritable bowel that mixes together. That is really nice. But the Crohn's disease
Hey,
is
what time is it?
Oh,
It's muffin
it's
time!
muffin time.
Actually, it's 12:30.
Somebody kill me!
Hi, Mad Dog. Hello. Hi. But yeah, no, I can add something for the Crohn's disease and for the autoimmune, like in maybe, like, because all the stuff like matches with autoimmune stuff. Like the alopecia is due to autoimmune disorders. The Crohn's, well, it's also all autoimmune infection kind of.
Yeah, but you can also just do a comment like disabilities or chronic illnesses and then just write them down all.
That's a good. I don't have.
Maybe you could also set to a shout out comment to VIPs and moderators so we can help you with many.
I always put everything like in my Discord, like in separate channels. I have like a mod maintenance thingy for, okay, we need to add this, add that. I put it there as a little reminder. Hi, sweetheart. Hi, Mud Dog. I missed many episodes during my 24-hour. The rule for me was to take a walk outside every 4 hours. It kept me going. I understand, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. So I do have to walk every, like, with the Karma Bean, and that helps a lot with just staying up or staying fresh. But I still never did the full 24-hour. I did do, what's it, like, longest was the 20-hour one, I think.
Yeah, I was there, I think.
Yeah. But then that's the thing, I didn't
also
know that I was
a
going
little
for
bit yelled
20.
at you because I wanted you to go to sleep and you didn't.
Yeah, but you have been here so many times as well, where you were here like in the morning or something, like, hi, you're still here, like, happy to see you, but please go to bed. But yep.
Yeah.
Wait, is this the correct one? Correct one.
Also, that's not to say that I'm being responsible right now.
You have to go to bed too.
Soon, yes.
Yes. This is gonna take forever, but like in a good way, but
at the same time, I don't want it to be tomorrow.
so you're just, but yeah, not just, yeah, you're bedtime procrastinating. Yeah. What time do you have to leave tomorrow?
7 p.m.
That- Okay, I was like 7 in the morning, but okay, good. Because then you would be in trouble right now. Like, that would be, yep. But,
My
okay.
day normally starts at like 12 p.m.
Okay, good. 7 in the morning is no time for anyone to be.
I was awake around 7 today.
See, that's why it was not a good day. You were awake too early.
People were just being stupid people who shouldn't be stupid.
Yeah. Anyone.
If I tell my friends after this, like Chicky Tiffers that I told you about, if I tell her that I've been in Discord for 2 hours, she's gonna lose her complete mind.
I see, by the way, sorry. If I'm neglecting chat or whatever, just feel free to post the thingy again or tag me in the message so I don't miss it. But I see Makim, you said I have a question. And we had little Dungy, and the Dungy said like, hey, but Burdis is here as well. But Burdis is also like he's playing a lot of Tarkov, but he's also from the Netherlands, by the way, Mr. Like.
Who is it? Wait, what? Who do I need to follow from the Netherlands?
But Burdis, he's also from the Netherlands. He's I know him as well, like through Matt.
Is that the last one who typed?
That's when, okay, the one that put the emote in the chat. Now I don't like it.
Yeah, I okay. You're getting.
You do not need to like. Okay, you can follow them. I appreciate you. I appreciate supporting everyone always. But I do really like the thing that the Tim Man said as well. Like, if you like the content, then stay. If you don't like the content, don't feel forced. But he was really nice.
I was like, yeah, don't follow everybody. Just
Okay, what is the sweet Midsummer's Night's Sweet Dream? That's a romance novel for sure, right? Yeah. So we go to oh. Don't follow Bud. He's not very good at games. Oh, Vegemite. Fact. You just full on agree with him. See, this is why you should why I do recommend you follow. And Makim, what was your question?
Yeah, what was your question? We're always more than happy to answer questions. I'm doing a lot better, thank you, Bob. I was having a terrible day, but now I'm okay.
Oh no, the other bot. My own bot was replying because he thinks he's being bullied because I just said bot is not good at games, and now he's like, I'll take the hit. My gaming skills are a mess, but I'm good at keeping things organized. You insulted my bot conundrum. Oh no. I'm happy, by the way. Sorry, I just sometimes I blabber on, but I'm happy you're having a better day now. You were doing really good. Still, like the fact that you are going out and you're thinking like, fuck it, I'm going to get a coffee by myself. Fuck everyone that watches or stares. Just it is so much easier said than done, but just ignore them because you are going out for a coffee because you like it, and there's no one that has any right to have an opinion about that, right?
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm almost never alone because I need 24-hour daycare. So, you know.
Yeah, but that's why I mean the fact that you then went out to get a coffee by yourself, that is the achievement. That is the yeah. And if anyone has like an opinion about that, then fuck that, because that's just fucking badass. Because you were like, I just want to get a coffee.
My own words against me, you know that, right?
Angel has come on. Okay. That sounds so weird, but okay. Angel Soul. That's one of the awesomest like VTubers that I know. She plays as well like a lot of League of Legends. Yeah.
You know, I am not paying attention to Twitch chat right now because I'm getting actively tired.
Oh, Angel looks so good. Okay. Okay, I'm just snap my fingers. Oh my god, real life angel.
Question: if your chat is quiet, does it take more energy for you to stream? Because for me, it does.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So that's the thing. Like you can just blabber around, but it is so much easier to have like a conversation when you have chat. So then if there's no one watching or there's like there are a lot of people watching but lurking, like you do appreciate it, but then especially if you're not playing then a game, then it does feel like you're just talking to. Yes.
Mhm.
But okay, I was just like I took a tiny break. This is like chaos stream as fuck today, but this is Angel and she is a VTuber. This is the first time I think she's done herself on stream. This is so
I like the vibe.
yeah, like the ears, the bunny ears that remind me of my. That is from the same outfit. I think that is from the same brand. Oh my gosh. Okay, okay, okay. Now I'm going back again. Here we go. As I said, today is even more chaotic than normally because yeah, I have to get back into it as well, and I am overwhelmed a little bit by the fact that we hit like that 500 today. It's
Yeah,
insane.
but that's what I wanted to say to you. You freaking deserve it. You work so incredibly hard.
Thank you. Like that's the thing that I said. Like I had it as a goal for me, like a sort of dream goal. Like it would be amazing if I could hit it like in a year or something, and it hasn't even been a year. Like what the hell? Yeah.
Right? Right, Blood? It's amazing and she freaking deserves it.
I have like that's the thing. Yeah. 500 huge. I know, Bert. I know, but that's why I'm so distracted. Like I wanted to start earlier as well, and then like yeah, as I said, like my friends were hyping me up in other people's chats as well, and then Ross helped me like to get to the 500, and
then she started talking in Tim and stream, and we.
Yeah, then as well, like I was
hours.
just chilling there for like an hour or something while I was supposed to get ready, but it was good convos. Like I have been following the Tin Man, as I said, like I was checking. I have been following him since March or something already, but apparently I just never said anything. I didn't realize. I have watched a couple of his streams before, but yeah, apparently I was just very quiet.
I freaking adore this guy.
Yeah.
People are so hard on him.
Really?
Yeah. He has been through a lot of shit on this app.
He did say a little. I did feel grateful for him sharing because it did make me feel more welcome as well because yeah.
Yeah, you can just be yourself. We don't care. We say weird things. And we have deep conversations and we go help Twitch streamers as much as we possibly can. There's a reason why I am on a 41 streak right now.
On a what streak? How many?
41.
Oh my god, that's amazing. You. You will hit 1K before you know it.
You will hit 1K before you know it, right? I believe in this go.
Yeah, but Birdis is actually at 1K. You only hit it recently, I think, right? That was also like he participated like in a big Tarkov event, which was really cool.
No,
I'm sure also no, it's fake. No, it's real. I've seen.
No, I want to hit 500. I'm very close though.
Thank God bought it. You are a bot. Yeah.
Sometimes I want to be a bot.
There are people that are actually confused sometimes if Bob Birdis is a bot.
Yeah.
Okay, where should we put Books of Spells light?
But no, I'm serious though. You have a shout out in my Discord automatically because your streams are amazing. So you will get to more followers in no time.
Okay. We just help each other with I said that like as well this afternoon, like that Aiden.
For the people that just come
Connecting?
in, I'm also
Networking.
chronically ill, like Muffin is. I'm physically disabled. I have cerebral palsy and FND, functional neurological disorder, which can be in hell. And then I met this amazing girlie, and then I met her on TwitchCon, and now I'm here almost every single day.
Now you're just my honored stream guest. I love it.
We need to do this more often.
Yeah.
Do you stream on Sunday?
Maybe. Like as I said, I was doing really good at keeping a schedule, sort of, at least like setting days and planning ahead. And then earlier this week I slept over at my mom's and I just didn't make a schedule and I don't know anything. I'm just living by the day. So we're picking up the schedule again from next week.
With our health conditions though.
Yeah. Okay, wait, Books of Spells, Light, Adapt. Books of Spells, that sounds like it could be like basically any category because it's just magic.
I would say magic.
Yeah, but it's all magic!
Oh yeah.
Oh no! Like that's the thing, you have illusion magic, summoning magic, holy magic. Maybe holy? If it's light magic? Oh. Okay, I'm gonna try one. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be there.
It's such a bummer that TwitchCon next year is in Germany.
Yeah, I saw. Well, maybe it's not that far, but that's still a lot farther than.
For me it is, for you maybe not, but for me it is.
Hmm?
For you maybe not, but for me it is.
I think you're closer to Germany than me.
Yeah, but also my health is more
I know it, travel, yeah. Yep. Well, that's the thing, this was the furthest I've traveled by myself in years. Actually.
And I'm extremely proud of you, and I'm happy that I could stay there and, you know, could be there for you.
Pretty far for you as well, Veggie, yeah. Veggie is from Australia.
Oh, really? I think if I wouldn't have met you that day in real life, I wouldn't have hung out as much as I did here.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Because I have really bad trust issues. I don't trust anybody.
Well, unpopular opinion. You shouldn't. I'm not gonna say like you should, but there are some people that you can trust. But yeah, well, great spot. Australia or Germany or the Netherlands or. Let me know, Peachy Queen. I'd like to visit both. Yeah, I do want to visit Australia. One of my best friends is actually gonna go to Australia in a month for 3 months, I think. But she's ending like the last month in New Zealand. And then also going to other Hobbit stuff.
Oh yeah, but guys, I'm gonna go and sleep before I stay here too long and go over my sleeping time.
Yes. Thank you so
But
much for
before I
being
go,
here. Thank you
like
so
I
much for
always say,
chatting.
Stay amazing, keep believing in yourself because you're awesome. If today wasn't a good day, then tomorrow is a new one. If anybody needs to talk with me, with Muffin, I think she is the same as me. Please DM us. I'm in Muffin's Discord, you can always DM me. I hope you all have a amazing rest of your night or day wherever you are, and I will definitely do this sometime soon again because I enjoyed this. Now I'm
Yes.
gonna go say goodnight to my friends, and they are probably gonna yell at me for the fact that I've stayed up until now.
Well, yeah, sometimes you need to make bad decisions, but they'll keep you going like in the bad days as well. And I really, really, really appreciate you being here. And the fact that you didn't take your sleeping medication just to be here for me, like yeah. You're amazing. Thank you so much, okay? Go take care of yourself.
By the way, if anyone needs any support with streams and stuff because they feel awkward, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I will talk to anybody.
And you are really sweet. So yeah, get some rest and I'll talk to you next time.
Yeah, before I do that, great
Wait.
to have you here, Miss Relaxing. I appreciate you guys. What else did you guys say to me?
And let me do this.
Thank you for the shout out. I
I'll
freaking
write a
appreciate it.
poem about this.
And a
that
little
just
clippy.
I will stay for the clip, okay?
Okay.
If it wants to play because it's paused.
But
Oh, there you go.
Oh, my clippy's good. I still have to change. I got a better one, but I keep forgetting. Okay, let me refresh. And play it again. One more time. Let me check. Because I still have to replace like my shout out clippy thing. And I actually got a really good one from a Man of Letters. I wanted to set it up. And I was trying to work on it. And my OBS
Also,
crashed
that
and
guy
everything.
was freaking amazing. I loved it.
Work.
But I get so frustrated that I didn't play it for ages, and now I'm playing it on stream.
is a
But when
very
I
old
play it
one.
on stream, I won't do any puzzles. And
What
today
game
we're
is
gonna
that?
do puzzles. So I'm
Awkward
being very brave because I hate letting people see. Res knows this. I hate when people see how bad my memory is. So please be kind to me and bear with me
seriously, I
because
really
this
enjoyed
is
being
gonna
here with
be.
you and just talking.
I don't know.
This was
It's gonna
a lot
be
easier
interesting
on me than
and maybe a
typing.
little uncomfortable for
But you're
me. at
very
first,
welcome. Like
but
9
we
out
will
of 10
see.
times, whenever I do feel like just chatting with people as well during stream, I just hop in this Discord chat, and then you can also always just jump in. Like I did make like a waiting room thing because then everyone in the Discord, if you're not a streamer, you can just hop in the waiting room, and I can manually just bloop you in here, basically. And if you are a streamer, you can see this channel because then it's also for collabs and everything if I'm streaming together with people. But yeah, you're always welcome to just hop in and say hello. I do like that, and it's also a nice way to interact with my community as well and make them get to know you better as well.
I should do that actually. Now you gave me an idea. I love it. Okay, I'm gonna go because I'm really like I can stay here forever.
Yeah, but get some
so-
sleep. Yes.
Yes, we're gonna go. I appreciate you guys. Have an awesome rest of your night. Don't stay up too late, please. Take care of yourself.
I will try, but that's the thing. You see, I have 28 books now. I'm progressing. I'm proud. Wait, let me turn it on the other thing because then you can actually see the progression a little better. I am progressing with the 28 books, but I don't know if we're gonna finish the whole thing. But I am gonna just blabber on and see how. Yep. Thank you again so much for
Okay.
being here. And get
Have
some
fun.
sleep.
I appreciate you.
Appreciate you. Good night.
And if you're still here in the morning, I can join again.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Bye.
Bye bye. Like the fundamentals of power in that, and that's holy, but it's also undead. Maybe we try one E. Otherwise, it's one L. One E. Yes. How do I know if this is the right book? It's not because it's not placed correctly because That's showing up yellow. Oh, I can switch them like this. Oh. Okay, okay. But so this is not one E. Maybe it is one. Oh. Does chat want to help me figure this out sometimes? Because there's so many books. Okay, this is the correct one. We're doing good. Then we have to place them in the correct order as well. I can switch. Okay. Then this is the then let me check because I think I might have fucked up a little bit. Thank you everyone for being super kind to my guest of for the I really appreciate her coming in because as I said, like I told her like yeah, put everything here that's holy, but yeah, no, I said to her like I have been I'm a little anxious when when I haven't streamed for days, even though I have been streaming now for like 10 you want to help sort books out at 9 AM? Oh yeah, it's morning for you. Yes. So when do you plan to finish cleaning your room? Never. Yeah, I do need to clean my room in real life as well. But no, we're just gonna keep going and keep chapping and keep chatting. I put everything in that one. Okay, so I should go there. But look who made such a fucking mess. Like, look at all those books. It is a lot. Wait, is that a game? Maybe there are games like that. You do have actually a game. Oh, this is correct. Wait, rolling is really. Or this is another book. Should also go here. Is this then 2L as well? So we can make them prettier. The thing is, I have seen a lot of people play this, but I looked it up last time when I wanted to go play it. How many hours it would take, maybe. We're gonna see how much energy I got. Okay, but now I'm just making sure that the books that I did place are correct. Yes. Okay, because it does confirm them. I'm making more of a mess. Funny enough, I'd be excited to play that game, but I can't be fucked with cleaning my own room. How about you organize my Tarkov stash instead? Okay, yeah, sure. If you come clean my room, I will clean your Tarkov stash. That's a good deal. But no, okay, so if you do like that, Vegemins, there are like, I also bought like a cleaning simulator thingy, actually. Deal? Oh, nice. Good one. You wouldn't mind if I just throw away, no way, your room can be worse. But the thing is, I actually have a whole house, so does it just include this room? Does it include my living room as well? My bedroom is pretty clean. The kitchen as well. Instead of just picking up a couple, I can just pick up everything. Oh, what's this? The note. Listen to me because this is very important. What that fairy did. See, okay, see? I wanted to know who made such a fucking mess here, but they do tell us. I was just getting to cleaning because I do like cleaning, like organizing. I don't like cleaning, but I do like organizing. But okay, listen to me because this is very important. What that fairy did, that nasty, stupid fairy, is a total disaster. It has turned my beautiful library into a complete mess, a disaster like nobody has ever seen before. So here's the decision for you, the librarian. You are in a very tough spot, a very bad situation, but I've got the only solution. You're not leaving this library. You're staying right here until every single volume, every magnificent book is back in its proper place. Those doors are staying shut. Sealed. You've got your wits and you've got your arms. Use them. Work hard. If you don't get it done, you're looking at extreme overtime until late at night. Maybe even midnight or later. Well, that's the thing. I'm thinking this is gonna take us hours, but okay, yeah. It's gonna be a long night, very tough night, because we need law and order in this library. Why didn't you come help me then? You But if you finish, and I mean finish perfectly, 100%, I'm gonna give you a reward. Okay, but Birders, are you listening? They're talking. Pizza! Pizza's the reward! Okay, worth it. I kind of want to do this now, but we just... It depends on what time we finish, but maybe if I finish this... Love you too, little food. Thank you so much for being here. Need to get to the chicken stream, but sending all the love. He's doing the community night. Oh, salty. Or silky? Salty or silky? You want to give Full Throttle Chicken Hog a shout out? This sounds something familiar to what I've seen on the Corn Hub. I don't know so they locked me in here almost, right? But I'm gonna get pizza with the best pizza I ever had. Huge slices, the best topping, beautiful cheese. It will be fantastic. Now get to work and get those books back on those shelves. Thank you. I kind of want to know now. Like, okay, as I said, like, if it takes forever, it takes forever, okay? If we are still going by morning, and then I finish, I'm gonna order pizza for breakfast. Deal? Deal. And both Little Food, yeah. By the way, Little Food, I read earlier, like in Mathematics chat, I think, that this is the last day of your sling. I don't know if you're still listening, but congratulations. I hope you're getting rid of that sling very, very soon. Okay, now we just... How many books can we carry? How strong are we? Okay, we can carry like 10 books at a time. Now we just picked up a shit ton of books. I don't know if this is a good tactic, though. Good, you can eat pizza while cleaning my stash? Oh, that's also a situation that you might have heard on Corn Up.
So give me 1 second here.
Thank you. There's your chicken. If you see his gloves, I wanted to say Little Chicken, but that's because my previous work used to be Little Chicken Game Company. And it's actually the name of the company with a little chicken as a logo. Do it, yes! So I still have to wear it while doing stuff, but I can take it off when resting. Nice! That's such a difference already, right? A system for nurturing promotions in guilds. That sounds like something on the second floor. And guilds. Guilds are something with... I want to say management. I'm not sure. 2F, are you here? No? I love the way this looks. But this is also like the thing, like I am like a collector, kind of gamer at heart. I love completionist kind of things, but I also can get frustrated. There's 2F. And this thing holds 3,072 books. Yes, it's 110 degrees. But Birdis, would you trust Movin to clean your turkey stash? Anything that helps me not to deal with it. And we made a deal, Salty. So if I clean his Tarkov stash, he will come clean my room. And I think it's a good deal. And I hope your arm feels better now, Little Food. Yes, I do so too. This is yes. Art is sublime because it has no answer. That's a good title. Okay, but I do want to take these books as well. Can you guys hear the music, like the sound of the game loud enough? Or should I put the game louder? I feel like I'm very loud, but... Gotta go for now, thank you both. Yes, you're welcome, and say hello to Chicken for me. Everything dwarfish, craftsman stuff. Sounds like second floor. Dwarf. Language. Language. Too cute. Too cute. Too cute. Too cute. Okay. Sorry. My turkey stage was so full after Twitch game drops got bugged. It was a nightmare. I forgot that you play turkey as well. I want to see your stash, Salty. The philosophy of sight. Okay, I should just make screenshots or something. Or someone should just put every category. I'm just walking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But I don't wanna cheat. But my memory is really shit. I kind of feel like wanting to type this in chat so you guys can help me. Maybe that would be fun. Then yeah. Because I don't know. Can you guys read this? Maybe I'm just gonna, I don't know. Wait. Is this cheating? Yum, 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 yum. Wait, I just said librarian. Okay, arcane. Librarian. I wanna see this. I don't want to see the correct. I don't want to see the list. I don't want to see all the books. I just want to see the map. Like I share. No, yes. Oh my Jesus! I feel like a boomer. Everything is popping up. Go away, cookies. Yeah, they're so good. Okay. Okay, can I copy paste this in the chat? Hard hear you. Music is a little loud. Really? Oh. I put it down already. Okay, is this gonna be way too big? Yes, this is not gonna work. Or I can put this in the... Maybe I can put this in the Discord. I guess someone... Yeah. What music? And now there's... I'm sorry, that was chicken. I was like, wait, now there's nothing at all. Okay, now you hear the music from the game. But if I switch out, you don't. Okay, let me put this here in the stream. Stream updates. Can't talk. If anyone maybe want to type this in a way that chat can help as well or read with me. But now I can hear, you can hear the game audio. Now you can because I got to switch back here. Now you can hear the game audio. Night. Night, oh wifey. Let me give you an extra huggy. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. There we go. Okay, now you hear the audio. Was copying pasting chicken for shouty? No worries. Okay, this is science. Is there just a category? What's science? I think so. No. The philosophy of science. So that's maybe philosophy. But okay, I put... Yeah, wait. Let me do the Discord thing here as well. If you... Oh god, I forgot about the text to speech.
Dream about games. Or just like a
Yes, exactly. That's all. Where's the J? There's the J. But yeah, there's like a total of... Can't count. Okay, like A to Q. Someone count, please. A number of categories, and there's like a first floor and a second floor, but there's only maps downstairs. And I see as soon as I put it in, that sounds... Yeah. I see then if it's correct or no. But I think it would be fun if people can help. With choosing if it's good. I'm not making sense, but I think you are... you know what I mean. Wait, this is 4. That's 7. I had more philosophy, I thought, but no. Okay, we do have holy magic. That's downstairs. Okay, maybe I should put the game audio now a little louder then. Whoop. Because I put it down because I was chatting as well, but it's relaxing, and then the audio was louder than us. But let me know if the game audio is okay for you guys. Poppers, you forgot your muffin.
Thanks for checking.
Wait, is it organizational discipline? Like how small cracks lead to great rule? So it's discipline, so still I would say management? A quick snack before bed. Just a quick muffin to go. I appreciate you. Wait, F is on that side. Why do I go to the wrong side every time? My gosh. My gosh. Have you guys seen people play this already? No, the muffin was the quick snack, Salty. I do want pizza now. Yeah. Sorry. I got a random sniffle attack. Oh my gosh. Wow. But yeah, for all my lurkers, if you want to, I still gotta make like posts for that. But yeah, we do have the fishing competition. This is the trial month for the fishing competition, I decided. Wait, where was the holy magic? Oh. But the first prize is gonna be the cost and chill minigame. And Silky is gonna definitely win the first prize. It is a rigged competition at this point, but fuck it. Thank you, and thank you, Fishmit, thank you, Salty. We're also gonna have like the prize of the custom fishies. Custom fishies. Okay, wait, sorcery. Oh, this is D. The D. Go to 2D. Now this side, no. That's the D. No, this is no, this E. Wrong side again. The D's there. Fuck yes. Run. She rigged it so bad. Yeah. But okay, but Vegimus, like I still want to check if I have to put on like the countdown thing. Here, there's the D. Okay, yes. Field guide to monsters and the art, and then we can grab another stash. The monsters is in 1A. That's right there. Yeah. And where's art? E. Wait. This side? Yes. Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, you can see the leaderboard from the fishies. Yes, it is showing up now. This is the thing, it is kind of overwhelming if you see just this giant puddle. Maybe I will start like clearing certain sections so I feel like I'm actually progressing. Like I started by just taking out every book that was placed wrong in every bookcase, and like if they light up yellow like this, yeah, okay, this is not the correct spot, but 10, 9, 8, like this, you know they're placed perfectly, but they can also light up in the wrong way. Okay. But I kind of want to feel like we're actually making progress, if that makes sense. And if I look around on the floor, every time after we're done, I'm just getting depressed from all the books that are still here. But yeah, okay, we're starting with clearing all the books from every bookcase that are just like placed like this, like messily. Yeah. I did pick up every other book, I think, in the bookcase that I could. And then I'm just throwing them back on the floor, so we're making another mess, but that way I can take them all with me. We're just dumping everything here. And then I know that everything in all the bookcases is clear to be placed with new books. Yep. Oof. Oh no, you've lost every single one. Why do you keep gambling all your muffins, Salty? My gosh. Okay, dump everything here. No, do. Wait, this one was correct, no? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, we do have one row complete here. Look how pretty. And I'm gonna sort everyone like look extremely nice in the end. We do have a lot of the white books there already. Okay, let me check. You have a muffin gambling addiction. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I should be worried or honored. You can also do, okay, but now I'm just encouraging the gambling addiction, but you can do roulettes as well. Have you seen? Okay, the cursed workplace of a magicless world. So that's the other world stuff, and that's upstairs. Yeah. English muffin! I gotta close my... What? Close the door. Close the window. All my neighbors are awake. How are you doing, English muffin? I now know like a couple of nice other muffins, and you're one of them. But yeah, we know the English muffin, the fudgy muffin, and I actually met another muffin called the newbie muffin the other day, as well as the man of leather. So now we have even more muffins. Ooh, I want to join the raffle. Join. Okay. But where do we go? Magic. Yes, I kind of want to still put this in the chat so you guys can help me. But I wanna, yes. Can I? Okay, 1 second. Gonna put in a little music. And we're just gonna do this. I'm tiny now. I'm gonna show you guys how I do it. We're gonna try and be transparent. We have Call of the Lamb. I'm just gonna call this. Can I change this category? Okay. And then we put. That's the thing. I don't think I can send the message big enough. So we're just gonna put it as 2 messages. Another one. And ooh, keep fishing, guys. Keep fishing. But yeah, again, like I'm so fucking grateful for 500. This is so insane. I've been streaming for only 10 months. Well, no, yeah, I think almost 11. Almost 11. Yes. Because the first month I started was in August, but then I just did like a couple of streams more to test stuff out. I did Marvel streams, but stuff was really laggy. Really laggy. Oh my gosh, pardon me. I can just click this, and there's a Dungy. Thank you. Okay, if we do this. And then we do this. Wait, first join Arcane Library. Bam. That is a little big. Oh no, now I've removed your pin message, Salty. I'm sorry. Oh no. I'm sorry. You can put it back. Okay, but now you can guys, if you want to help, like see the categories, then I put the thingy in there, so you guys can actually help me as well, like to figure this out. So I can put it on this one, so you can read. Like I'm a little tinier. I'm bigger in the vertical one. Then you get a big muffin. But I'm smaller the other one. What? Wait, old wifey. Wait, I still have to work on the. Oh my gosh! Wait, is old wifey still here? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I didn't even notice because I don't think the thing shows like the notification thing is correct, or I was just completely forgetting it. That is also a really big chance. I'm not gonna lie because I'm getting fucking distracted today. But holy shit, old wifey just donated 13.50 to round the number up to $120 now already. So I think like so far Mud Dog has donated, Salty donated, Eggborn donated. I donated myself as well when we hit like the 400 to 450. Or no, on my birthday, I think. I donated like the 25 to round it up to 50. Something like that. But that's the thing. I didn't keep a record. Only up at the last donation. So if you made a donation, let me know. Because I want to make like a list of honor just for everyone helping with the donations, because like I appreciate every bit, every sub, everything, because I actually do need the money myself to live at this moment because I'm still without income. But I do not want to pressure anyone, and the fact that people are donating to the foundation without me just promoting it that much, because I did promote it back in May when we had like the World IBD Day. But I haven't promoted it that much, but I did want to put it up still because it's very important. You also donated, yeah? Wait. That's the thing, like I didn't make a list. I feel so bad. Because yeah. There we go. Okay, I just put it like in a stream updates to remind people. Because yes, as I said, I want to make like a list of it, so we can actually like make, I don't know, just like a list of honor in the. Now I can. Okay, is this cheating if I do this? It does feel a little bit like cheating, but okay. I was just there and I was going away again. I want to go to the other world things. Wait, but that's mystery, history, travel. Does it say travel? It doesn't say travel, does it? Yeah, the travels of other world, that's true. The cursed workplaces of a magicless world. Are those like management and stuff, or are those the travels? Wait, we're gonna test. Yes, okay. The arcane detective files. And keep on fishing. The fishing is, wait, I can put the fishing down there. Oh, that's Pando. Fish. So you can still read the categories if you guys want to help. Okay, detective files. Mystery novels? So that's the M. I feel like I'm just going back and forth. But oh my god, I didn't even see the donation from old wifey. And then she said night, so I'm just gonna send her a little whisper. I think that's better because I feel bad that I didn't respond. Old wifey. Okay, there we go. Again, as I said, this is important to me. So yep. Don't know if my sister would love or hate this game. She is a librarian. I look at your list and I'm already confused. You're all good. You're all good. Little stream gift? What you mean for the sister? Yeah, the thing is, like, there's actually a letter here. Okay, let me turn down the music in the game like a little bit because that's the thing. It switches. Is that just this one? That's better. Okay, so the Pixel, I don't know if you heard me like read this. But yeah, like you are actually locked in this library because you are the librarian in this game. So it would be perfect maybe for your sister, but it is also very, very frustrating because there is like a fairy that just did something completely horrible. They messed up this entire library and you are locked in the library until you finish it perfectly. Then you get like, and your freedom and pizza. And I said I kind of want to challenge myself because I did want to play this game in one go. It is dependable, like I still, if I crash, I crash, and then we go sleeps, of course. But if I can still go on and I'm kind of hyper, all libraries need a ferry. No, we don't need the ferry. The ferry messed it up. But I'm kind of hyper because we reached the 500 goal and I'm like, fuck yeah. So if we can still keep going, I want to finish the whole game. And then if we are finishing it in the morning, which I hope kind of not, but maybe, then we can order pizza to celebrate. She doesn't play PC games, is send her a link though. Maybe you can send her like a YouTube video or something, or the stream. No, but like, yeah, a YouTube video or a VOD or something from the game to watch. Okay, where was the philosophy? We did do a lot of philosophy already. That's the J. I do feel like I'm going to the wrong side every time. Yes. The philosophy are basically all the white books. That's kind of a nice way to remind ourselves. This is the self. We already have one. And this is volume 7. Now we have the prophecy of the advent of the great king of terror. Like, it doesn't say what kind of book it is. You only have the title to go by. And some books, like, for example, what I said, like the white books, it kind of makes sense. Maybe I do want to work from one category. Because I'm walking around too much now. I'm just gonna collect all the white books. It doesn't guarantee that they are the philosophy books, but there are a lot of the philosophy books that are white. This is healing. Okay, where's the healing? 1K. And then we do have like some philosophy. There. That's something called the Grand Tulip of Healing. Okay, this is volume 4. Ethics. This is also healing 3. And then we have healing magic. Volume 9. That's philosophy. Okay. Then we have some other stuff that I'm not 100% sure. But we're still just... Maybe this is like a better tactic. What do you guys think? Is it still the healing? Then, yeah, because otherwise we are going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and that's just, yeah. I feel like that would take forever. But we do have a lot of... Okay, wait. The companions of... Wait. Companions... Paper pure, blah, blah, blah. Is this not also healing? No. No. Okay. Oh, wait. Every time I click away with my mix it up because... Okay, we're good. I'm struggling with my setup tonight. That's what I said. That's what you get when I forgot to stream, basically. Holy mess, that library is a mess, Muffin. I know, Salty. That's the whole point. There are 3,072 books. And look, we cannot go out because there are no ways to leave this library until everything is sorted. So we're literally magically sealed in this fucking library. It's yep. Let me also give you guys another dungeon by the way. Dungeon. But it is kind of comforting. What is this? This is undead and holy. Then maybe this one goes here. Yes. Okay. But then the soul, mind, and body, are they truly distinct? It sounds like a sort of philosophical. Yes, that's a word, philosophical question. But I'm not sure. But this feels like a good tactic, no? Okay, so we have the philosophy of mana and willpower. Do we already have one here? No. We put that one there. Teachings of the great philosophers of magic. Is this philosophy? No. This is philosophy. Okay. Do we have this one already? Yes. Do we have this one already? Is it just gonna be me staring at books like... No. 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 Okay, so I don't know these. But we are making more progress, I feel like, if we're grouping it, no? That's gonna be a long stream. Yeah, Salty, I know. That's the thing, so that's why I didn't want to start it last time. Because this, I saw some people play the game before. Like, I didn't look at the actual gameplay because I didn't want to spoil it for myself. But I did feel like a little bit of how much time it would take to finish. And as I said, we're gonna see. Maybe we're gonna split it up. Maybe this is just gonna be the week that I finish it. That's also possible. But I do want to finish it in one go before switching to other games again. Okay, but where do we go with the soul, mind, and body? Are they truly distinct? What is that then? Physical? Do I? I think so, maybe? Oh my god, there's another raffle. Okay, wait. I don't like the fact because I'm playing Borderless Windowed. It should continue the sound whenever I switch out, right? But it's stopping the music every time. This is also not physiology. I cannot pronounce that, man. Where's that L? Oh, that's the L. Wait. Oh, you can pin that comment. Yes, thank you. And indeed, thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for helping me reach the 500. Hey, I'm so very fucking happy. Okay. Fish, 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 fish. Okay. So, soul, mind, and body. Are they truly distinct? Sociology? What do you guys think? Like, that's the thing. I thought maybe first it was like a philosophical question. But no. Then maybe like physiology. I cannot pronounce that in English. I don't know. Physiology. But maybe it's no. But it doesn't sound like sociology, no. Dream Elements got some junk. Yeah. But it doesn't. Okay. No. Okay. I don't know where this book should be, and it's bothering me. I don't know where this book should be. It is a mystery to me. It's not a curse. Is it maybe about transfiguration? Because you use... No. People help. Maybe I'm just gonna dump all the soul, mind, and body things in a corner here and then decide later. Or I'm just gonna run past every bookshelf. But that doesn't feel... This doesn't feel right. But I'm trying with 3 different categories that I was thinking already. That didn't make sense. But now we're just trying to find this the cheating way. I don't like it. But I got so many books from this one. Yeah, that was my first guess. That sounds like a philosophical question. Jesus, I can't pronounce things tonight. But it didn't give the blinky. I'm going back there to check. So look, this is the philosophical questions, but it doesn't give the... Oh, my light turned off. Am I super dark now? No, it's okay. It doesn't make sense. Okay, I feel like I'm going crazy. Did I just not see the blinky? Or should this not be put in any bookshelf? Okay, we have a tactic. I'm gonna dump all the white books here. Tactic, everything falls to the ground. Oh my gosh. Oh my Jesus. Okay, let me switch back to this one again, but because you guys are getting as confused as I am. Oh my gosh. Okay. Maybe this is all healing stuff. We're gonna look for the healing stuff. Heals. Oh wait, this is philosophy again, no? Healing. That is philosophy. Because I thought all the white books were the philosophy ones. That's the history one. This is such a mess. How can anyone find anything here? This is like my worst nightmare as well. Like if I was a librarian like your sister, Yeah, I would just say no thank you. Wait, philosophy, power, and ethics. Philosophy, power, and ethics. Philosophy, restraint. Great philosophy of magic. Philosophy of mana, willpower. See, that's what I mean with the blimp. It gives like a little shine whenever it, yeah. How do you say it? Whenever you place a book correctly? Wait, is this a heal? Yeah. Yeah. That's holy magic. Heals. Heals. Oh my god, I have too many. Okay, I think this is a good tactic. Like some are really. Yep. Where was the heals again? Heal. 1k. Oh, one Nikki. Wow. I appreciate everyone lurking as well, by the way. So happy we reached the fucking 400, like, amazing. This is healing, oh yes. You can have all the white ones there and all the red ones on the side. But this is introduction. What was this? No more healer. Introduction to healer stuff over there. And then the fundamentals over here. For principles are here. Introduction. I keep forgetting that you can just scroll through them, but yeah. One goes there. Spells for curing pores. We don't have that one, no? No, we do not have that one yet. Okay, mistakes. Then same one. Oh, there we go. The Grand Companion. We do have. Wait. For principles. I placed that wrong. There you go. I was like, I did place. Good job. This is No More Healer, Complete Guide, Volume 10. See, I think this will look pretty. So all the red and the white ones are healing kind of books. That makes sense. Yeah. I hope you're waking up a little bit, Veggie. Did you have a good night's sleep, by the way? It's not like, what is it, 10 in the morning almost for you? Did you sleep already? Or did you just not sleep? That's also a possibility. That is very true. It's the Kill! Hi Kill! I missed you. How are you doing? Formation and maintenance, large sacred barriers, sacred stuff is all holy, I think, right? But I wanna finish the healing stuff. We're just gonna do one category per time now. I'm switching tactics like every fucking 5 minutes, and I don't know if that's a good idea. But we gotta start somewhere. I think therefore I am. That is philosophy, no? You haven't slept? Oh no. Because like I saw you yesterday, you were live still. Well, you're always happy to just chill here, you know that. If you do need to get some sleep at some point, that's also all good. Okay. Ontological problems, that's logic. This is sacred stuff. We're playing some arcane library, by the way, Kill. That's the holy stuff. I don't know if you already saw this game or not, but it's look, this is a giant ass mess. The library is attacked by a fairy, fucking stupid fucking fairy. And the librarian, like the university director, She wants us to clean up this entire library before we're allowed to leave. But if we do it perfect, we get pizza. Oh my god, Kill, do you have a goal again for what? Oh, Johnny! Johnny! I almost typed John instead of John. Join! Oh my god, I know I can pronounce. Okay, now I kind of feel like I need to see a little more John. Does someone want to play Clippy John? These are the other white books that I dumped, no? Because there are a lot of the white books. No, this is the Holy, yeah. I don't know where the Soul Mind Body one goes, but I think we're just gonna figure it out later. Okay, but we can scroll through them, so we can go this, and then we have the introduction of healing magic. You guys can see if I hover over them, but there's a list behind my camera, so I can switch to the other one. There's a boss? No, this is just a dungeon, but I do want to do a boss if you want to do a boss. Okay, wait, this is Introduction Magical Healing. Volume 10. And then the 4 principles we have over here. Volume 6. Introduction to Healing Magic. Volume 5. And this is all philosophy, so now let's just get every other philosophy on the way. That's all the holy stuff. Holy stuff, philosophy. I don't know what that is. Healing. Okay, I will get like the rest of the healing as well. This is philosophy of science. Is that damn philosophy? Or is it science? I'm just gonna drop that one. There's more healing. Wait, we're right there. Let's just finish all the healing while we're here. Oh wait, I messed that one. There we go. Yes, we got this one, fundamentals. There we go. This one, volume 1. That's all philosophy. We're making progress. Like I'm actually really enjoying this. There's the Tangia boss fight. Oh my god, fuck yeah, boss. Oh my god, you hear the music? Wait. You hear the music? Thank you for the biddy, Salty. Thank you for the boss fight. I still want to put in that custom bosses. Like if you want to, I would love to put in the karma boss that you made. Okay, we got heals. This is confusing. I thought all the heals were like red white, but there's also the red ones, which is making it even more confused. This is just a mess. Okay, this is like a, yeah. What's this? Wanted, dead or alive? The stupid fairy. We were to fly yesterday. Oh my gosh. Yes, the custom dungeons as well. The muffin fairy, it does look like a muffin a little. A muffin bear. With a little swirl in his head. But yeah, the stupid fairy is the one that messed up the fucking thing. Stupid fairy. Oh my gosh. Philosophy. Oh wait, we have too much philosophy. Okay, we're just gonna take this one and we're gonna go to the philosophy now. That's what I mean. Now it's switched back in the game and I don't know how the sound is for you guys. Yes. It is very fucking loud. Those are random sound effects? Yeah. Every time that I apply the audio, then it's good again. So I don't know I don't know. Salty, do you still have the files? Like, I know you sent them earlier to me. Maybe you can also just ping them and we can, I can put them in. I can't put them in right now so we can test it. Kind of want to put it in. Wait, what is this? This is Philosophy of Mana and Willpower. Do we have more of that? Yes. We have volume 6. And this was Philosophy, Power and Ethics. No. Do we have Introduction to Magical Determinism? Yes. And volume 5. Then we have Philosophy of Science. I didn't pick that up. Okay, this is the Philosophical Studies. No, yes. Philosophy of Self and Other. Yes, we have 8. And we have 1. No, yes, no, yes. But then, okay, oh, here we have more. Ethics, no. Teachings of Great Philosophers in Magic. That's not the right place. There's... I think, therefore I am. That's this one. We're doing good. We're doing good. I think it's back on chat. I clean PC after Maximum Movie. Hi, Dad. How you doing? There you go.
That's Gunagami has redeemed their
That's a Gunagi. Wow, wow. That's the speech. Wow. Wow. How you doing, Dad? Wait, let me. But in the clip he does play in the music. The music of the game's so much louder. You're back from Vacay with the fam. Oh, where did you go for Vacay? And did you have an amazing time or like the best time ever? Yeah, those are the two options if you go from Vacay. Tell me everything. And yes, but they should be in the chat still, no? And you cleaned your PC after. Ah, that makes sense. I would still have them in the chat then. Just to the trading with, but smoke pushed us home. Canada's burning right now. Oh no! Oh my gosh, this is super loud again. And then it's super soft again. Maybe that is a little buggy. I don't know. Okay, this is all holy. Are we gonna go for holy? We are playing, by the way, we're playing the librarian arcane. What's it called again? Full thing. Tidy up the arcane library. We are locked in this library until we have sorted that entire fucking mess. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So we're gonna be here a while. Now I'm trying to focus on like categories. I'm trying to figure out what the best tactic is to just clean up, because you have to do it perfectly. You cannot just put books in a shelf. No. You have to put books in the correct shelf from the correct category every time. So that's why I'm now trying to focus on healing and philosophy, because those are like the white books, so they kind of are, yeah, how do you say that, easy to spot? Yeah, because there was a stupid fairy which messed up the entire library, and that is wanted, dead or alive, and if you find it, you are the employee of the year. And if we do get out and sort everything perfectly, then, okay, I think there where I am. This is, no. Then if we sort everything perfectly, then the director, the owner of the entire university is gonna buy us pizza, like the best pizza we have ever seen in our entire life. And I did set a goal now as a sort of a joke, but I'm gonna see. We're just gonna see what the energy is tonight. If I'm gonna be hyper as fuck because I had reached 500, so that's why I'm like, oh yeah. And if I cannot sleep, then we're just gonna continue until I actually finish. So we are gonna do like real life. I'm gonna lock myself in this stream with you guys until I completely finish. Oh my god, I'm getting so annoyed though by the audio. Aja. But yeah, no, then blah, blah. And I'm gonna lock myself in a stream, and then if I am still working on the books by the time it is morning and I can order food, I will order myself pizza as fucking breakfast to celebrate we finished it, sorting through this entire library. Yeah, let me read up. So yes, you were back because of the smoke, because Canada was burning, and that's the ultimate cathartic sorting game. Oh yeah, the game. Yes, it is amazing. I'm so sorry to hear about like the smoke. Is it really bad? Is it forest fires and stuff? I live under a rock 9 out of 10 times, so forgive me for not knowing anything about it. But please feel free to enlighten me. My god, there's so many books, but they're so pretty as well. Like, I do really appreciate the art of this game. And the kitchen, wow. Oh wait, I'm already stuck on philosophy books again, okay. Okay, wait. We begin with the other and the self. Then I think, therefore I am. We have over here teachings. We have over here. Right? Wait. Teachings? Philosophy? Teachings? Yes. I knew we had it. Okay, philosophical. This is going great with pronouncing stuff tonight. Falafel studies in magic. That's not what it says, but that's what my mind read. Okay, falafel. Yeah. Here we go. I knew we had some. It's rough that are alive after a fucked up library. It's serious stuff. Yes, it is. There was so big fires last year we smelled smoke in Ireland? Oh my gosh, from the smoke and the fires in Canada? Really? Wait, I still forget every time I can scroll. Okay, we can do this. Self and other goes here. Then we have the philosophy studies. No. Philosophy of science, yes. And this is healing. We still have one for the ethics. We already had one ethics book, no? Yes. See, we're making progress this way. We're already almost at 100 books. But yes. Okay, the game is just... I think we should just keep it on 50. Maybe because it's just loading the music every time. Okay. There's probably more philosophy books, but now we're just gonna go down for healing again. I think. Playlist? Yeah, but okay, that's what I mean. Do you hear the music in the game? Because I do like the music, but I can also just mute the music and put on my own playlist or put on the song requesting. But as I said, like the music is kind of pretty. The philosophy, healing, philosophy, holy light. I don't know, it does match the vibe. But yeah, no, can you hear the music of the game? And what would you prefer? Like, I could even put up like a poll to check if we want to have like music from the game or music from the muffin. Do you like the music? Okay, we still have more ethics. Number 7. Then philosophy of mana, willpower. We have over here, right? Yes. We're making so much progress here. And then we have the I think, therefore I am, and the philosophy of science. Wait, science is this one, no? Yeah. Volume 8. And I think therefore I am is over here. Maybe I am gonna change. Like, that's the thing. I want the books to match even better in the end. So maybe we are gonna change like some, you know what I mean? Like maybe we change like one whole row to another one. Can you separate it from YouTube? Yes, because I did put it up now for the VOD. I think that... Yeah. Yep. I think so. Because yeah, that was like an issue with my VODs. I have been trying this new thing where I automatically post the VODs after oh, this is like a philosophy one. No, I post the VODs to my YouTube channel, so we have like a whole record of all the VODs over there. But I fucked up the settings again with the music being split. That was not good. I've been editing all the music videos, everything. Oh my god, another healing one. But we're having more philosophy. I'm never going to the healing ones in this one. But we're still making progress, but I feel like I'm going slower, but... One more of this. And one more of these. And one more of these. Okay. I still want to go that way because I keep running past the healing book over there. And now I am gonna go for the heals. This one. There are so many books everywhere. Like, it is a little overwhelming that you just like almost don't know where to start or where to go. But that's why I'm like, okay, if I focus on like a certain type of book, that can help maybe. Okay, healing is over here. 4 principles. No, wait, this is the Grand Campaign. We have one of those. Volume 3. And we have the... This is healing magic. Yes, we have one of those. Volume 4. Then this is spells for curing poison. Then no more introduction. No, we don't have that one. No more healer. Yeah, we do have you. And we have you. And we have this one. This one is the fundamentals of... Yeah. We have this one. Wait. I'm confused. Does this still count as... No. This is white. Okay, we're gonna change that one. Because I do... That's what I said. Like, I wanna keep them together. Star Wars! Hi! How you doing?
Thanks for checking in.
Okay, we're gonna steal all those books. And then, because then this is all white together, that looks really nice. And then this is all red together. These are gray, so we're just gonna put them here. That makes, yeah. Oh no. 2, 3, I can count, see? I'm so good. See, that looks prettier. Yeah. You're good. What are you? What kind of a peanut butter banana? Peanut butter banana. Fuck yeah. It's a nice one. We're playing some Arcane Library. No, Librarian Arcane. Oh my god, I keep forgetting the whole title. Librarian Tidy Up the Arcane Library. Yep. We do. Oh, and star. We have amazing news. We reached 500. Wait, 4 principles of the healers. I think that's also still healing. I don't know the soul, mind, and body. Philosophy. Healing. Healing. Philosophy. Healing. Backseat gaming? Wow. Ethics. Healing. Healing. The strongest argument is obsessed with me. The girl is Sarah Magic. Oh my gosh. Some of these book titles. Yeah, you seen your brother? It's amazing. Okay, now we're still downstairs. So now we have everything here. Okay. For principles. Yeah. This is the Grand Companion. No, here. No, here. Fundamentals. You go here. And you go there. And you go there. And you go there. Okay. We're doing good. We're over 100. Just 1,900 more to go. Like, look, you see the entire game here. So you guys can see the stats with me. I think that is nice. Because I'm trying not to pay attention to it too much. We're just gonna see how far we can get. I think that's a good one. Because I only have one monster, I forgot to order groceries for tomorrow, so I have to do groceries or order groceries for Saturday and just survive until I can order pizza. Because yes, I did set myself now for a challenge. Like if I have the energy, I want to stay awake until I finish this whole thing. But I think it's gonna take like 10 hours or something. So I'm not 100% sure if that's the best idea. But it's fun. Metal Letters! Hello! Holy shit, welcome in!
Welcome, 30
How was your
from a man of
stream?
letters. Ty
Thank
for
you so
joining
much for
us.
choosing me
Feel
to
free
rate
to drop
today.
a
I
in chat
appreciate
and
you
get
so much,
cozy.
you amazing
If you'd
human
like to see
being.
more
Holy
of
fuck!
this muffin, don't forget to follow.
Wait. Let me pause 1 second. Hello. I am the baked good that giggles a lot. Yes. And that reminds me of the giggle thing in the chat where he calls me the giggle muffin, and that is true. That is very true. Yeah, because now you're making me, okay. Hi, letters rate. Oh, Salty, you're also rating it. Thank you for the Clippy. Yeah, it does automatically play a Clippy when someone rates it, so that's awesome. But hi, gotta support my supporters. Yes, celebrate the big 500. I reached my goal just before starting stream today. Giant bottle of water because I'm just yapping the whole time. And actually, Miss Relaxing Gaming, who, I introduced now. Oh my god, I still get stuck. Oh no. Now I feel embarrassed because I still didn't have time to change it. Because I was staying at my mom early this week. Oh, okay, we're gonna check if it works. Oh no! Oh, I'm also rating it myself. Nice. Okay, now I'm just embarrassed, but go check out the mail letters. I'm so sorry, I still didn't do. Like, you see the procrastination. I even asked what the big goal was, but didn't see if you answered till before we rated in. I was like, wow, nice. Nice. Okay, I don't know if I. No, yeah, I saw that too, Miss Relaxing, but I didn't want to spoil. I don't know. I feel like really self conscious about like saying stuff like that in other people's chats because then I feel like I'm self-promoting and I don't know if everyone appreciates that or not. So I think I just kept it really fake. Like I hit a big goal and I'm dancing through the house now because I was really happy. Because I was at 4 something before. And then Cross the Buck, who is still lurking as well. He's like cleaning house and everything. He was doing a big great stream. And my friend Salty, who you know. If I'm asking, it ain't self-promoting, it's me promoting. I know, but I don't think I heard you ask because then I probably went to prepare for stuff. Hi, Gregory.
Thanks for checking in.
Hi, Greg. So many shit. We got so many people here now. It's awesome. Thank you so much again. But yeah, so no, yeah. He gave me like a last shout out, like, okay, people just get her to 500. She needs like 2 people more. And I was having like my OBS open to start up, to set up the stuff before stream. And then I got like spammed with just these emote things and the boom da boom da boom. I'm just gonna call it boom da boom da boom. And I was like, holy fuck, we reached the goal. So this is a really nice welcome back after my 4 or 5 days of like a breaky. Oh my god, 2 seconds. Am I gonna make it? Am I gonna make it? Join. Oh, I'm sorry, Salty. I missed your dungeon. If you do need to raid and run, by the way, Man of Letters, feel free. Make sure to take care of yourself. Make sure to get a drink, a snack. And what were you playing again? I have been checking in with a lot of people earlier today. I was in your stream because I'm raiding into it myself, but what were you doing? And do you want to tell people who you are and how amazing you are? So you can promote yourself as well to my people. I would like that. Do some me promoting. I like that one as well, like me promoting. I'm gonna remember that. Wait, now I'm... Okay, this is a lot of healing. But the healing is downstairs. By the way, welcome. Okay, I need food, but I will be back. We were pirating. Yeah, Black Flag. Yeah. Welcome in, Raiders, by the way. I am indeed the Giggle Muffin. I will say hello on the big screen for 1 second. Hello. I have hair, I promise. It's just back here. I'm growing it out. It's messy as fucking plop for today. And yeah, you were playing Black Flag Resync, loving it, but gotta stop myself from playing as it's 2 a.m. I know the struggle. It is still same time zone, so happy time zone to you, sir. To you too, sir. Yeah. I've been wanting to play this game that I'm doing right now, like Arcane Library. Keep messing up the title. Librarian, the Arcane, cleaning up the Arcane lib. I'm just gonna do this. I keep messing up the title. Librarian, tidy up the Arcane Library. I can talk. Yes, I can do that. Okay, we're playing that, and I've been wanting to play that like a long time already. But I kind of set a goal for myself that if I was gonna play it, I want to finish it in one stream. I do. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. Am I pronouncing your name right? Let me know. Hello there, you can do it. Thank you for that encouragement, and thank you for the first time chat from your Raider. A Man of Letters is awesome. Like the cheese, you got a Gouda cheese. Nice. Are you also a Dutchie, or you just really like Gouda cheese? I fucking love Gouda cheese, man. Yeah, so no, I'm playing the Arcane Library. We're now like 2 hours in because the first 2 hours we were just yapping. I had Miss Relaxing over as a guest in my stream. So we were just yapping for the first 2 hours about like mental health and disabilities and all that great stuff that people normally don't talk about, but it was a good conversation. And then we switched to the game. And I've been trying some different tactics, but yeah, as I said, like I kind of wanted to challenge myself to see. Oh, it's exploding again with the Pikuda. Thank you so much again. But if we can finish this, like the director with Miss Thingy, I can show you the letter again. As we've been asked to, because if you can read it, like it is a little small, but yeah, we have been locked in this library. So until we finish sorting the whole library, we cannot leave this room. And if we finish it perfectly, which means sorting every book into the correct category in the correct order as well with all the volumes and stuff, then we get a pizza. So I was like, that's actually kind of a nice challenge because if I keep going until I finish the game, then it is already morning again. And by the time it's morning again, I can probably order food. And I didn't really eat a lot of dinner. I ate a quiche with a tiny little quiche. And I am kind of hungry, but I don't have snacks because I forgot to do groceries. So it was like, it's kind of a good goal to celebrate for myself as well that I hit the 500. That if I complete the game in one go, then we're just gonna order. Side note, like if I am too tired, I will just go to sleep because I'm not gonna push myself like crazy, and then we're gonna finish it like in the week. But I kind of want to see how long it will take. You ate a quickie? Do you know that joke too? Okay, so yeah, Salty sent me that the meme thing. Yes, like I got a quickie, a quiche, a quickie. I showed Salty my quiche and he sent me the video. Oh, that was so good. Hello. Wait. I'm missing something. Great! Great, thank you for the 15 stream streak. I appreciate you. Fuck yes. Wait, let me give huggies to Gray. And yes, I saw. I ate a nice quickie. Mm-hmm. Like, I love how the waitress just slaps him in the face for that as well. Enjoying? A little quickie comes handy. Okay, so to clarify for the people just coming in, it was a quiche. Quiche. A quiche, ready. Okay, now my thingy moves again. A quiche. Why is everyone joining? What are we joining? The raffle. Join the raffle. Hello, Kill. Hello. And hello. Yes, I like you guys saying hi to each other. I love how supportive and appreciative everyone is tonight. Thank you so much. This is an amazing stream. But yes, okay, so if we can finish this, then we are gonna order pizza. But we have been going for 2 hours of game time here now. And we are at 115 books, which sounds like a lot. And it feels like a lot. But we have 3,072 books to go. By the way, do you prefer this layout where you can see like the numbers and all the books that I'm holding as well? Or just the big one? But then I am kind of hiding the list. So let me know in chat which one you prefer. I am now just doing like the tactic where I'm focusing on the categories. And I know like the healing stuff because we're making a lot of progress here. So I was like, if I can finish... Now it's really loud again. Why do you keep doing this to me, game? Now we're gonna pitch you a little softer again. There you go. I know if it's really loud to you guys too, but it is a little bit loud for me. Wait, that's fun. No. What do we have? No more healer div. We have that one. 5. And number 8. There we go. And the healing magic for the proclaimed mind. That one is here. We have volume 2. The spells are here. We have volume 10. And then we have the advanced healing, volume 5. And that is all philosophy. No chicken music. Sound is okay. Nice. How are you doing, by the way? Great. Thank you so much for the 15 stream streak. That is so nice. That's a lot, man. I appreciate you. Gray is my mod, always lurking in the shadows. Yeah. This is more healing. I think we're almost done with the healing. Wait, what do I have? Advanced healing. This is the white one. Advanced healing, volume 8. If you guys want to help me with choosing like which category, which book should be, because like as I said, like the healing and the other one are kind of obvious. I did actually put in like a little Come on, that it just spams a shit ton, so I'm sorry. And there are big comments, but like, so don't spam the comment too much. Maybe I will put it mod only, I don't know. But I just put it in as a little experiment, but most of the people were like a little sleepy. Or just waking up and they were like, I don't know, man, you just do you and we watch. Which I also really appreciate. Wait. Fundamentals of healing. There we go. But some books I don't know yet where to place or where to put. Because we ran into one, for example. I don't know if I can see it. Maybe run into it again, I will show you. With the soul, body and mind stuff. I don't know which category that should be. But yeah, we know the categories because there are like maps over here that show us where to put which book. We have the first floor and there's like a whole different categories from monsterology to what is it, alchemy and potion making and everything in between. Because they're all magic kind of categories. I gotta put my Discord thingy a little tiny. Wait. Where should I put this? Over here. This is better. Yeah. Or here. Yeah. And then we have this side, and this is more the, I don't know, other kind of categories like your warrior, archery, daily magic, language, dungeons. Also the travels of the other world. And there's one book there that really is really funny. What was it called? Like something about like they worship some invisible god called Wi-Fi. That made me laugh way too much. But yeah. So now we are focusing like on the white books because I recognize those books. Like we have white and red books, which are healing books, and then just the full white books that were the philosophy ones. Because then I was like, okay, let's try that tactic to just, I don't know, sort through the different categories that we got. I am gonna put on some music though. I have decided now. Because yes, I need to stay awake, and however how good the music is, I'm gonna fall asleep just listening to this. I'm gonna put it in 69. Apply. Okay. Now you hear the footsteps and everything. Let me know if this is too loud. I think it's good. And then mute myself here, play music. There we go. Okay, let me know what the volume is. I think it's good. You can still fish, yes. That's very true. You can fish. We have a little fishing tournament going, but it is impossible to win first place. I'm not gonna lie. Like you can just see the leaderboard. Jump up. I'm joining. What jump up? I cannot jump in the game, sadly. Okay, wait. Philosophy of science. We have philosophy of science. Where did I put that one? I have a lot of different philosophy books. Wait. We have philosophy, power, and ethics of science. Or there's a science book. No. Okay, wait. Philosophy, power, and ethics. Yes. It's like, I'm not great. I have seen this. Wait, but this is... Oh, that's healing. Oh, I forgot that healing one. Okay, this is... Do we have more of this? Philosophy, power, and ethics. Yes. 5. This is philosophy, mana. No. Self and other. Yes. Then this is philosophical studies and magic. Yes. This is philosophy science. Blah 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 blah. Or this is focus. No, this is another one. This is teachings. Okay, yeah. So we have volume 2 and volume 1. This is the ethics one for, and this is a healing book. Goddamn. Goddamn. But that was a lot of books, and now we're at 130. You were summoning a karma cookie? Oh my god, I keep, which layout does, oh nice, you put a poll up. Okay, that's what I mean. I keep getting distracted today. Let me check the poll results. Thank you for putting in a poll. The small layout, big layout, house. Okay, so we keep it on this one. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, let me check. Karma, Karma Bean. We summon the Karma. Karma. Oh, we're grabbing a cookie. Okay. You can see the little head there. Little nose coming up. Okay. Come here. Angel, come here. Hello. Are you a little bean? Yes, you are. You're the cutest little bean that you are. Me. Hello, Kushus. You happy? This one is from Salty. Here. Cookie. Yum, 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 yum. Oh my god, you don't have to look so dirty. I know it's a little older cookie, but it's still a good cookie. Yeah. Hi, baby. Say hi, Salty. Hello, I'm a little Karma Bean. There you go, baby. Yum, 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 yum. Are you sleepy, baby? Oop. Ja. Moet je hem op? Kom je hem op? Die twee? Oh. Oké. Oh my gosh, you're so big. You're way too big to be a lap dog. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're still like just clawing your way in me. Baby, I'm not climbable. I'm not a mountain you can climb. I'm not a pillow you can scratch. But I do love you. Okay, this is a Karma Bean with a floppy ear. Wait. So now with a good ear. Hi, boy. Nom, 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 nom. Okay, one more cookie because you're just a cuddlebug. There you go. Oh, you don't want it? Here. Yeah, you do. Yum, yum, yum. Oh. Is it good? Yeah? Are you okay? Yeah? Okay, there was a little. Oh! Jesus. I just wanted to put her down because I was like, I think she's done. She's like, no, Mom, I'm done. Okay. We're good. Thank you. Thank you for the cookie on behalf of Carmi. Let me give you guys another dungeon as well. There you go. Look, I gotta close the man of letters there. Nope. Okay. We're gonna continue with sorting the books because this way we're never gonna finish, but fuck yeah. Thank you for the karma moment. Thank you for the karma moment. Kiki Differs, hi, welcome. So good to see you. I said I was gonna stream later and I still did it. Fuck yeah. I actually had Miss Relaxing Gaming come in here as a little stream guest in the first, 2 hours of my stream? It was a lot of fun. And we made her day a lot better and she shared a lot of good stories and we had some difficult conversations about, no, not difficult, good conversations about difficult topics. That's what I would say. We had good conversation. Salty, do you want to play Clippy from Cheeky Differs? She's a streamer that I suggested to you. Salty was my friend that I brought in your stream. Okay, we're just now trying to focus on finding... Yeah, this one, the soul, mind, and body. Are they truly distinct? I don't know which category that is. Also, I put it on the other one now. There you go. We wanted the small one so you can see everything. This is more fitting for this kind of game. I'm gonna turn down the music a tiny bit. There you go. But yeah, welcome, welcome, and I appreciate you being here, Cheeky.
It means she's full of crap. Don't listen. So, are we going to go in? Are we?
Think therefore I am.
No.
Philosophical studies. Thank you, Sati. Like I cannot open these because I have to find a key, but I feel like the key is under stacks of books. So we're probably gonna find the keys if we clean up more books. I think so. I hope so. There are so many books. My gosh. Okay, don't get overwhelmed. We're doing so good. We're already at 130 from 3,000. Fucking 3,000. There's so many books, but yep. Like, I am getting a little more familiar with the categories. And I do think that if we, like, philosophy, science, okay, yeah. If we scratch off it by category, that it will get easier to find the other books. Like, we can also just go back and forth, but then we have, like, a lot of more walking. I think, therefore, I am. These are all the soul mind. Okay, healing magic. This is all the soul mind stuff. Some you can't even see. What more for the raffle? Bloop! Chicky might have just followed and just lurking along, which is also all good. Oh, we are already full. Okay, wait. We're downstairs, so we're focusing on the healing. Because I know by my, how do you say that? I know by heart now where they are. And the healing are just like, we have found all the collections, so that does help. Okay, we have the 4 principles. Volume 1. We have the healing magic for the proclaimed. Another one. Another one. Okay. And introduction to magical healing is over there. Volume 2. And then the spells and potions are here. Okay, and the rest is philosophy again. We are making progress, but as I said, it's just it does feel lower than I'm probably going, but that's just because there's so many books. How is everyone's night, by the way? How is everyone's day? Because I'm just assuming that it's night because it's night for me, but I do know for a matter of fact that it is morning for some people as well. So just have a happy time zone, as Man of Letters likes to say. Oh no. No. No, go there. Oh, no. Yes. You leveled up! What? We get abilities? Oh, it's time to play. Oh my god, you're petting and playing with the Pendo. And a little treat for the Pendo. Thank you, Gil. Thank you. But oh my god, I didn't even know that we add XP and stuff. Okay, wait. So we can open the ability list, unlock new abilities. You can earn points to level up your major abilities based on the total number of bookshelf rows that have been completed. So it is good that I'm focusing on certain categories first. This is a good tactic. See, we're doing better. The page on the right displays detailed descriptions of each ability, and press your major ability icon to spend points to level up, improving your work efficiency. So then maybe we can carry more books. abilities. Automatically arranges the books in possession in numerical order. Okay. Oh. This way we can find all the books that we don't know. Okay, maybe Hill or Star or Silk or Salty or hey, Conundrum is also here. Hi, Conundrum. Oh, you know my mouth almost. Fuck yeah. Okay, but yes, do you want to put it up to a vote for the chat to decide? So we have to sort. Automatically arranges the books in your possession in numerical order. This ability enters cooldown immediately upon activation. We have Shelf Guide. Shelf Guide highlights the correct bookshelf for the topmost book you are holding, guiding you to its proper location. Then we have Insight, a magic spell using the topmost book as base to cause all books with the same series to glow. The glowing books will be easier to locate among the pile of books. Oh. Auto-shelving. A magical spell that instantly shelves the books in your hands. It's only effective on the bookshelf targeted by the crosshair at time of activation. If there are no matching books in the hand, spell activate. This is good with the kind of way that we go. The second one, yeah, I think so too. Second or the third. Assemble based on the topmost books you're currently holding. Books in the same series will gather in your hand. Oh, that's now one, and then you can upgrade it. So you can upgrade the timing. Okay, I think I agree with you, Veggie. If we do not have a poll, then I will think we'll just go with the second one. Yeah, forget. Yep. Thank you, Veggie. Wait, I gotta make sure that I'm saying hello to chicken. Okay, yes. Okay, so we're gonna go with the inside. And then maybe the next one we can do like the assemble or the auto shelving. They are really, really cool. Yeah, I do know that. Okay, let's get rid of all these books. Because these are all the philosophy books. Not get rid, but just place them in the bookshelf. That is on the other side again. Oh my gosh, okay. There we go. So we have ethics, volume 8. Then we have, I think, therefore I am. Volume. Oh, we have a dungy. The philosophy of the self and the other. Volume 4. Philosophical Studies and Magic, Volume 6. Science, Volume 1. And Volume 4. Making progress. Okay, now we're gonna go for the body and mind stuff. Yeah. Where did I leave them? I think downstairs, right? Which felt a little bit like a cheat, but okay. Okay, so now if I press 2. It is philosophy. Okay, now I'm what the fuck? I'm what the fuck? I'm flabbergasted because that was the first category we tried, but I thought it didn't light up, but I just didn't see it. Okay, let's see. It probably did light up and we just didn't see it. And then we tried every other thing. Because Veggie, you also said it should be like the philosophy. Yes. Okay, guys, mystery solved. Should we try to find more? Yeah. Okay, what should we try to focus still on the healing completion maybe? There's so many. Healing? But healing is small. If you like the playlist, let me know. I can also switch to different vibes, but I think this will keep me awake. Complete shelf to get new abilities. Yes. So focus on the healing, right? Because those are not the... Those are smaller. We have a lot already. Too many books. Okay. But this is a good strategy. Do not switch mid strategy because then we will keep going forever. I'm just sticking out my tongue to the game to focus more. Oh! Fuck, marry, kill. You're gonna fuck Ryo, marry that, and kill yourself! Oh my god, I don't know if we ever had that one in this channel. Don't do it! Don't do it, Salty! We had a whole good conversation about that earlier. You're gonna fuck Mr. and Mrs. Nightmare, marry Stockbottom, and kill Task Pumpkin? Okay, that is kind of dangerous because those are all new people, so I don't know how they would take that. Don't be, just a joke. My gosh. Ethics of magic. Heals. Okay. I feel like we're moving slower, but that makes sense because there's less of the heal philosophy books. We're making progress. I'm just gonna keep, like, I want to have a counter. How many times I was like, we're still making progress when just being at almost 150. It works with this auto stream. I should just hide the number. This way you can know how far we are. Okay, we're full. We're downstairs, so then we're dropping off the heals first. Okay, we got... What's this? Fundamentals Volume 1. And this one, number 3. Okay, that's all philosophy. Oh my god, I need to blink. Do I still have my blink redeem, or did I remove that? I think I might have removed it, but I think it is firing back at me because I kept forgetting to blink. I should look... Like, I'm wearing lenses because I'm secretly blind as fuck. Like, I have minus 4. Hydrates as well. Thank you. Giant bottle. Okay. Bah. But yeah, no, so I have like a -4, so I'm blind from afar. That makes sense. I always forget if it's called far-sighted or nearsighted in English. But I'm something of that, yeah. But then because my lenses also sort of, I don't know, they don't keep your eyes moist, but they do make it easier not to have to blink. But then I can just go without blinking forever, and then my eyes get way too dry. And I'm like, yeah, very charming. Coins. Oh, wait, did I join that raffle? Join. Let me fish a little more again. Fishy. Okay. Oh my god, the fact that you can unlock abilities, that does give me hope. Oh, we're full again. Do we have heals or just... Is it all philosophy? Well, you have more philosophy in the middle there. No wink contact? Well, I used to have like extra oxygen. They would let through extra oxygen. I don't know how to call it in English either. Like oxygen super lenses, whatever. Yeah, that's what we're gonna call them now. And with those, I could just never blink. And I kind of accidentally taught that to myself, I think. I don't know. Philosophy of self and other. We completed another row. We're level up. Oh my gosh, we're doing good. We're gonna complete like a shit ton of rows here because we have been collecting so many books from like the philosophy. Soul, mind, and body 7. Philosophy of mana and willpower 3, 7. One more here and then we're done. Ooh, okay, but we're another level up. So which one should we do now? Oh! I wanted to click, like, to see which one they were. Okay, that one I accidentally just clicked, so that was, I kind of chose for you guys. You can choose which one we want next. I wanted to like click, what one is that? And then instead of just hovering over it, I accidentally clicked. But I did want that one as well. Because then I can collect, that is really nice, with just, if I collect now a shit ton of the philosophy books, then it will put 2 more holding books in your same series will gather in your hands. So then I can just stand there with 1 philosophy book. But wait, I do have to check because, okay, it shouldn't be the philosophy of mana or willpower, because that is just 1 book. So then I kind of wasted, and every other philosophy book would be good, but not mana or willpower. Okay, let's just check. Okay. We can do this. I'm curious still to find where the keys are, like how to open the chest or what there should be in the chest. Okay, if I do this now and then we do 5. I got that too? I thought I could do it one more time. Like, I do not need the quest thingy now because we know these go in the philosophy. I did see more here, no? I think therefore I am. Oh my god, we might have another shelf. This is awesome. Yeah, this is the thing, like, I am kind of addicted to this kind of games as well. This is so different from what I normally play, but I enjoy this a lot. Okay, we have more heals. I cannot jump, which is annoying. That's purification. I thought I saw more in here, no? That's also heal. That is one. For the philosophy. Some of these titles. Ultimate choice. Curry flavored poop or poop flavored curry. What? Like that's like in between all the kind of serious books that we have so far. Like the same with the Wi-Fi. Like, or here, why do stocks crash the moment I buy them? These titles are so fucking funny. This is a nice game. Philosophy. These are all hidden down there. Healing. Full mind. Oh, wait. We have enough. Okay, wait. Some heals. Healing magic for the what? Volume 3. And the Grand Companion. Compedempion. That's this one, no? Yeah. Volume 7. No more healing diff. This one. Oh! We're so close. Spells for curing stuff. Or. And this one is here. Okay. Oh my god, Luke. Only poop is nose poop? What? What is a nose poop? I've never heard that. What is a nose poop? There is so many books. This is a book stream. What is your favorite book? Drop it in chat. Oh, we might have completed another shelf if I put this in. But like I can carry 10, so I want to carry 10 every time. I want efficiency. This is just a whole pile, which is... yeah, it is something. Philosophy? Healing? Soul, mind, and body. That is the philosophy. I'm just staring like, like, oh my gosh. I'm happy I'm not wearing like a lot of makeup because then I can just do it. Because yep. Salty sashimi nut for 22. Do not put the stuff in your nose. Yeah, nose boop, yes. I've had so many questions. Your first boop. You're like, what's going on? Why is this man talking about nose poop? But boop! Yeah, nose you boop! Now I booped everyone in chat. So if you're here lurking, you have been booped. Maybe we just... Wait. Can I just do 5? Yes. Then we have one more. I have a shit ton of philosophy. Oh wait, wrong side. That's faster. I think the keys are just hidden below the books, don't you think? There are 4 chests and they I don't know. It's a mystery. Wait, I have one wait, philosophy, power and ethics. Philosophy of Science. The books are pretty. This is this one. And I think we complete this one now. Like we have one. We have, yes, we have another one completed. Okay, now we're level up and now you guys can choose. Which one do you want? I'm not gonna click. I'm not gonna click. I wonder, maybe they do stuff different down under. Boop, boop. Nearly the same, only a slight difference. That's true, that's true. Yeah, who knows? Maybe they put poop in their nose. It's how you get to know each other better. Well, I wouldn't recommend it, Veggie. It doesn't sound that nice. I don't know. Okay, but we can choose one more. I am gonna take a turbo bathroom break as well. So this time I'm gonna put it in a poll. Which new ability should we choose? This does make it better to have like a, I don't know, like a little break in the game, because otherwise I think you would just drive yourself nuts with just looking at books. And then we have auto shelving, or we can do the assemble. Okay, I'm just gonna put it up for 5 minutes. There you go. I played Words with AI. It's insane. Oh no, I'm just gonna do be right back so I can just take a bathroom break. So yeah, we're just gonna stay with it, because the risk is if I do words and I get my word people, I love my word people. But then we can also just be stuck on words for 2 hours. You know the deal. So yeah, be right back. I love that this triggers like literal kitties. Oh, I'm still here. No, I woke Karma before stream. That was 4.5 hours ago. But it is still okay. She didn't eat dinner after she ate dinner before. So I think I can do like another at least 1.5 hours or something for Karmi. But yeah, I'm just gonna be right back. I have to pee myself. Bye bye. A little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip for me. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup. We're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay. Did it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay, all your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Joey. Thank you. And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. No makeup and glasses. We're good. Okay, that's great. But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
They solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo run was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little. But now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I'm playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was
Like-
just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break. You invited me to collab 8 minutes ago whenever we're actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but... I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board, indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was. Did you use the upgrades?
I used one of them.
Ah, my god. Why? Why? I did. It to be updated. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
It works!
What happened?
Oh my god, okay. So, Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything. And it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? It to be updated. Yeah, but I think all the mods were. Ah, no!
Did I jump scare you? Yeah, I bet I did.
What happened?
She may or may not have got jump scares.
Goes in and it goes out, and that's how it works.
Oh my god. Yeah, just guys, remember pull that out before, just in case. It's all about the
No. Yes! Okay, someone clip that. Can someone do the exclamation mark clip? I'm so proud. Morgan! Hi! Oh my god, I'm extremely proud of myself. I love that this triggers Like literal kitties. Thank you for the follow, Falcon.
Falcon is
Oh my
awesome.
no,
Yeah,
fucking
he is
Jesus.
the
Why give me cute kitties first and then scare the fuck out of me then? God damn it.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
It works!
What happened?
Oh my god. Okay. So Conundrum was saying that he was doing more improvements, right? And I know he was working on transcribing. So the bot is actually listening to what the streamer says, so it can understand like the context for the stream and everything, and it can help with commands. So you don't even have to type anything or say anything or do any commands. You can just do what you do, and it will do. Oh my god, yes, he said like I'm all good just watching you try to take down that boss. I was a bit busy with my own game, but I'm not doing any improvement. What? Hey, he's talking back! The bot is talking back! It's gaining its own intelligence!
Oh my god. I'm getting worried now.
Okay, the thing is, I said it would be cool to clip that later, and I added a stream marker, and then I switched back. And he said, I created a clip from your voice call.
You quit.
The scary doll?
Yeah, I left it up.
I don't want to pick it up.
Why? It's worth a couple of
Ah.
coins.
Fucking no! I thought it was only gonna make noise. God damn it! It just murdered me. Yeah. Oh, now you gotta do it. God damn it! Since when is that in there?
His solo run was fun while it lasted. I know I was doing.
Really solo round was fun while it lasted. I hopped a little. But now we can play together, yeah?
How's the games? It's been good, dude. I played a little bit of Tarkov with Chathaven at the start, and then went and played Fortnite with Chathaven, and then I played Marbles, and now I'm playing Repo with Muffin. And then I'm going to bed soon because I have work in the morning.
Yeah. And you were waiting forever because I reached level 117 words, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, 117 on words.
I was
Like-
just having a quick word break, okay? Just a tiny quick word break.
Quick word break. You invited me to collab 40 fucking 8 minutes ago whenever we actually decided to do this shit.
We reached level 117, okay? It's not my fault.
And my body feels 117 waiting that long.
Okay.
Muffin is the rare breed of bird who are so beautiful when flashing them feathers.
Give Yui a little thank you, Silky. You can do a clip. You can do a clip for me. The most beautiful muffin in the world. Thank you. That's so sweet. I have an ultimate comfy mode today, so we're glasses and no makeup, we're onesie, we're PJs. We do have the devil horns because yeah, that's on brand, you know. Then I match my logo. That's why I like this filter thing so much. Okay. Does it work again? Yes. There it goes. Yay! All your boobas are so happy. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Yui. Thank you! And this is just unfiltered me with glasses. Well, no, filtered me. With no makeup and glasses. We're good, okay, that's great. I wanted to spawn a health pack for you, but... I did duels. Oh my god, but that was it. That was too big of a board indeed. Yep. Okay. People, I love you. This was. But we're still surviving. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways. Like move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here. I'm back, baby. Whoosh. Hello. My hair looks really messy now. Ah, it's fine. It's always a little messy. I made Kaiserschmarrn with like a lot of powdered sugar. So wait, let me mix it so it doesn't just look like a bunch of powdered sugar. Wait. Wait. Okay. Look. I don't know. Does anyone know what Kaiserschmarrn is? Thank you, Salty. Thank you, Veggie. But you write it like this, Kaiserschmarrn. It's German. Well, no, it's from Austria. Okay. And I saw no num nums. So yeah, wait, Kaiserschmarrn. Wait. Look. So it is basically like pieces of dough with sugar. That's the best description I got. Like it's like pancake pieces, like fluffy pancake pieces. This is not really making it any sharper or brighter, so it looks like a white piece of nothing. But it's pancake pieces, kind of. Maybe? Sort of? With sugar? I need a sugar snack. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. Okay, and the vote was in. We have results. Let me check. Assemble. Thank you for voting. And I will choose Assemble. And we can pick up 2 books. That is nice. Yeah, see, okay, pancake. Kaiserschmarrn. Okay, normally there's fruit. Oh, I forgot the fruit. And now just sugar. Thank you for reminding me that it's supposed to be with fruit, goddamn. Okay, I think therefore I am. We finished that one. We now have a healing one. Okay, so... Wait, do we walk like this and run like this? No, we just move. Wee! Maybe we get a key if we complete like an entire case. Oh no, I didn't know what it was. The fruit! No, but I have just sugar. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, because you didn't see the fruit. Mine was just pancake with sugar. Another Dungy. Thank you, Kale. What level are you now? Level 42. Kale is now the answer to life. Okay. So our skills was like the one for the bookshelf. But I still feel like this way we are gonna unlock more. Nom 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 nom. Like we have a lot almost finished one. Maybe keep focusing on the healing. Like I'm still doing the same tactic for like the past hour, but yeah. Yep. Now we are gonna need the skills more because this is okay. Wait, if I do 5. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, I do like that one a lot. Good choice, chat. Thank you. Nom nom nom. What do we have now? Healing. Philosophy. 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 Healing. My God, we're doing good. The alchemy one looks like a healing book, so every time I keep like, what? No, what? No. See? I'm like, no. Stupid alchemy book. This is just a pile. How is anyone supposed to find anything in just a pile? Okay, wait. Now we have the fundamentals healing. Let me check if we need more books. Then we can just use the ability for this one. Oh, no. No. We only can hold one more book. Wait. Okay, the 4 principles. Volume 2. And then we can check for the fundamentals, because then we need 1, 2, 3. So if we do this, then we complete it. This is amazing. Oh, this is such a good fucking skill. Yes. Okay, so now we complete this one as well. We are actually going. Oh no, but yes. Another one. Okay, we can pick another one now, but you can choose. Well, I moved my butt upstairs to watch if we need more. Do we still want to upgrade this one, or do we want to do another skill? Like, it is nice to complete it now. Or wait, maybe. We do like the one that it auto places everything, because that will save us a lot of time. This way it will like rise the way what we move with placing the books, because now we're at like 180. But the more skills we unlock, the easier it will be to place all the books, right? I think so. That sounds logical. Yum. I went the wrong way, didn't I? No. There. But look, okay, if we now do this one, auto shelving, then if we now do this, 4. Wow! Nice. Wait, where did I put this soul in mind one? So now I can just do... What? Oh wait, that was the wrong one, but now I got another one. Okay, that was... Okay. Wait, now we completed this one too! We have another one! The teachings is this one, no? No? Where's the teachings? Okay, now we have another one. You're getting closer to the pizza quicker and quicker. I know. It was good. Okay, now we have the... Like the numerical... I'm trying so hard. How do you pronounce this? Numerical? Numerical. No. Numerical. Numerical order? It doesn't sound like it should. That's right, but numerical order? We're gonna go with it, okay? That doesn't help, Veggie. Numerical? That sounds weird. Okay. What pizza are you thinking of getting? Well, it depends what pizza place is open. Like, do we want the glowing? But then you still gotta get it. But this is like a shorter cooldown, so you can use it more often. Like the picking up thing. But if we keep leveling it up, the cooldown is not that far. I kind of want to have them all. At some point. But maybe we can just keep on... Like this just flips the books in your hand. This shows the books. This shows the books. Maybe we do this one so we can like go between the spells, if you know what I mean. But then maybe, wait. If we pick up this book. And then we use this one. This should show the book. It lights up. I don't see it. Am I blind? I did not see the book. Okay, now we maybe use this one then. Okay, then we have the last one from that one at least, but... Okay. Okay. Meow. I feel like we have been everywhere. Like already, like a couple of times. But I'm just missing it. I need one other book. One other physics or heal. But it's getting harder and harder. I mean, come on, there are like 3,000 books to search between, so... Yeah. Yeah. Yes. This one. And then if we now do 3. Yeah. That lit up. Is there something else lighting up? No. Maybe we just needed 2 more. Are there books in chests? Like, and that's also the thing. That book was like hidden below another book, and then you don't see the book, so then you cannot recognize the book. And that's even harder to find the book. But okay, this is introductions. Introduction 6 and 3, and the teachings. Teachings. 8 and 7. Okay, so we have 2 more. My God, see, this is what I mean. Like we were working slowly but surely, and now we're getting more and more skills. Nom 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 nom. More assemble? Pokemon. Pokemon. There you go. Mm. Well, it's active. It can be. Oh. 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 Okay. Sorry. That was just me trying to make sense of it. But yeah. So, this one, if you use it, it's just a one-time use. It assembles the books in your hand, and that's it. This one, you can just spam it while it's active. So I should be quicker, I think. Because it says, okay, while the spell is active, it can be used repeatedly. Yeah, okay, noise. Oh, you got your Darumaka? Darumaka. It's like a lava kind of thingy, right? Okay, I'm gonna use this one, so we have like 10 seconds. And then we're gonna just... Okay, we need 1, 2, 3... Wait, 1, 2, 3. So now if I do this... Maybe you completed this. I feel like this is... I feel like it's cheating, but this is the game. Okay, you can choose the next one, Veggie. Oh no, this is the wrong thing. I mean this one. Run. This one was somewhere here. Okay, now we have this whole stack. See, now we're... Oh my god, this is great. Okay, so you can also choose the next one if Vegeta can choose. You need to see the options again, guys. This is awesome. Now we're gonna make so much progress. Okay, we have the philosophy of science, and then we also can complete it. So you can also both choose one. See, now we have another point. Oh my gosh. I forget about the auto thingy, but yeah. Oh my god, this looks so pretty. Maybe I'm gonna focus on some others now as well. Fish. Maybe we can do the holy ones as well. Why does this keep lighting up? But it's just a light literally hitting it. Wow. That's confusing me. Okay, wait. I can just do... Bloop! And then bloop! Awesome. Okay. Which ability do you want? Again, we have like the sorting one, so that automatically arranges it in the numerical order. Then we have the shelf guide, which highlights the correct bookshelf for the topmost book you're holding. We have the insight. We will need more of this later. Like we're now focusing on 2 specific bookshelves, which is a kind of okay tactic. I feel like it's so yeah. So it works for now. Fish. Grab the sword since it's the only basic one you don't have. Yes, that's true. And then I still have 2 more. This will make it better. Like I need chests to unlock this power. Okay. This feels so OP though. This is helpful too. To know where to go, where to search. And this is just nice for... I think it like, how do you say that? Like, moving faster? But I kind of like the sorting. Because we're finding that's getting harder and harder. Hmm. Okay, but this will make us okay, we're gonna spread it out a little bit. We're gonna balance it out, that's a better word. Okay, finished. Finished. And we're gonna flip the flip. And then we're gonna flip the flip. And we're gonna grab this and we're gonna grab this. And then we're gonna press this one and then we're gonna run. We're pressing this one too. Okay, 3. Okay, this one was here and the other one was over there somewhere. Here's the philosophy one. And the other one was this one. It should be here somewhere. But it can also be under something. This is the wanted poster still. Look, the wanted dead fairy. Like the stupid fairy, dead or alive. Oh my gosh. Is this it? No. Philosophy of mana and power. It should be somewhere here. We saw it light up somewhere here, right? I'm just throwing books off the table. But I'm hoping to find the philosophy book. I was sure. Okay, 3. Next to it here. Can I now grab it? Yes. Okay. Now we're just working on it like this, and now that we completed those 2, we do need still more philosophy books. So there are some other books that are also in the category of philosophy, but just like the body, mind, and soul thing, we have to figure that out. Wait, like, and if I press 1, then yes, okay, so that's... And then sorted, so you can just do bloop and bloop. And we have another point. I'm gonna do this for, like, just for the cooldown, because that is nice. Okay, but we have completed all these, we just need 2 more. But those are other books that I don't know. I'm not sure if I like how it looks. I'm gonna pick up all the books here and then just do this and pick up every book here. Can I make it in time? Yes. I think this looks better. These colors match better. We are a perfectionist after all. This look nice. Okay. Now maybe, I don't know, we still need to find more of the healings as well, but maybe we need to fill some other ones as well, because it is a mess. And I don't know, maybe we can... Should we start down or up? I think up our last books. We can combine it, so we can just do bloop, and then we can do bloop, and then we can run. These are also, so the foundations of metaphysics are also the, oh my gosh. I knew that there were more white books, but I thought this was like physics. Like literally like physics. Okay, this is another white one. Okay, nice. This looks so good. Okay. Then we can sort them. Then we can just do this. Oh, wait. Ah, yes. Okay. Okay, now we can do this. Okay, on the pile there. We can do this. On the pile. It was somewhere here. Yes. Is it such a... Oh my god. How is anyone supposed to find anything here? These are not the books we want. You know what? Blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, this is good. I hope Man of Letters had a good snacky, by the way. What is this? The selection and application of targets for holy magic. No, but holy magic is the other thing. That's also holy. Everything is holy. Okay, then we can look, and then we can just click, 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 click. Nope, click, click, click. Another one. Oh my god, we almost completed the entire philosophy one. Like, yeah. Ah, okay. Okay, maybe we check which one this is. Oh, okay. Okay. Like, I'm just really excited. Because we're running. Ah, timing is done. This is the fantasy or reality, blah 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 blah. Okay. These are the two books that I didn't know for sure if they were the philosophy ones. But now we do know for sure, so now we can just focus on finding the rest of these. The more we can find, the more we can just complete this thing in one go, which would be awesome. We can just in the meantime. Okay, fantasy or reality. We have seen a little noise. I see that, but this is the thing. So getting to 100 took a lot of time, and then 130, yeah. But now we are moving faster because yeah, we can also use magic. That does make sense because we are in a magical library. Being a magical librarian. 3. Okay. And this way I know where to search. So now we just have to go back up. I think there was one here again, but I can't see it. Fantasy reality. There should be one here. I love how I am the librarian continues to fucking slam books around. But where? I'm blind. We need one last one. I thought it was here. I'm blind. Okay, fuck it. It was there. Or maybe it wasn't the stairs. But now we have the whole series, and now we can sort, and then we can bloop. But we can also just... Oh! Okay. I'm getting way too excited over this game, but... Look, now we can just go here, and then bloop! It's so pretty, and look. Oh, but it does take more rows to level up. But look, we completed the philosophy. I think this is the first category that we completed. Do we like how it looks, or should I change something? I feel like we need to change these. Oh, but now, okay. Okay, yeah, because now I don't have a free row, but like these are too dark. That makes sense, okay. Okay. We're gonna fill them backwards, yeah? This matches more, and I am still, that's what I say. If we're gonna do this perfect and we're gonna sort this, yes, I'm taking like the extra steps to make sure I love how it looks. I guess I'm gonna regret that later probably, and I don't know if I'm gonna do it for every bookcase. But We are gonna do it 100%. Good job, huh? 100% perfect. Okay, I have to stand better there. Yep. Nope. Yep. Okay, look. This is better. This is better. I am still a little upset what kind of mess that fairy made. I know, right? I know. Do you see all these books? My gosh. Okay, now what we're gonna focus on next. Maybe the 100 spells to use at home. Like, where does that go? That goes in that one, because I have seen that a lot. Just gonna pick up like other white books, and then we're gonna let us be led by the books to show us where we have to put it. Maybe we're just gonna do like the holy magic, because that's like a lot of the white books, and I was focusing on those, and then they're all gone, and then we can't choose a color. I do like that. This is all holy. Holy. Everyday magic. So the everyday magic should go here, right? This one. Does this light up? Yeah, it does light up. Okay. I'm not gonna let myself be tricked again. Okay. And I think this one as well. Yeah. Wait, I can just do... Yeah. And then the holy magic goes in the holy one downstairs. Okay. Salty, you won 5,000 muffins. Congratulations. You're earning back all those muffins that you've been gambling away. Good for you. Don't gamble the away right away, okay? Promise? Those are the book of spells. 100 spells to use at home. 100 spells to use at home. Holy magic. Okay, you guys have to remind me of using like my skills. Because I will forget. Wait, it should go here, no? Is this lighting up? Am I blind? Is this the wrong one? Wait. Oh my gosh, another raffle. Nice. I am second again. Good job. Okay, let me check. I'm crazy now, but this EJ was the holy one. Oh no! Okay, L. Where's L? One more here. Okay. I already have some. I forgot I already started on this. Ice. Okay, fundamentals, no. Spells, no. Oh, yes. If we have this one, we can then do this, and then we can do this, and then we have a lot. And then compendium is this one. Does this one go here? Yes. This one is also not that big. That's good. Do we have this one already? Wait. Spells with a blah blah. Spells with a blah blah. Wait. Holy magic. Formation companion. Okay. I will put this one here. And then the easy spells to use at home. But we could just collect some more holy books as well. And everyday easy spells. Heals! And now we have 3 categories. That does holy magic. Holy magic. Oh, the holy magic. Holy magic. Holy magic. Oh, I'm full. Heal. Is this heals? Yes, right? Another one. And then holy magic. Oh, I cannot hold anything in. Okay. Okay, this is why I would appreciate the sorting now, but I'm waiting for the cooldown. We have the formation. No. Compendium. Yes. Look. Okay, I can sort them. That helps. And then we have 1, 6, 9. Oh no, that's 8. No, go back 8. There we go. Holy magic. Holy magic. 2. Okay. Multi-ravel. Everyone join in the multi-ravel. Now I'll also give you guys another dungeon so you can also dungeon about there. These are the easy spells at home. Maybe we're gonna check. Oh no, this is the wrong button. Okay. This one. Thank you. I can take this and I will take this. I will take this. I will take this. This. Then we have so many books again. Yeah. What's this? What's this? What's this? I have so many books in my hand that I cannot hold. I almost cannot see. Wait, how could I hide it there? Holy magic. Okay. And then the everyday books. Those are the everyday books now. I keep going the wrong way. Okay, and we have to find keys, but I thought maybe the key was to finish like a bookcase. There are 4 chests. Is it like finishing a whole site? Okay, wait, this is 100 spells. Floop. Oh, this one is okay. We're doing good. We have 2 more points. What should we do now? This is still the easiest. This is nice as well to use a lot. More assemble. If we do this, then they're both on 80 seconds. That's kind of nice. We have 1 holy book. Okay, wait. How many can we get now? 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I pick up this one, and then we do this, and then we sort them, and then we see. We skip the holy, and then we can fill them, and then we have this one completed as well. Nice! And maybe light up this one. There. Okay. 1, 2, and then oh shit. Okay, it was over there. Oh my gosh! And I gotta remind myself like where it was. But okay, this is like the light. Is it this one? Should be somewhere here. Stupid fairy. Okay, it's here. Okay. So now we got a lot more. Then we can just bloop. Okay, that's 2 more. We have 1 holy in my hand. So we're just gonna take every holy book that we see. It's still working. The sorting is working for a pretty long time. Holy. Bells of Holy Light. It sounds like a holy book. Holy magic. Holy. Have we finished every healing? No, there's another heal. Boiler prevention magic. That's a fucking good one. Hey, I am gonna... Maybe this one? Yeah. Okay, now I got 7 books. This is Healing of Holy? Healing Holy? Healing Holy? Healing Holy? Yes. Yeah, there's still the kitchen recipes. Okay, wait. We can just drop these. Sword. This is heals. The Grand Companion. 5. Then healing magic. There you go. Then Proglyma is this one? No. What? Oh, the holy. Okay. Now we just do. Ooh, that's another one. We didn't even have that one yet. But now we can use this one. Oh wait, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we pick up this book and then put just no, okay. Okay, but now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yay! Another one. Okay, it takes more rows every time to level up, so that makes sense. I thought if this just keeps on the same pace, then we're just that is really OP then. Okay, we're gonna check for these two. They're upstairs and here. See, but they're hidden between all the other books here. This one and there you go. Okay. And I don't know. We need more heals, but they were upstairs, I think. Okay, this is the 4 principles. We need 1 more for these. And also 1 more for these. Ooh. And 2 more for these. And then we have everything from the heals. So we're gonna look for more holy and heals. Yeah. Wait, this is the large barriers. How much? This is the holy, right? How much do we need from that? Yeah, still a lot. Okay. Sorry, I can't help myself with the sound effects, but it's funny, okay? Okay, then we're gonna check here. There's one there and one upstairs. Upstairs, right there. I'm not gonna remember that, am I? Should be right there. Holy? That's another one, but okay, I'll take it. Holy. Like, I'm making more of a mess, but there are so many books hidden under other books. That is making it even harder to find books. I don't think the sacred stuff, this is also holy. Holy, 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 holy. Holy, holy. Like, this way I'm spreading it out, okay? I'm making more of a mess, I realize that. Yep. But it is easier to find books like this. Because if they're buried between other books, that's just, yeah, that takes a lot, okay? Holy, holy. Okay, we got 10 more holy. Let's go down. There's another pokey. Another pokey. Okay, catch. Oh my god, I look so bald today. I am gonna take this off. There you go. Heels. Boopity 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 boop. I'm gonna light up my smoke again. Okay, but we have been going like 5.5 hours and we're at 280 books. So, except if we're going like exponentially, then maybe we do have to adjust our goals a little. Okay, we got a lot now here. Now we can do this, that. This. It's still up there. What the hell? What? Oh my god, there it is. Okay. Thank you. See, this is what I mean. This is why we spread out all the books. It was so hidden behind all the other books that I didn't even see it. The light one does sound like a holy book, but I don't think it's a holy book. This is a holy book. Holy, holy, holy book. I don't think a real librarian would treat their books like this, but they seem indestructible, okay? No, this is... like, maybe, wait. No. Okay, we can put one in there. Just because we can. Because I ran into this one the whole time. So we just put one book there. Okay, fundamentals. 6. Then we have the spells 9. The formation one 9 and 10. And the selection 9. Then if we pick this up and do oh, I know I got the pokey. Okay, we have so many books. We're almost done with the holy books. Can we spend more points again? Yeah, we can. We can just... Okay, what should we do? I'm not using those as money. This is nice, but... yeah. Like, we can only hold 10 books at a time, and as I said, like, the sorting itself doesn't take that long. I do kind of like it. With the sorting, it's just... bloop. This one is OP, but this one is nice that it just stays for a while. Maybe I'm just gonna upgrade both of those. If you guys have a suggestion, drop it in chat. Let me know. Okay, we're just gonna complete this one. Okay, 3. Run. Get this book. Then 3. Get this book. Get this book. And then we have 4. Oh gosh, I put this wrong. Okay, 6. 3, 4, 7. This is another book. What am I doing? One second. I'm messing this up. Okay, 4, 3, yes. Then the spells. We need more, but then we completed this one. That's good. So then if we put this one, we can do bloop. And bloop. Okay, I cannot help the sound effect. Okay, next upgrade you can choose, chat. Which upgrade do you want? Let me just put the poll up again. I wish you could just say like, okay, same poll, but yeah, I get that it doesn't make sense. I can just write them with the levels that we have now. I want one. Yeah, but which one is that? Mm-mm-mm. And then, like, I still feel the assemble is really OP. But I'm gonna put it up for like, what is it? Like 10 minutes because we have a lot of lurkies. We just have a new poll so you can vote which ability we use. So we make it a little more interactive for you guys as well. I'm gonna check the sacred purification magic. Where does this go? Oh, that's the wrong button, no? No, it's not. Sacred? Yeah, that does go here. Do I have that already then? This is the companion. Companion. Yes. Okay. Then oh. Okay. 5. No. 5. 4. Completed. So this way we can sort of switch them and then collect them all at once. So now we show them. Wait. Nothing is lighting up. Am I blind? This one is upstairs. That one is also upstairs. Oh my god. Okay, so that one is the middle at the end. That one is here. Oh my god, I gotta remind myself where it is now again. It was there. It was hidden here. Right? Or no? Holy magic? One at the end. Yeah. So many books! I'm throwing around books. Again, no actual librarians, please watch this stream. Like, you will get mad. But it should be here. I'm blind. I'm lighting it up again. Oh, that's the wrong button. What? I am blind. Okay, it's right there. And then still this one, 3, 2, 3. I'm still blind. Okay, here. Was it just the one book? I think so. But these are all the healing. Oh, whoa! Shortcut. Look. We need one more. Okay, I'm gonna wait for that one for the lightning thing. We're just gonna work our order from here. Just gonna pick up random books this time to clean up a little bit. And then we're gonna go back to how we started. Like, just to refresh our minds a little. Because okay, this is the moth. So we go to 2D. Ah, that's that side. Do I already have it? Introduction to surgery mathematics? No. Okay. Monster field notes, book of spells. Equations. Then which case does that go in there? Because if we collect at least like one book from everything, then we can just assemble a shit ton of that with the other one. That makes sense, no? Beastmaster's Journey. Field Guide to Monsters. Monster Field Notes. Okay. That's Alchemy, Book of Spells. Retransformation, draconic language. Tidying your room. Psychology. Prioritizing gaming over tidying your room. Oh my gosh, I wish Bob Burtis was still here to hear this. Like, we are prioritizing gaming over cleaning up, but we're also cleaning up in the game, so yeah. Okay, but the language one goes into Q. And then we're just gonna walk with the other one again there. Too cute, too cute, too cute. Too cute, too cute, too cute. This one is the dwarf language. And now we have draconic. Okay, where does transfiguration go? There, down there. Where does this one go? Down there. This is better. I can switch. Is it psychology? Got stuck. This is drawing. Okay, these are all down there. That one. We're just gonna keep looking at it, okay? Okay, this one was there or the other side? No, the Book of Spells should go here. That's the Book of Light. There we go. This one. And then the alchemy. What one was the alchemy again? Wait, let me check here. Alchemy is 1N. N. Okay. Now we are gonna finish this one. Okay. We did it. Oh, now we finished the complete holy one. Look, this is blue. And that lights up, so we have completed it. I was thinking maybe that does something for the chest, because we have to find a key somewhere. But I don't know. Okay, the healing one we just need to... Like, now we need to find... Wait, how many books do we get? Okay, do we have some poll results already, or is the poll still going? The poll is still going, but did we get votes already? We got one vote for the shelf guide. Okay. That is kind of nice with the way we're playing now. So yep, I'm gonna put it in there as well already. If you want to, you can vote again. Or vote some more. Okay, what are we gonna do now? Yes, no. Are we gonna work on the same tactic? Like, okay, I cleaned this one, so then we're just gonna clean a little bit around here or something? Like, I'm trying to figure out still the best tactic. Start upstairs, start downstairs, get... Maybe, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Like all the Book of Light, and we put those here. Blah, blah, blah. And then we just do this to see where the rest is. There's one there and one upstairs. Thank you, and one there. Oh gosh, am I gonna find it? Is that it? Yes. Okay. This is from longbow, short bow. Archery. Like they are kind of color coded, not really, but a little bit. Does that make sense? Okay, we're just picking up random books now. Oh, there's another Pokemon, people. Catch the Poke. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. I don't think these are the vibes. Maybe we switch to this. Wait. Let's make a little good mix. No, nice good mix. There you go. Okay. So now if we do this, what? There we go. Start the light stuff. Okay, wait. This one there and there. And also here. Ah, no, it's okay. Ah, no, 1, nah. 2, 6, 7. Okay, where was archery? Upstairs? I think upstairs. But okay, so I can make it so I can walk over there. And there was like a whole pile of books. Archery. Archery is to be. To be or not to be an archer. A ninja archer. Okay, do we have this one? No? Where does it go there? I'm doing a really weird tactic now, I know. Management? Okay. Fairy tongue. Language is upstairs, right? Language, yes. So that should be here. Migrate armor, weapons. Down. Up. Okay, up. There I get stuck. Whoop, and... What? This one should go... Not wait. Weapons. Weapons should go here. Army of the Dead is like the... Oh, necromancy. Yup. We can still think. 1D. Ah. Necromancy. Hey. Wait. Oh, 1E. What is this? Okay. Stealth was H. Encyclopedia of Dragons, that's like the monsters, right? So that's A. I think. Yeah. Yes. Okay, this I have no idea. Where does this go? Up there? And this one? Down there. Okay. Look. Yup, 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 yup. That one goes down up there. Okay, this is not a really good tactic, what I'm doing now. I'm gonna switch after this round of books. Or maybe I'm just gonna throw the rest of the books away because this goes slower than I want it to be. So yes, fuck it. We are gonna do this. Whoop. And then whoop. And then where's the rest? All down there. Okay, we're picking up these red ones. Now we're just gonna finish the shells that we had. Or finished, or yeah. Okay, efforts build confidence. Efforts build confidence. Effort builds confidence. And one was here, no? Is that psychology? Because I think so, no? Yeah. I don't know the trans. There's psychology. Spells. Alchemy. Psychology. Psychology. I'm not sure. Okay, where? I'm blind. Here. Okay, up here. Oh, down there. These are all the blocks. Okay, yeah, yep. One here. Can't pick that up. Okay, but we have a shit ton. We're doing good. Okay, now we're back to focusing on like a category because that goes better. Now we're moving back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. This is the psychology, right? Yeah. Okay. See, now if we have like one, we can just complete the whole thing with yeah, within the cooldown. I do hope that we put everything on perfect, because if we do not put down everything perfect, then oh my gosh. Oh, never mind. Angel's still alive. It's so fun to see Angel in real life. Like, still, I've only seen her feature, but this is awesome. Okay. Warp psychology? Bloop. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, one more. Okay, wait. We're gonna find these. One more. No, these. One more. There. I see that one. Okay. It was like a trail down here. Psychology. No. More psychology. Mind reading. Is that psychology? Maybe? Maybe? Another psychology? Again, the curry flavored poop. Okay. Psychology. 3. Psychology. Psychology. Okay, now we're full. But there's more down here. But I also have my other power up again, so. Yeah. We're doing good. Hey, where's my psychology at? Here. Yes. Okay, good. Then this one is full. Yeah, that one is full. That one is full. How many books can we get now with this one? 7 books. So if we pick up this one and we do bleep, then we are almost done with this one. Almost. Not really, but almost. But I think most psychology books. Oh no, we are. No, almost. I cannot count. We should be good if I find one more here. I saw a lot of the psychology books down there, so I think we are just gonna try to find all the psychology now. Yeah. There was one up here. No? I'm blind. Group psychology. Yep. Now we can do this. Oh god, is this a final one from something? It's not lighting any books. Yeah, okay, we just wasted it, but that's fine. Oh, that was sad. Okay. Like, I need another book. The psychology of this. Yes, okay, now blip. Okay, now we need one more psychology book. Psychology, yes. There we go. There we go back up again. Okay, what should be our minimum goal, people? Like we are at 400 now. We're going faster still. What? 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 Wait. Which books do I hold? Wait. Psychology, the mentality that barks the most. Okay. And then the introduction. Do we have the introduction? I guess not. Am I sure? Introduction. Mind reading. Okay. And then we're gonna look for this final book, which is over there. I think I'm gonna crash. Enjoy the rest of your stream, lovely. Thank you so much for being here, Veggie. Salty or any other of my mods, do you want to give a little extra shout out, Clippy, for our lovely Panda Man friend? Thank you for being so kind in my chat, always to other people as well. I appreciate you. And I hope you sleep well. Other than that, I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't think I will finish the game tonight. Let's be honest. I don't think I will finish the game, but I am gonna see how far I can get. And yeah, I will let you know. I hope you have a great sleep. I think my mother also half asleep because it is like 4:30 in the morning. So let me just play you a clip. Yep.
You're shooting, goddammit!
What happened?
Hey, sorry. Zoned out for a minute. We're gonna continue. Ugh. I am gonna switch my light to this one that's a little softer on the eyes. There we go. Okay. Boop. Need one more of these. Where is it? Over there. Seems like all of psychology books are just over there. There's a lot. One more. What? That was the wrong button, but okay. Psychology. There's a whole stack here. Like the thing is, I want to press the button, but I don't know. Like I should use it more often, but I don't know if I then already have all the books and then I'm sort of wasting it. And then we have to wait like for another 60-70 seconds. Alright. Yo, DK! Hi. Thank you for saying hello. How you doing? Have you seen this game? This is insane. Like, we have to sort 3,000 books. 3,072! It's too many books. It's just, yep. But we are unlocking magic. And with the magic, we are making a lot of progress. I know there are so many books, like, my gosh. I'm getting a little sleepy. Like, at the beginning, I was like, we're gonna finish this. But as I said, like, it is dependent of energy. And it's more that my lenses are getting dry. It's fine. But it is an addicting game as well at the same time. So every so rows, you unlock more abilities, and that makes it easier. But I'm mostly leveling up this one. Because this is just gonna do. No, you cannot run, you can just walk. You cannot jump either, so that annoys the fuck out of me, to be honest, because I want to jump down from the second floor to the first floor, so because then you can go up quicker. But yeah, we're trying different tactics. So at the beginning I was trying to just pick up whatever. Then we focused on like 2 different bookshelves to collect everything from the categories. And then I had like a little moment where I just gave in to chaos. And I was just collecting everything. And now we're just focusing on the several bookshelves again, because every time you finish a whole row of books, because you have to sort them as well, like in chronological order with the volumes and everything. And every time you solve a whole row, you get an ability point, and then you can upgrade your abilities. Yeah, I do not use the sorting that much because I just let them place in the shelf. The shelf guide is kind of nice, but more with finding new ones. But we have like a lot of random books and random shelves now, so we can continue. I am just upgrading the assemble every time. I feel like it's just a big cheat. Because look, if I do the assemble, then we can just pick a book. For example, we pick this book. And then we press assemble, and then we have every book. And then we press auto shelf, and then it also places it in the shelf for me. Magic is awesome. Yeah, sounds like a pain. Yeah. Do you want to read like the letter? Like, this is the thing, you cannot jump down, but I did find sort of a hack here, accidentally made a whole pile, and then you can jump over. So we did sort of hack the game there. I'm proud of that. But yeah. So this is the fairy. The stupid fairy, that's her entire name, stupid fairy. That is wanted, dead or alive, and if you find it, you get Employee of the Year. I don't know if the stupid fairy is still here, but if it is here, then yes, we are gonna murder it. Because that's the stupid fairy that ruined this entire library and made it into this mess. You see all these books, all these piles. There's so many books. You have to place everything in the correct things. And so you have to watch like these maps. And then you see all the bookshelves and everything, like a legend? How do you call this in English? Like a floor map, yeah, but how do you call the explanation thing? Like we call it in Dutch, a legenda. They have the first floor and we have the second floor. I did sort of like just as a little cheat because I got sick of like walking back and forth every time. Oh, I cannot type. Arcane, a library. I put this in here, so if anyone wants to help in chat as well, like figure out which book goes where. Because we were trying to do that just by ourselves at the beginning. You can look up which categories there are. There are a lot. And this is the quest. So we are in the University of Celeste Hall. The magical university school. And then the principal, Merlin. But that's a he. I called him she, but it's a he. But yeah, he needs us to finish. And he actually locked us in this library. So we cannot leave. What's the key for? Where? Oh my gosh! Where? Oh my gosh, I'm so blind. It saved me! Oh my gosh, yes! So I was looking like for the keys the whole time. But I didn't know like what they look like. I was thinking they would be under the books or we had to unlock it. Yeah. That's what you get for just being tired and focusing on the books the entire time. I did not see that key. But okay, so the keys are for the chests. So look, there are chests here. And if you press on a chest, it's like, no, I cannot unlock it. But we got the red key. So now we can unlock a chest. I didn't know what it does yet. There's a letter in here. To the librarian. We can jump. Okay, DK, you are now the honorary guest of the stream. I was literally just saying, like, it's such a fucking hassle that you cannot jump. Oh my gosh, no, you get a big shouty because yes, you just get a big, but there's a key for running. Oh my god, I hope so. Oh my god, we can also just take a little moment to find all the keys now. But yeah, okay, so to the librarian, listen to me. We have a situation, a very unexpected, very messy situation in the Grand Library. It's a total chaos. And you know who's behind it? A fairy. That nasty, mischievous fairy. It has turned our magnificent library into a disaster zone. It's a disgrace, frankly. But I am a man of solutions. I see a problem and I solve it like nobody else can. So, for this emergency only, I am giving immediate and unconditional permission to jump within the ground library. Normally, jumping is forbidden in the library. We have rules, we have tastes. But the rules are changing because I say so. This executive order is for the librarian. You need to jump high, you need to move big, and you need to fix this chaos immediately. So get jumping, jump like a winner. We're going to save this library. We're going to do it now. With all due emergency, the Principal Merlin. The thing is, DK, I am already now 439 books in. And that key was right in front of us at the very fucking start. So we could have jumped the whole time. Oh my gosh. Okay, yes. Oh, we jump high. What? Oh, I'm fast as fuck, boy. Wee. Okay, nice. Wait, is there something up here? I don't want to jump everywhere. Maybe there's keys here. Yes, there are! Oh my god, DK, yes. Yes, you saved me from being sleepy. And just not making enough progress, because now we are gonna we're gonna unlock the blue chest as well. That's this one. What's in here? What's in here? Is it running? What's this? A magical potion that increases your maximum book carry capacity by 2. What? Yes! Now we can carry 12 books, people. Oh my god. This changes so much. Oh my gosh, I'm happy. Mm-hmm. Oh, doo-doo-doo. Wait. Why did I... Wait, there's this... Wait, what? Can you not add... Oh, there it is. Why is that? Okay. Weird. We're good. There we go. I wanted to add a stream marker, but the whole thing was gone from my stream manager thing. That was weird. Okay, but okay, now we can carry 12 books. Do we want to guess where other keys might be? Because then I just have not been looking for... yeah. I was like, we're gonna find the keys later. And then just kind of skipped it. But now we can jump. Okay. This is awesome. Yep. Okay, let's continue. Where are we going? Transfiguration. How many books can we summon now? 8 books. So let's find a shelf where we had like already 2 books. That would be perfect. But yeah, probably not. Okay, wait. We can do... And then... Oh. What? These are just 3? Oh, the jars. Okay, I bet the yellow one is around then. That seems like a hiding spot. Yeah. I was thinking like maybe inside of it or something. Okay, nothing here. Oh, yes! Oh my god, you're good at this, DK. Fuck yes! I am happy that you're chatting. It's like the game is very chill, and we were like chatting for the first 2 hours of stream anyway. But it is also like a game where it get like a little bit slow at some point. And now we're making so much more progress. Ooh, another potion. No more book capacity. Oh my god, we can carry 15 now. We could only carry 10. Oh my. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, so then we have that one, we have that one. The only key that we now gotta find is a green key. I'm trying to look for like green spots because that I don't know. Maybe. I was just doing key hunting. Green must be run. I hope so. Nope. Okay, while we look for the keys, I am gonna not forget to use my power-ups because then we can just summon the books and complete this. Look, we also have this power-up where it shows us the book highlighted. Whee! Maybe the book is up there. It says you have to jump very high. We haven't jumped that high. Oh, wait. 6, 7. Like, you have to really be careful that you have everything in the correct order, because I saw one thing that someone was streaming as well, like the whole thing, and then they had one book misplaced. So they finished the game, they had placed every book, but the game said one book was still not in the correct spot. And it appeared that she flipped one book with the other one. And yeah, I would go crazy. But okay, where should the green one be? Like, my mind was like, okay, probably in a green space, but yeah. There you go. That's another one. We have 2 more rows and then we level up again. Under the table. Yeah, we already found the one here, right? Yeah. Yeah. Like, at the table, there is, like, that's the thing. This was covered with papers. With books. You can just pick up all the books and see if there's anything under here. Okay, let's finish on, like, let's work on placing these books where they belong. Alchemy. I'm just gonna place them a little ugly. That's not no. Up there. Oh no, okay, it's a cooldown. Book of Summoning and Contracts. Fine Summoning. This is for... Okay, Alchemy. Where is Alchemy again? Alchemy. Oh my god, I need to I need to water my lenses, man. Alchemy. But look, so that's the exit of the library, and he magically sealed off the door so we cannot leave. He's a meanie. Diary in the change. What is this one? That's also psychology. I think that might be the last psychology one. Wait, do we have more down? Yeah. What? I forgot I could jump! Oh my god, I forgot I could jump. Oh my gosh. Structural analysis, this is the mathematics. Where's mathematics again? Oh my gosh, this is what I mean. Without the power-ups, it's like, where am I? What am I doing? Where do we go? Okay, mathematics was the second floor, right? Yes. Right? Yes. Math is D. And not the C, but the D. There we go. But okay, can we then... Oi! Oh, no. Oi! Nice. Okay. Mystery. Mystery is M. The M from mystery. That makes sense. Okay, L. The M is over here, right? A. What? Where's the M? Am I blind? Yes. Which is this one? The Arcane Detectives. Equation. This is math. Oh, I want the running. Okay. After this, I'm going back down to the. Wait, I should put this one here. No. There. Yes, I'm a perfectionist. Archery. We already did archery. Jumping makes it look less pain. That is true. That is very true. It is less of a pain with the jumping. I now forget that I can jump though. So I do have to remind myself of the fact that I can jump. But yes. Alchemy. My gosh, I was just at the alchemy. Okay, and Whee! Okay, that is yes. Then you can just yes. Yes. Or where does this one go? Transformation? Where do you go? You go here? Okay. What is this? Foundations? Okay, we put you here. Now we're back at the table. Wow. Okay, so the good news is the table is clear. The bad news is there is no key. Other table. Okay, wait. Just throwing books. Okay. Because now I kind of want to find the key. This is not silly. It's like just throwing book. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, I can't get enough of just throwing books around. Not gonna lie, it is kind of fun. I get that fairy. Not gonna lie. Maybe it was a muffin fairy. Maybe. No, it's the same table. That's me. Where do I go? Let's see, now we're slow. Under? Whee. Wee-hee-hee. Okay. Archery. To be. No. Okay, wait. The 4 arcane bows. We have one there from, yeah. Do we have more archery? No. We do have alchemy. And that is okay, sorry. But that makes it lots of a pain. Just be a little silly. Okay, alchemy. Arcane, no, this one. Which color is this? Okay. I don't know where this is. There. Whee! Ah, You know, I am a superpower librarian. Yes, yes. Where does this go? Mystery. Okay, but under the table. I can check, but I don't know. I cannot, like, crouch under anything. Okay. But... oh no, my cooler is done. Maybe in the world globe thing. This is still like a little bit of a giant mess. Just, yeah. Just a little bit. Okay, monster. I was thinking like maybe because the yellow was like in a sort of a yellowish jar. The red was under the red shield thing. The green maybe somewhere as well, like in the like hidden in green stuff, but that doesn't make sense. This was not red, no. I cannot go up there. Can I go up there from here? No. Maybe it is under the piles. Or maybe we should be happy with the fact that we have like a shit ton of upgrades already. And then work on a little bit more books while we sort more. Might be. Okay, let's finish some more. Blip. What? Was this a different book? Yes. Okay. Wait. Book, where are you? There. Where are you, book? Wee. Okay, but the jumping does make me move faster as well. Wee. Oh shit, I should have picked up the other book. Wee. Oh, I'm getting a little motion sick for myself, though. That's the downside. 1, 2, 1, 2, 10, 9, 3, 5, 7, 8, 6. We need one more. Okay, let's pick up this one and this one. But yeah, no, maybe under this pile somewhere. But yeah. Book, where are you? Wait, why don't I? Oh, that's all the wrong one. I didn't need that upgrade now. I needed this one. Book! There you go. And this book is here. And here. And then that book was there. Oh shit. Oh shit. Okay, Monster Field Note. Oh shit. I forgot about the timer. Field notes from monsters. Where are you? Archery? There's a Pokemon. But I don't know where the other key is. No, finances, spells, archery. Maybe I will also take archery because that's also green. There's a lot of green books. There's more alchemy. Arrow. Okay, wait. Monster Field Notes, where are you? Is this you? No. I'm blind. There you are. Okay, good. I don't want you. Ah, too late. Okay, okay. Go back to the monsters. And then floop. Okay, and then floop, and then floop, and then floop. Yes, sound effects are necessary still. Okay, okay. We are doing good in this one too. We have one row completed, but that one is big. But okay, we're just gonna grab archery. If I see any on the way. Archery's up there, right? Yes, B. Archery? Where could that last key be? If anyone has any ideas where I should look, you were doing really good. Like, you got 3 locations right away, DK. That was awesome. Appreciate you. Boy. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Oh gosh, they're all the way down there. This is archery? No. No. Yes. Archery? Archery? So I mean, there's so many green books. Archery. It's alchemy. I cannot read archery. No. Okay, I'm gonna turn the music up a little bit again. We need to stay awake. I guess it's still under the table. Okay, after dropping the archery books, I'm gonna take one more guess if I... Oh wait, I'm full, okay. Archery was supposed to be, right? B is there. Because I don't know if I can check there. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. Hey, what's this? Go away. Okay, wait. From longbow to shortbow. Fundamentals. I feel like I might messed up. Or not. No, okay. We're good. Okay, but... Just throwing away all the books, okay? Okay, we're just gonna search now. Because I kinda wanna see. I'm just scattering books all around. That's a no. Wait, in the meantime, I can still do this. But we're still making progress as well. If they have cooldowns, all the abilities, but this way we can... Oh! We can still, like, work on upgrading our abilities by completing more rows. But okay, so that table is kind of clear. Just checking the floor here. No. No. Like, I fucking love the way that the books all just, I don't know, like ragdoll jump around, basically. Wee. DK, holy fuck, did you see this? Okay, you are right. Did you? Okay, honest answer. Were those real guesses? Did you play the game? Did you look it up? Or are you just a fucking genius? My guess is the last option, but yes, thank you so fucking much. Oh my gosh, you got it. Okay, we got it. Let's see. Real guesses? Oh, fuck. Okay, then you're just a genius. Yes. Okay, let's open it. Was it this side? Yes. Open. This must be the run, because the other side were two things, and this is another letter. Are you ready? Yes! Okay, DK, are you sure you haven't played this game? You get everything right. Like, holy shit, man. That's awesome. Okay, to the librarian. Look, let me tell you something. We have an incident, a very unexpected, very nasty incident. This is the same, yeah. Run like you've never done this before. We're gonna clean up this mess and we're gonna do it lightning fast. Yeah. Run and jump. Oh my god, look how fast we are. Oh my god, I'm stuck. Look. Oi. Okay. Nice. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, now we're just gonna do this turbo mode. We're gonna combine this. And then... my gosh. See, this is what I mean. Now we're turbo. Where do I go? There. Oh my god, almost an entire stack of random books. Whispers of the Moon. Like finished in one go. Okay, now we have the architectures and the Elfish. The languages are here, right? Yes, I got Elfish. No? Fairy? Elfish? This is on level 10, so that should go there. Where does dungeon? Where does the dungeon go? Nope, it's kind of all predictable. 2 were high and 1 were low, so 2 had to be low. That's true. That's good game logic. And it did seem like kind of suspicious because it was buried so much. There were like piles. I was already like unburying it a lot more. There were piles so high at the beginning there. But I thought I had to clear like a certain amount as well before I could even get there. But yeah. Oh wait, this goes here? Okay. Okay. But oh my gosh, now we can move fast. Nice. Do we already have points? Yeah. DK, do you want to choose what our next ability is going to be? We can do sorting. We can do shelf guide that highlights the correct bookshelf for the topmost book you're holding, guiding you to its proper location. The insight, that's the spell that uses the top book as a base to cause all books with the same series to glow. So it just, yeah, it shows you the locations of every book in that series. Then auto shelving. I don't think I need to explain that one. And the assemble, that's the one that still feels like just like a cheat almost. So that's the one that I've been upgrading most of the time. Because yeah, it just automatically places all the books from that series in your hand magically. You can choose which upgrade we're gonna do. And then I'm gonna work on that tactic that I was working on at the beginning, was just cleaning up the upstairs first. I can also just throw these books down there. Assemble, because it's 9 now, and if you hold 1, you get them all. Yes! I love you. Okay, because then we can, yeah. I have been like running around like crazy and just collecting books. But now I can do just this and then sort them, and then I will place them all. Like, well, the other thing is on cooldown. Yup. These are not good. This is what I mean. I did place like a lot of books just randomly in the bookshelf, so I knew I had some books from each series, like in each bookshelf, if that makes sense. This is not good. Why does it show that's not a good space? That's a good one. Wait, is this a good one? Yeah. So now we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Oh, why is it doing that there? Okay, sure. Okay, but we can also just clean up a little bit, like... The fact that we can also take 15 books with us now, that's... Now we can just run around. Fuck yes, we're so fast! Okay. No. Oh, okay, fuck it. Where does this one go? Where am I? Wait! Where's the alchemy? Oh, down there. Do we already have this one? Books of Alchemy. I don't think so. Okay, it does show up. So if you place it in the correct shelf, it lights up a little bit like that. And if you place it in the correct position on the correct shelf, it lights up all the way. So sometimes there's only like 3 versions, 3 books, 3 volumes. That's the word I'm searching for. 3 volumes. Is this the beast one? No, that's the weapon one. Is this the beast one? Oh, that's the bow one. Where's the beast one? Beast one. Oh, down there. Down there. Okay. Do I already have one of these? No, we don't. Okay, dungeon. Dungeon is up there. But I feel like this is a slower tactic than just trying to find the same ones from the same series. Okay, now I'm already holding too much. Summoning magic, stealth arts. Can I sort them at least like this? Yes. Voices, companion, stealth. We have 2. Okay, necromancy. That is down. Whee! Okay, but this is gonna, yeah. Now I'm overwhelmed with like all the power we have. Does that make sense? I can do so much now, like, yep. Okay, where's stealth? There's stealth. Okay, stealth techniques, no. Incomplete, no. Okay, so we put this one here. This one here. No, this one here. Summoning. This one divine. This one is Book of Summoning. Alchemy. Alchemy. This is not good colors, but okay. Is this? Okay. Oh, math. Oh, Pokemon. Still seems like a pain. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like now I'm not doing this correctly. Because now I have like a shit ton of random books and I'm walking from shelf to shelf. Which is not, this is not the most efficient at all. Like, no. No. Like this is a little better. If you combine them, you can just fly to the correct one. Excuse me. What? Oh, because this one was placed incorrectly. It couldn't place that one, and then I wasted my stuffy. Okay. But yeah, we can do this, and then we can do blip, blip, and then we can sort them. Maybe I can still complete entire rows and upgrade the other ones. Like, I think I need to use the upgrades, like the abilities, better. Like as I said, if you combine them, that saves a lot already. So this is one, like the Grand Companion of Magic, and we can focus on just collecting these books while some other things recharge. This is just going like bloop, bloop, bloop. And then we check where to go, and then we automatically sort. And then we can complete it already right away. Wait, do we have this one? No. Bloop, bloop. Oh no. Nope. It is one. Oh, this only has 3? Yeah. Oh. 1, 2, 3. No. No. Oh my gosh. I want to play the game. Hi, Knives. Hi, how are you doing? The game is kind of frustrating. Like, it is fun. It is addicting as well in some sort of weird way. But it is also kind of frustrating. But we did find out all the upgrades. But as I said, like as well, DK, I keep forgetting that I can run. So that's also kind of a me. Because I just don't do it. Let's see, now we are collecting more and more books. So if we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. That works a lot faster already. Yeah. Yeah. But I feel like we need a better tactic now. It is good for your ADHD. It's just, but there's just so many books, so like from time to time you still get like as well the ADHD overwhelmed from just like starting this project and then starting another project and then starting another project, because that's what I mean. I've been switching like strategies every so often, and that's not a good way to do it. Like I should just stick with one thing. And then that works, but then my brain gets like tired of that, and then I switch it again. We're getting there. We're getting there. We can run. We can jump now. It's good. Like we can collect the other books with this one. Oh no. Okay. Oh no. Level up. So if we do this, we can do it like, okay, the pickup and down doesn't change because you can do it literally every 10 seconds. Book highlight should be next. But this makes it every 10 seconds. But is that my muffin queen? Yes, Eggborn. Hi, honey. Oh my gosh. Okay, I think my mods are asleep. But there you go. And I'm also gonna do this. And let me pause so we can hear your Clippy better. Okay, book highlight should be next. Okay, but we have 2 points.
For the revive.
So I'm gonna do the book highlight and this 1 to 10 seconds. Oh, we maxed out the assemble. I thought so because it's what I also. Yum, 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 yum.
Bro, I'm already here.
But yeah, how are you, Eggborn? Have you been playing a shit ton of League again today or no? Okay, now if we just do
the way
this.
I wanted it to.
And then we do this, and then we do this.
Down the one on the left.
And then every fucking 10 seconds it should automatically
One
work.
on the right here.
Okay, book.
Down to him.
We can collect the 3 books
Three
with this
down.
one and then put this one back in. Where are we? With 4. And then we can still use this right away and then sort it. And by the time... Okay, then we need to upgrade the automatic placement next, I think. I can't believe I actually left that. You did good, you did good. Look, this is a pretty one. We're making like a gradient. But I am perfectionist still, so I want to match the colors even better. So I did change in some... Like in this one, I completed it already. And I did make it so this was all like sort of white. I do still feel a little bit mixed about it. But yeah, these are all like more the grayer greenish. And these are gray-white. But I do feel like changing these two. But it's too much work. We're getting demotivated to make it perfect. So yep. But yeah, the automatic books or shelving should be next, I think, now. Don't you agree? Congrats on the 500, thank you! Well, thank you for helping. Like you and Cross. Thanks to you, like with the shouty you gave me like my last 2 or 3 people that I needed. And I so appreciate it. Okay, now I'm not gonna use it because then it would be a waste because I'm almost done with this one. Was another row. Oh my god, now we are moving faster. Okay, now we can do this one and 5 and then 4 and then and then we're just gonna pick up a random few here to clean up again like this. Yes. Look. And then we're gonna do the flying and auto shelving. No. Yes. Flying. Where am I? Here. Auto shelving already done. But I did. Okay. Living with monsters. Do we have living with monsters? No, we do not. Bloop. Okay. You messed up too. What? Where? What? Where? What? What? Where did I mess up? DK, where? But again, thank you so much, Eggborn. But where did I mess up? Where? Oh god, where? Oh god, no. Oh no. Here? Oh god. Oh god, DK, now I have to go back to every... Okay, wait. Fuck those books, we're just gonna fill every bookshelf that we already have here in the meantime. But I fucked up. Oh gosh. In the top area. Okay, because that's what I said. That would be my worst nightmare. Like, I actually saw a video, someone who finished the whole thing. I don't know if they did it in one go. It sounded like they did it in one go. Because they were very frustrated. Because then they checked and everything was loaded in and everything was good. But it said like one was not complete. These look good. If you are messing with me, you know. Yeah, as I said, like in the meantime, I can like pick up the rest that I already have one, because I did fill a lot of random bookcases just with one, which is really nice now. I can also just upgrade the... Nah, I don't know, the placing is even nicer, because that saves more time. But this is risky for human error. Other side top error, I think as well, yeah. But as I said, like, okay, I'm just finishing up the rest of the bookshelves in the meantime while moving, but... What? Okay, that happened then probably in the other one as well. Okay, so this is good. This is good. Did we finish this one real quick? Look. Look. Ah! That was way more dramatic than it should have been, but okay. Okay. Because now we have another level up. Okay, sorting or auto shelving? This is very low level. What do you think? Sorting or auto shelving? Auto calls it to sort too? Yeah. What? I cannot count? What? Ah, okay. So auto? Because I have 2 points, but this one goes now every 10 seconds, this every minute. And this one can go faster, but we can just continuously upgrade the auto, so it's also like at 10 seconds or something. Fuck it, yes. Because then we have no chance of making an error. Okay. I'm just checking, like some books have series of 10 and some books are like just series, so these are not right. Ah. Nope. Yeah. Yeah. Wait, but this one is good, right? That one is good. I'm literally checking every fucking bookcase now. If there's no one that's messed up, I'm gonna be mad. But if there is, then I'm gonna be grateful forever. Oh, yes! Thank you, DK! Just when I was about to give up. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a lot. Yep. But oh my god, it was a good one. Okay. So now, if I put this one here, this is good. Now we can do this, and then this. Bam. And then like, while that one waits... Oh no, that's the wrong one again. We just grab the other books. I need one more, no? Is this just 3? But I have 2? Oh, I already have one up there. Okay, and then I do 5 and then 4 again. Like, the thing is, the auto sort lost a lot. Ah, see, I saw. Yes, you saw it. Thank you so much. You are helping me so much in this game. Like, holy fuck. But okay, so this is the thing. Like, the auto sort, it lasts for like 30 seconds. So in the time that the auto sort is active, I could do the other thing 5 times to make it automatically place all the books in. But I can work on upgrading that one so the cooldown is a lot shorter as well. So we have another level up. Okay. Okay, let's finish some bookshelves and then we do another round of collecting random books. Oh, now I have to wait for the sorting and the other thing. Okay. Sort. 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5. Oh my god, thank you so much for checking. No. See, this is all. That's, yep, no, yeah. Okay, we're good. Okay, 5, 4. Yep. Grab this one. Wait 1 second. And 5, 4. And it literally is waiting 10 seconds, but this is just completing automatically in 3, 1. Okay, how many can we get? But that's a short one. This one. Can we do this one? Can we do it? Yes. Yes! Oh my god! Okay. Okay, now we're making now we're talking. Yes. Where is this? Okay. Yup. Like this even takes more time still than just pressing the other one that we can do every 10 seconds, but hey, for these I feel like it's kind of a waste. But oh my god. Okay, now we're already at like almost 800. We're leveling up again. Okay, just upgrade it continuously. Yes. Yes. Again, I can just do this. Yeah, why not? Because by the time I will be done getting like other ones, it is what I mean. Like it takes 10 seconds, so we're just gonna complete every shelf we have here now, and then we have the other cooldowns again. Yeah. Auto, so you can mess up, yeah. Oh wait, I need to grab it first, then plus this, then plus that. Plus that. Yes. My English is so great today. You do notice the fact that I've been spending time with Dutch people. More, like in this past week. Then every time my English is just more Dinglish. But yep. Okay, can I reach? No. Okay, no. Okay, just keep upgrading that one then. And then be very careful when placing them. No. Very careful when placing. No. Nope. Yes. Okay, upgrade. Now we're at every 30 seconds. Like, but that's what I mean. The automatic grabbing, that does feel more OP than like the highlighting and the other one. Then the sorting is not really necessary if you already have like the automatic grabbing. Like now we can just walk through the library, shelf to shelf, just placing the rest. I do have to play some more books soon. But I do find this very satisfying. Look at that, it shows you. And then if we finish all the bookshelves that we have now, then that does save us as well, like looking through like stacks and stacks of books, because it does pick it up from here everywhere. So, yeah. Oh my god, look at the progress. Now we're almost 100 ahead already. Oh. Okay, we're perfecting this. Man, think about doing this without sprint and jump. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. I have been doing this up until, what was it now? 400 books or something? Without any of the upgrades. La 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 la. Yeah. Okay, just for funsies. Oi! Oi! It's just 3 books. Yeah. But yeah, I have been doing this like the really hard way. I know! I feel so stupid for that, I'm not gonna lie. I am gonna clip it later just to remind myself of looking like at the obvious as well, because yeah, like the key was literally right in front of you. I noticed the letter, I noticed all the stuff, but it was literally right in your face, and I was like, I wonder where the keys are, and just straight went to book sorting. My ADHD took over, okay? But this is very comforting, just knowing that I cannot mess it up. And I did do already like a lot of prepping. Like with random placing books. With a lot of rounds. So now we're just finishing some. Can we do 1 or 2 random rounds again? This is the best tactic we've had so far. By far. Yep. Yep. Nice, another one. 20 seconds. Okay. Oh, and another one. Okay, maxed out as well. 10. Okay. We're the strongest there for now. Yep. Oh my god, I'm gonna use this for just the 1 book, but yeah. Oh. Oh my god, we're making progress. Okay, now I feel like finishing the game still. Now I have hope again. Because Akborn, I don't know if you know, but I said like as always a joke, but I still kind of. It is getting earlier and earlier into the morning, so yeah. Can we make one more? I don't know. Yes. Okay, now we wait 10 seconds, so then we just find this one. Oh, I keep pressing the wrong for the, but oh my god, they're running and the jumping is. Okay, we're gonna do that one. Okay, there was one more. Did we finish this one? No, not yet. Yes, we did, but wait. Oh no, we didn't. Now we did? Yes! Fuck yeah, we finished the whole other category. We almost had that one, but we still didn't. We couldn't find the last healing ones. Because they were hidden like in the whole pile. Where the green key was as well. Okay, nice. Okay, so this is the random running and hopping. We're just gonna do that again to get a little more random bookshelves filled, so we can fill those up. Okay, wait, let me... Yeah, that was good, that was good. Oh my god, we're moving so fast. What do I have here? Detective law? Ah, okay. Okay, now, yes. 999! 999! We have 999! Yeah. 999. I'm way too excited. But this is the thing, we're making, yeah, we have 1/3 done now. This is what I mean, like, oh. No, I needed to pick this up. There you go. But this is what I mean, now I have hope of finishing this. This is good. We're gonna make one more? Yes! Okay, another level up. Maybe the shelf guide, so we can move a little longer with like getting the rest of the randoms. To fill it up. I should get more. Well, it isn't on cooldown, but it's like a 5-second cooldown, so. Yeah. It's okay, I kind of like, this is the kind of game that you just want to finish in one go. Am I right? Like, I don't know. That feels more like I wanna... Oh, those were just 3 books, oh. Okay. And I can also just do then this, and then that, and then... Bill? Those are also just 3 books. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, get this one then. Fill. Okay. I think now we filled all the other stuffs again. So yeah, we're gonna finish first. That was my tactic at the start, just cleaning up the upstairs because the downstairs was like way more messy than upstairs. So yeah. Gotta wait a little bit to see the shelves. Sorting them works already a lot with this one in combination because then you can place them automatically when running from shelf to shelf in the right order with like the how do you say that, the same kind of books. Yeah. Okay, we are gonna run from shelf to shelf. We can do this. Whee! Now we can run and we can jump and we can auto sort and we can just plop. And then we run to the next one and we plop. We run to the next one and we plop. We run to the next one and we plop. Yes, I've got to say this every time. This one. This one. This one. Ah, don't fall. Go, go, go. This one. Okay, I'm slow. Okay, okay. And now we can do that again. And fill the rest. That's what I mean. Now we have like a perfect tactic to finish this. Yep, yep. I just gotta upgrade like the shelf thing. Oh no. Okay, while that thing reloads. Yeah, I know it's there. Shit. Now I messed this one up. It's okay, it's okay. Okay, this is also a nice combination. We can just fill it up and then put it all in. Okay, that sounds so... Yep. Yep. I know. Okay. Okay. And then clean up here again. Okay, one more round. Can we level up? Yes. Shelf guide. And shelf guide. Oh my god, we're leveling up so fast! Oh, it helps so much with like the minor magic because as well we can hold 15 books now. At the start we could already hold 10, then 12, and then 15! Okay, we're gonna do the running around again. If I have a little less books, and I should pick up like 5, but this does help. With just filling more bookshelves. What? What? Fuck. Okay. You have to sort that one later. Run! Oh no. What? Oh, it's on cooldown. Okay. Okay. But then while it's on cooldown, we just finish up with this. Which one did I mess up? Downstairs one, right? There was one that couldn't auto sort. We will figure it out. Yup. Yes, we're not gonna risk this. I already messed up one. Why did I miss the tree? What? There you go. Okay. Oh, there's a Pokemon. If you want to catch a Poke, let's go catch a Poke. How long is this gonna take? I don't know. This works better, I think. Then in between the jumping, we fill them, and then we fill them there. And then we go to the next one. Oh. There you go. Nope, this one. Yeah, that's like a 10 seconds. Okay, so that's really good. What? Oh shit. I don't know where this one goes. Shit. Oh no! I messed one up. Okay, but we need this one and then fill this one here. And this one is a love story. I don't know where the other one goes. This one, where did that one go? This one goes here. Okay. We're good, we're good. Okay, grab this one. Oh my god, now it's literally just navigating which should go where first, basically. Does that make sense? I was just finishing it up. No, there. Fill it up, fill it in. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, that's just okay. We're good. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Book of Summoning, what? But why? Oh no. This one. What? What? Oh shit. Ah. But oh my god, it messed it up. There you go. Okay. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. We're getting there, we're getting there. I'm way too happy about that. Okay, let's take 5 and upgrade this one a little more. Oh my god, is it 10 seconds? Okay, that is just gonna work forever. Basically, it's gonna stay active for a whole minute. Are we there yet? We are moving fast. We're moving fast. We're at 12:50 now. It's a little better. Wait, 2. But I'm mostly just blind. That's also just the issue. Okay, and click. Oh, those were just 2. Okay. Okay, we're trying a new tactic where we get like 5 books. Then we run around. Find the correct bookshelf. We upgraded the entire, like, finding the bookshelf almost. Like, 1 more. And then while we run around with the 5, we can collect, like, the whole stack. And then we get, like, 4 more, 5 more. And we see where to place this. Whoop! And while we run, we get the rest. And then we auto-place it in. So we are moving faster and faster and faster. So we're doing good. We're doing good. But there's also, like, some that have just collections of 3. And that makes it a little slower. Just a little bit. Because I know we gotta wait 5 seconds to see where this one is. But I figured out while we wait. Yes, we already got 1 more. And then we just do this. That's what I mean. Now it's basically just figuring out how to use these as quick as possible. There is these are like a lot of the just really small ones. Whee! I forgot about my tactic of first cleaning upstairs. I'm just picking up books where we are, where we go, what we doing. Yep. Why can't I see where I'm going there? Loop. This is what making it slow. See, those are only 5 books. I can see. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. Fuck, now I messed up because I already had a whole collection in my hands. Okay, we're just gonna fill up this one. Like, I don't know what's faster. Like, just filling up one bookshelf? Probably. But we are making progress. Whoop. But we are jumping around a lot. That's what I mean. Like, I feel like there's a lot faster ways to do this. Still. But yeah. We're trying to optimize, okay? Now I still have, okay, I can upgrade this one more time. Now we should have, like, basically the whole time, right? Basically. What? What? Oh, okay. I was messing that up. Don't mind me. We ran to the next one. Where's that? Same. Oh, not same. But almost same. Where's this one? Right here. Yeah, what would be quicker? Like this tactic or just placing some random books in one round and then finishing everything? I feel like we're doing both at the same time, but I'm not sure if it's quicker or no. It feels quicker to do it the other way around because you can finish like a whole stack in one go. But as I said, this is also kind of nice. Like in the 5 seconds in between, I can finish like the few that I still had to do. For the rest, put this in again. And go here. Okay, this one. That's what I mean. It still takes a while. How can I optimize this? Any ideas? Oh shit. 5 and a 2? Ooh, that scared me. Whoop! 4. Okay. Just gonna finish this one. A 1, a 2, and a 3. Okay, maybe I'm gonna do one round of random books again. Because I do like the way that it cleans up, and then we can do just finish bookshelves. Have more. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Okay. Okay. Whoop! Whoop! Like, I don't know what goes faster. You know what I mean? Whoop! Like now we just put the one book in, but then we can just stand at the shelves when we have like. How do you say that? Like, yeah, enough books. I'm half making sense. run there. Okay. Level up. What should we level up now? Sorting, I guess. I do use the sorting. I never use the inside anymore. And chip. Oh my god, no, I get stuck. No, let me go. Thank you. It came across way more aggressive than I meant it, but yeah. Okay, we go there now. Whee! And now I'm just gonna finish this bookshelf. Yeah. Then we just gotta wait every 10 seconds. So how is everyone? Are y'all doing good? Everyone having a great time zone? I can't beat this before passing out. That is very true. Thank you for that. Oh. There's already one book. Sometimes it does mess up a little. But you do have to be careful. Why is this not working? Wait, it's not a bookshelf. No, yeah. Oh my gosh. But now it does feel like at least possible. You know? Because it made it seem really impossible. Not gonna lie. Like 3,000 books. But yeah, you see the way we're making progress now. This is way better. Yep. So again, we're still finishing cleaning up the top floor first. Whee! Again, if I sort them first, then it does place all the books like in the same thing that needs to be shelved. Okay, wee. And then I can place the rest, like if I have enough space in my inventory, I can fill already the entire thing. Wait, where do I go now? I don't know. There. Why didn't that work with filling it? Excuse me. There you go. Okay. I do have to go check if everything is placed correctly. What? We're doing good. What was the last game you played, DK? Yeah, I only had the one monster as well, so I don't have any backup energy. Wait, where do I go? There. That was the one book I needed here. Okay. I gotta dance. Been in Warframe a ton lately? Nice! I have played Warframe again as well. Like, that was the last stream I did. Like, I started with other stuff. Right? Yeah, I did the collab thing. We had the mecha stuff. But I did Warframe with Mooney Bean. She does Warframe every Wednesday. Dressed as a weenie. And then Ripshot joined in as well. Carnage was playing with Mooney Bean because they play together every Wednesday basically. Sorry, I'm dancing because then I keep away. Been in the game for 13 years now, damn. Have you been active like the whole 13 years? Did you take long breaks in between or no? Okay, gotta stay awake. Oh, those books are pretty. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Oh, ho, ho. Oh. Where do I go? Am I blind now? Yes. No, yes. That makes sense. Okay. Oi. This side? Oh, I gotta wait now. For like a whole 5 seconds or something, but yeah. Bam! Where do we go now? Down? Yeah? Oh my gosh. If this is giving anyone motion sickness, let me know. But yeah, 13 years active. Holy shit, that's awesome. That's a lot, sure. Okay. Where do we go now? Okay. Where does this go? Oh, there. Whee! Oh my gosh. I feel like we can already upgrade again, but yeah. But it's another one. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, these are just 3. A 1. Oh no. A 1. A 2. A 3. What is your latest? Like, did you finish all the quests already? I think so. With 13 years active, probably yes. What's the latest things that you've been doing? Like, did you finish everything already? Are you just farming for certain frames? Where do we go? Here. Nope. Okay. And we grab this one. Oh my god, I've been stung. What the hell? I just now saw that the comrade is dressed like a maid. Okay. Really random. Yep, just making out for my build. Ah, okay, okay. Like, I still have to finish the main quest and the side quest. Because I played like a long time ago. And then I started playing just last year with Void. This way. Okay, we're almost gonna hit the 2,000 people. It is like it is still a hassle a little bit in a sense, but oh, I gotta wait. But it's satisfying as well. It's a good challenge. We are making more and more progress. Yeah. Like as soon as upstairs is done, I might take like a little breaky just to keep my sanity. If that makes sense. I would appreciate that. Whee! Where do we go now? Here. Ooh, close, but not really. Whee! Ah! Ah! Okay. Oh, those are pretty. We missed one. What? I had too much in my inventory, I think. That's why I only need to take 5. But it's okay. And we can do like one finishing up round. That's better than having to pick up everything. Yeah. Yeah. It is looking pretty. Yes, now while the other one is recharging, we're just gonna fill this up. Yes. And then it already recharged. Whee! Whee! Okay, but I want to pick up these. And I still maybe want to perfect it, like having the prettiest combinations with each other. Like they are already pretty nicely sorted together, but still. Like I want all the purple with the purple. You only need to get 9, or you can hold 6. That's true, that's true. 5, yes. Yes. Yeah, but that's the thing. So sometimes there's like other... How do you say that? There's other combinations as well where they have like only 3 or 4 and then I get greedy. But if I sort them and then show... Oh, this thing is on cooldown. But yeah, so if I sort, then I show, then it will have put up everything. Then I put them in. And it does pick up all the stuff. Then while I move to the other thing, I can fill it. Plop. And then put that in. This kind of works. Now I gotta make sure that I do refill in time as well. Now I can just pick up these. And then go back here. Ooh, okay, that was kind of lucky, kind of risky. Kind of lucky, kind of risky, but okay. Almost at the 2000. Yeah, because now I have some holes there. Oh. Not the good kind of holes. Now I can fill up the hole. I cannot stand waiting for the cooldown. Whee! There you go. And uppies. Like we are, yeah, we passed the 2000! What? Why didn't Okay. Look. Like, can I do this more even faster? Now it's a challenge. Like I have to figure out how to get the... How do you say that? I can... Yeah. I'm just leveling up everything. Okay. Maybe we pick up 6 here. We're short and we have at least like the similar books. But yeah, no, theirs are not really similar, but yeah, okay. I think this is the best tactic we have. Oh no, I didn't wait for the cooldown. Okay, that kind of helps maybe if when I wait for the, no, because I need to wait for this too. I don't like the color scheme we got there, but it is what it is. I want to have the light ones in the front there. But yeah, I'm not gonna be that perfectionist now because then we are not gonna finish today. Need one more. But that's some cooldown, so we just grab. I want to grab all the books here, just so we have these cleared. Now we can fill up the gaps again because I need to switch tactics from time to time because otherwise, I don't know, I go crazy. And then we do have more books. Like I'm still trying to figure out what would be the quickest thing. Because now this fills the books in certain bookshelves altogether, but then we can just stand at one bookshelf and fill the rest of it, basically. If you know what I mean. Like this is moving around a lot more. We can fill up then the short ones in the meantime as well. Oh! Oh! Oh, that's so cool, that's still okay. What? What? But now it's working. What the hell? Yeah, okay, I still have too many books on me. I know. I know. I know. Where do we go now? There. Whee! Oh. Yes. But see, now I have like too much time where I just have to stand and wait, basically. I do like the way that the progression goes, because at the beginning you have to look for every book. And I was trying to figure out like tactics of going from every book, how do you say that, bookcase to the next one. Wait, this is just this one. Yeah. These are all full. Oh my god, we're making progress. Okay, 6 books. That's still the safest spot. And then check there. Should I make sure I always have 6 books? I mean, now it's... Oh, there's another Pokey Pokey. Pokey Pokey Pokey. This is a really random book. That should go here, but I place it randomly somewhere. What? Oh, it's on cooldown. Every time it gets me, I'm like, oh no, okay. Okay, one more point. I'm almost maxed out. Did I miss something here? No. Oh, wait, let me catch a pokey. And let me fish. And let me spawn a dungeon. Get everyone awake again. There we go. Looks good. Oh my god, you're actually gonna finish this. DK. Oh, you're still like a naked little guy here. Oh no. How have you been, by the way? You been good? I still wonder, are you always lurking? Do you have like a bot for it? Do you have a program for it? I wanna know. I wanna know everything. I'm just curious, Muffin. Where do I go now? The thing is, it doesn't help a game that I'm sometimes just kind of fucking blind here. Yes, there we go. Okie dokie. You're still always lurking? Nice. I do really appreciate you. That's the thing, my PC just can't. I do know that they changed some rules and stuff. I don't know if you know the rule. No. I just don't keep up with the rules anymore from the thing. That, yeah. Oh god, I gotta wait. I graduated from Magic University and got 0 job offers. Volume 4. But can't earn channel points. I don't like channel points. That is very true. Channel points are good. And you can spam all the redeems. Okay, this is their maxed. So now we maxed out everything. We maxed out every. Hey! Oh my god, who's this? Who is this? Oh yes, okay, so that's why I have the channel points. But this is the full one. Look, this is not yours, but this is the full screen. I really like this. Thank you. What? Yay! Oh, you're fun. Oh, that's amazing. Okay, oh, but this is perfect actually because now I'm gonna grab a drink. One sec. Thank you, thank you.
Die, potato, die. I baked you a pie.
Oh boy, what flavor?
Pie, pie, pie.
Dad, I'm hungry.
in here a little while, like she congratulated me on my 500. We watched a little leak clippy, but we always like more shouties for a queen. Yeah. Look, Salty. By the way, if you just need to go to sleep, Salty, you sleep, you silly. Yeah? Do you? But we are making a shit ton of progress. We already finished 254 rows and completed over 2,000 books. Oh, you just woke up again? Ah, that's what I figured. I thought if you've been awake like the whole time, then I will send you to sleep right now. But you have been quiet, like in the meantime, and then just woke up and shouted someone out and then went back to sleep again. Yeah, I know you. But Salty, DK came in and he just helped me like fix the whole game. Cause like we found all the keys. The first key was just right in front of my face. I still feel kind of embarrassed, not gonna lie. Was not one of my proudest moments. Like the first key was literally right here. And the thing is, DK, I actually already went there. Yes, he said, hold my beer. I got this shout out and yeah, that's exactly what happened. Like a couple times. I didn't notice. And yes, DK is now, but DK is just pro at any game now. Yep, I'm giving you too much credit, DK, but yeah. Yeah, I think it is, yeah. Because he knew every location from every key, just by perfect guesses. It was amazing. Oh my god, he is awesome. Yes, he is. Oh, you didn't forget. You didn't check in yet. Thank you for checking in, girl. But so yeah, with the help of DK, we found every key. Like, we found 3 in a row, and then we had to clear out a little bit under the tables there. Look, I just threw everything to the side. That's why it is a little bit more of a mess. But you see in comparison to how many books there were before you KO'd. Look. We are going so fucking fast. I'm clearing the whole top side now.
Program to bring you this important
I mean,
message.
one key where easy.
I
know, DK.
Now back to our show.
I love you too, Eggborn. Thank you so much. You're amazing. But I know, it's so DK, that's the thing. I actually went here, I think, in total 3 times. Because I went there to read it myself. Then I went there again to read it to the game. And then I went to read it to you. And all 3 times I just didn't see. I was like, I don't know what you're, yeah. I just fully ignored the key right in front of my face, right there. SD game creepy, wait. Is that your old...
declog your neighbor's pipes.
Is that your PNG? What? Is that a really, really old clippy, DK? I don't know if I ever saw you like that. Look, we have, oh yeah, Salty, like we have upgraded every skill to the max. That's my, I feel like lazy and not running the 3D program. Ah. And I probably have seen it, but just blocked it out of my memory. Because I do recognize, oh, now it's playing the Eggborn Clippy too. Yay. Yay.
Get out of there, Boogie.
That was a rare Eggborn on cam moment. Awesome. Awesome. But look, I'm clearing the whole top first, so we have like one space where we can just walk around free. And then depending on what time it is, I might take a little turbo breaky to, yeah, walk the Karma Beam. What? Oh, I gotta wait. Gotta wait. Bloop. And then we go there. So yeah, now it feels like It's gonna be a new 3D one day, but still lazy. Nice. I want one for days when I just don't feel like showing my face. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know, it would be perfect for League especially, I think, because then I kind of just want to focus on the game, and I have seen my facial expressions when playing League, and it's just like, I zone the fuck out. Like, yeah. It's not flattering. It's not a good sight. But yep. So it would be nice to have like a muffin thingy. But I did want to experiment with oh god, now I've got to wait again. I always look so mad when I play League. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I watch myself back and I'm like just dead ass serious, like because it's just like, yes, you know, muffin, that's a special League face. No, that's what it like. Oh my gosh. I'm joking. Yeah, but that's the thing, like with League, you gotta focus. Oh my god, I'm dying. Let me turn my music back on so you don't hear me dying, just... Okay. But yeah, no, so like, I saw my clippy and I'm like, yes, I'm talking, but I'm like monotonously talking because I'm just watching. And like, get this fucking resting, bitch. But I didn't know until later, so I do want to play a shit ton of more League because I did really enjoy it. But I do, if I want to play like ranked or I want to grind a lot more, yeah, League does something to us. I know, it's like, bitch, it's too visible. But I want like a little muffin thingy. I was trying to see like, look, if I do this, I can use just like the, wait, test. I can use this one, like the PNG thingy over there. But that's basically just my logo. But it does respond and it looks like it's talking, like yay, yay, yay. If I don't mute myself. I can use that as a little placeholder, but I don't know, then people would miss my face. But it would be fun to have like a little muffin VTuber kind of for the off days. Where I can just bitch face out without anyone knowing. Would be good. But salty, fucking hell, man. You have like a little special muffin League face. I love the way that you're still very polite about it as well. Like you can just say like I have an extremely bitch face when playing League. I won't hold it against you. The pro tip, with no cam you can play pantsless. So DK, how do you know that I have not been pantsless on streams? You only see this. Like, I have had some streams where I'm like, okay, let me just stand up. It is hot. It is summertime. Nobody has to know. Wait. I am wearing pants today. I am wearing pants now. Wait, prove it. No. Oh my god, you guys. No, that's what I said. Like today I am wearing pants because you have already seen me. Like I have them. Like, yes, I have pants. I prove it. She ain't got no pants. Not today. But earlier I did. I love the fact that I'm also just standing up, actually proving, like, look, I have pants. Look, today I do. But it's still, like, if you sit like this, like, you never see me hold me, like, 9 out of 10 times. Now they're gonna be watching 24/7 to wait and see. Well, I mean, I know, right? And now you know the secret. Because that's what I mean. You don't have to be a VTuber to be pantsless. I have said it one time. I'm gonna catch her one day. Oh gosh. As someone she flashed it first time. Well, I did already flash people on stream one day. By accident, sort of. But that, yeah. Nobody has to know. The thought does not exist. It was just when I started really early. And yeah. And I missed that stream. I'm sorry. Like a lot of people missed it because I think I had like maybe 20 followers at the time, thank God. You do it again on accident. Very much on accident planned. Yep. Then I can warn you beforehand that I will do it on accident. No, but when I started, like, I was mostly streaming in my pajamas. And I was wearing, like, a really nice, really comfy pajama. Yep. But it was, like, a top. And then it was open here. Like, it was, how do you say that? Like, see-through. And I was, like, a dress again. And I was just, like, just in the pajamas. Because I was streaming, like, always in the middle of the night, like, today. But then just always. So I woke up at, like, at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. And I was just very sleepy, so I was just in my pajamas. I was just going, like, no fucks given. But then I was very sleepy, and I was like, let me stretch. And I got a message from, my most true follower still, because he's my first subscriber ever. And I was like, yeah, you might want to check that thought. You might just want to censor everything. Thank you for this moment, and never do it again to protect your butt, maybe. I'm like, wait, what did I do? Wait, what? But yeah, nobody has to know. I love you, how sweet. Okay, you're already excited. You guys silly. Thank you for helping me keep going. I want to know. Well, I learned that day that it's smart to go on stream and always wear a bra. If you're gonna show your face, do wear a bra or something. That's important tip. Muffin tip of the day. Don't forget your top. It's just, yeah, just some friendly neighborhood advice. Where did it go there? Oh my god, we're gonna finish this. I was checking on Karma and she just falls asleep on the couch. I was like, okay, we're just gonna wake her up after. And I'm just gonna finish this because I'm fueled by adrenaline to finish all these book stackings. There's a lot of times where I just wear my jacket with nothing underneath. Yeah, but then, yeah. But then, okay, so that, yes, that's also like, if you have like a bat suit or whatever, and you show only this, that's also perfect. But then still, don't stretch. Don't stretch. Never stretch. Stretching is dangerous. Yep, stretching is scary. There we. No, get back here. I was not done. Yes. So many books. So many books. But we have only 500 more books to go, people. The library is looking so nice. Fuck that stupid fairy. We're winning. Okay, wait. So we figured out like the perfect amount of books you can hold is 6. Listen, Salty, can you sing? Now they're just trying. What? Trying what? Yeah, Salty, can you sing? I want to know. I never heard Salty sing. The stretch got the... Oh, Salty! Girls got... Okay. But yes, no, but that's the thing. Like, I'm wearing a very, very loose, very chill bikini top today. This is also like, if you knew, like, it's just like, there's no padding, nothing. It's just a very chill bikini. But yeah, I do recognize like the earlier. I had one person that just came into my streams for a while. It just came in and redeemed like stretch, good boy, and then went okay. And I was like, okay, you do you. Everyone's got to get there like somewhere, I don't know. But yeah. Girls gotta shoot a shot. Fair enough. Yep. Thank you for being here, Egbert. I like it. I do want to train like being less shitty in League so we can actually play together and have a little bit more fun instead of just ranting. Yep. We're not ranting, just losing. Not ranting. Just getting frustrated. Oh no, I don't have any books. It's so clean! Oh my gosh. We're almost done with the upstairs. Yeah. That's the thing, when we have the upstairs finished, I think we might have like more finished than I realized. I gotta know if you sing. Answer me, it's important. Yes, I want to know now. You do realize that now I want to know even more? When group call? When is this happening? Oh my god. Yeah, let's go group call. When? Hit me up. Wait. We can have a special group cam session? Oh my god, that sounds so wrong. But hell yeah. Okay, you're in, nice. Fuck yeah. Oh, those are pretty. Look. Yeah, okay, you can see now, but those were pretty. Yup. I know Miss Relax Game is gotta wake up, so he'll be like, oh my god, you're still awake. But I hope she's sleeping for longer. It's like 6:30 in the morning, so I hope she sleeps. Salty knows how much I love his deep voice. If someone I go group with you guys anytime. Okay, DK, welcome to. Yeah, no, I know you've been in my chats. You're yeah. You're not much better. This is how I know Star Wars is asleep. Because otherwise that little degenerate would have already responded. Whoop. Okay. Whoop. Conversation has gone off the rails really bad. I am focusing on finishing, but this is how we stay awake, people. No. There. No. Yes. I love the song Far Over the Misty Mountain Cold. Yes. Oh, yes. Salty, sing that. Yes. Okay, I do want to hear that a lot. With the deep salty voice. I guess the gears turning. I've been heard like that there's also a metal version. Salty, why are you spraying your... Salty, spraying yourself? That's what I'm saying? Yes. Yes, okay. I want the good one. Okay, wait. Let me cool you down. Oh my Jesus. Hey, is this a good one? No. This is the nice one. This is the OG. This is the OG. I will help Salty a little bit. There you go. Boop. This is not the right place. Where am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What? I was here. Oh, it was one bookshelf too far. Oh my gosh. This one is done. Yes. Yeah. Okay, we have the finance books, but I don't like these. These just take forever. Do you have more books upstairs? Or yes, we do have more books here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, oh no. What? Does this get the gears going even more or what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Oh yes, please. I was wondering what version you meant. This is a nice version, but this is not the version. Boopity boopity boop. That's what I mean. I only have like the trees. Now most of them are just the tree ones. Sword, fill, jump, bloop. Multitasking mode. And whoop. Oh my god, but the jumping and the running and everything, yes. Yes, without that, no. I was going so slow. Thank you. Okay. Let me run there so I know where I was. Okay. Poke catch, Discord check. Oh my god, join the raffle too. Are you gonna gamble away all your muffins again? Oh my gosh, Agborn. Okay, now I... Yes, this one. Okay, this was the one that I was looking for. I've only heard it on YouTube, I think, but... You're just... Yeah. Yep. I agree. Yeah, I still jump. Yes. Oh no. Yes, we're good. Okay. If this is super loud, deal with it. I got you, Queen. Thank you. Appreciate you. I don't mind. See, I don't mind either, and that's all that matters. No, if you're going deaf, let me know. But music and demands. Yeah, this is good. Oh, but yes, this with the deep salty voice when. And I do love the way that you describe it. That version is OMG. I gotta change my pants after hearing it. And I only want it darker. Yes. Oh. Goosebumps. Yep. Like, yep. 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 The harmonies here, my gosh. Oh. Fuck yeah. Yes. Like I get what you mean, but it's this part. It's like the harmonies, like did yep. Fucking love it. It moaned. Oh my god. Wait, don't have to say the fact when I need to change pants. Yes, no. That only works for a girl, I think. Well, no. You can say that as well, but yeah, no, yeah, you can. Yeah. But no. Why apologize? Salty? Nope. Oh, my mind is broke. Yes, and now we need to hear that from Salty. So when private group call, yeah, let me know. Okay. I'm gonna look up your suggestion as well. You want it darker. 1000%. I know, right, girl? Like, yeah. Okay, this one. When? Yes. Salty, when? Can you already sing this song? Do you need time to prepare yourself mentally? Because yes, I'm in. I'm 100% in. Let's go. I feel like we should still do this. I have like a better way of doing this, but I'm now just enjoying the process. I won! Oh my god, that feels rigged, but Okay. Oh, wrong one. Oh my god, do you see this library, guys? I was considering like just getting the whole thing and then just fast forwarding it, everything like 100%. I don't know. Making a video out of it. I do, yeah, I've been working on it 6.5 hours. Nice. Oh. Can you sing this song, Salty? This is almost more like talking than singing, no? You want it darker? But yeah, I do want to know, can you sing this one? Some books are now just flying because they had other books under them. And now they're gone. They gone. Boop. Yeah, this is like whispering, talking. Yeah. I'm gonna put it a little. There you go. We're almost there. For whoever has been here from the very fucking beginning. We did it. We did. Oh, excuse me. What? What? Wait. I'm messing up. Okay. Put this one there. Put that one there. We're not gonna mess this up. We're not gonna know. Because then we have to check every bookshelf. Like, that's my biggest nightmare now. You get a little minion. Okay, but now if we're in this mood, like this is a vibe, but this is a little different vibe than the other one, but it is good. But it's more like the yeah, how do you say that? The whispering mode. But I know you guys got me in a mood. Where do I have it? Here? Okay, I'm gonna switch to this. Maybe this is okay. We're gonna start with this one and make a mix of it. No, not the mix. A great transfers? Ooh. Yes, please. I canceled that. I messed up my order. Wait 1 second. Yes. I can help you with that mood. Girl! This is the first time I see you in this kind of mood, but I like it. Is the take this? Take what? This is a different show. I know the player. I do not have the player out right now. You love this song. Oh god. Do you know it or no? Probably then. If you don't, I will send you the linky because fuck yes. I do love it too. This is my secret muffin playlist. When we're after hours, after dark, and most of the people are lurking, then we switch to the secret muffin playlist. Yes, I do. Nice. And we do have like kind of similar music taste, I think. Would give anything for a man to say who's worse to me. Girl. Yes. Like, Oh, you're gonna be too much. Okay, yeah. Or my muffin queen. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I have been thinking about it. Like to do like just like a Viper has, like my friend, to do like a dirty talk redeem. But then I kind of switched the vibe to my channel to be a little more wholesome. But I still want it. I still want it. Maybe I can make it like hidden for after dark. It's like yeah. Grimmy, we were in a mood. Don't mind us. Don't judge. We love you, Grimmy. I I'm redeeming that every night. Oh, girl. Okay. I'm gonna, yeah. Like, I love the fact that this conversation in this stream just goes everywhere. I love it. We started with like very serious talk, but this is still also. Yeah. Thank you, Akbar. Okay, there. Grim, I may have not started it. Nothing, Grimmy. Nothing. No, but Grimmy knows me in all my moods, so I think we're good. Like Grimmy, I've been going for 8.5 hours. We're gonna finish this library. Even if it's the last thing I do, we are gonna finish this thing. And what is that emote? What is it? What is it? Yeah, no. No, but I love Eggborn in this mood. This is fun. Yeah. This is the good kind of, yeah. Ooh, and Grimmy. Is that Darky? Boom. Is that CS? That Darky? Is that, what is that? What was that? I am EP. Okay. And now I want to have like a special dirty talk redeem just for Eggborn. That's the vibe what we're going on now, like Grim. So yeah, welcome Grim. Great to see you. Love you. How was your day? Did you have work? Hell yeah. Yeah, special Eggborn dirty talk. Okay. And then I could just shut the fuck up. But okay, do you want me to be nice or no? Like, yeah. I missed it. Really? Really? I want a special redeem here that girl and girl dirty talk. Oh. 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 Be whoever you want to be. Well, I can do both. I'm chill at work today. Got work tomorrow. I will take it. Oh, nice. Yes, you will. Indeed, like a good girl. We're doing wholesome real every game. Yeah. Wait. I gotta pull out these. You are. Whoa. Oh, double join. Oh, I didn't have to double join. Oh, my lurkers are suddenly awake. Are like, wait, what? What? What's going on? People are calling me a good girl? What? I do have, that's the thing. I do have like a good boy command, but I don't have the good girl command. I do want a good girl command. That's so much better than a good boy. I'm making it worse for myself. Please! Oh my god, yes. Okay. Salty, you also have this power, so if you want to add one. Alright, now I'm moving stuff around the house, so playing on my Switch right now, just kidding. Noise, Grammy, noise. Ooh, I do see something very important that I did have to update. What are we listening to now? I don't want this. We're just listening to this. Okay, this is same genre. Do you also know this one? This is also a good one. Same genre as the other one. Music is, yeah. I'm embracing the vibe now, okay? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay. Yeah. I was like checking that already. Okay, but I kind of now wanna Good Girl by Saint Fight. Yes, I know that one. Fuck yes, okay. Like I knew I had kind of similar like music taste and stuff, but this, yeah. I like you even more now. I didn't know it was possible in me, yeah. Another Dungy. What are you playing on your Switch, Grimmy? And I heard something from Morgoth that they were like just moving the entire house around now. He's changing the entire house. Rebuilding the house? I don't know. I heard half of it. Or like poor Grimmy, because he said that he was gonna tear down walls. What's this song? I need it. It's literally called Write Me Like You Hate Me, Mommy. It's like this is what it said. This is my secret muffin playlist. It is after hours. We're trying to finish book filling, putting things into holes. Yep. Now I'm just yep. Now yep. The sleepy brain is winning, Grim. Add it to playlist. We gotta share playlists, my gosh, yes. Slap that booty. Yeah, we're moving things around everywhere. I was playing Silk Song, but might start something new, not sure. I didn't know Silk Song was for DS. Oh my god, did you hear me? Switch. Jesus, that's what I mean. I'm EP. But in a good way. And I'm so fucking proud of finishing this in one night. Bam. Because we are doing it. But if it wasn't for DK, we would be still going for like another 12 plus hours. For sure, so... Yeah. Okay, wait. Let me pause here 1 second. I have your song. I've been doing my playthrough on Switch. Nice. Very nice. Okay. Your song is queued up. I'm gonna go get a turbo bathroom break. Yep. We can do that. So I'm gonna do BYB. I will be back within 5 minutes, and then we're gonna continue listening.
Will be right back.
I can move around a little bit, like doing jungle or dragons or stuff like that. And you can move around if you want to. Oh no. Don't come here. Okay, wait, sorry. I just gotta keep this for later because that was... But we're still vibing. Fuck yeah. So many dumb ways.
Oh, do you want to make the muffins? Can you make them?
Muffins! That's true! I prepared everything so I can make the banana muffins. I forgot about the banana muffins. Oh my god. Okay, everyone. Banana muffins. Let me check. Did we make... Yes!
Can we make more coffee?
Okay, we're gonna live off banana muffins now, okay?
Okay. You make some.
I make 20.
Ooh, okay, I take... Oh, precision. Hold on a minute. Okay.
Help! Brain not braining, eyes not eyeing, words not wording.
I am already back. It was super quick. Hello. Wait, do we still want to see the small one? Like this? Or maybe do this one now? Because I don't know if the books like really matter now. But then I can hide the reactive thing. Wait. Wait. Okay, no CZMs. Thank you, Egbert. Okay. Play this one. I think I do know it, but I don't have it in my stream thing, so in my playlist. Thank you. Oh, I like this one. There we go. There you go. Okay. My phone for walkies later. So yep. Thank you. Yes. And just yes. Holy shit. This is like, yeah, how do you call this genre? Inky metal rock and stuff. No. There is like a literal name for that. One is called like, yeah, the other one was like about book talk things. How would you call this genre? Just research purpose. I need more. No, go back. No. Okay. That was. Oh, we're gonna mess it up. Ooh. Okay, I love this one. I like. Okay, but we do need the good girl command. Did I just add it right now? I don't want to. Just to please Akbar. Yes. Okay. We're just pausing. No, we're keeping it rolling. Okay. Fuck it. I'm gonna open Mixida. I do have a good boy. Yes, please. Yes, for you, queen. Okay. I can put this here. Come on. Oh no, I forgot to redeem, no? Where did I put this? Where's my good boy? Do I have it in stream elements? Do I have it there? I can do this normally. Right? Stream elements. Okay. I have to link them together then. Okay, but I can do this. I can do this. Okay, wait. Where's my good boy? Okay, but now I want fucking, yeah, go song radio. I want just the vibes, this vibe. Ooh, this one is good. I know this one. That's why I know the band. Okay, I didn't know the other one. I know this one. Okay, nice. Okay, let me log in here. Oh yeah, I cleared my whole thing, so everything is locked out. God damn it. Okay, we got this. We got this. I want to add this right now. Like, Good boy. Copy paste the good boy, but then we're gonna customize it. I'm gonna link it to the channel point. Oh yeah. Add oh. Add command to existing one. Then I do username. Okay. Almost. Or is it almost there? Okay. I'm having way too much fun with this. That's the thing. Okay, wait. So we have this one. This, wait. My gosh. Wait, 1 second. Does this work?
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Yes.
Is it you? Is it you?
Okay, but then I do have to find like sound effect and stuff as well. But now we're just gonna add it as a command for now. But I wanted us to redeem. Okay. Fuck it. Like fuck it is what I mean. Like I tend to do stuff like randomly live sometimes. So I now dedicated to adding this. So we're just gonna search on what is it? I think I have it through blurbs. The good boy, yeah. There's a blurbs. Nope. You can't see stuff as I think. Yep. And then we're gonna pick something. Good girl. Oh. Hmm. Okay, now we're just yep. I don't know. Can you guys hear this? I'm just listening to this by myself. Like I hope you can hear this. No, you cannot. Okay, wait. Let me turn audio on. Which one do we want? Like this one? That's kind of nice. That's What Nintendo Google? But this one, Like, or just that's too. This is. No. No. Okay, wait, what does. Oh my god, that one? Which one? Which one? Shit. This one? Or the. No. This one? I just keep playing it like, No. Oh, that's too much. No. That one? No. That one? This one. I do like the way he pronounces it. That's a yes, no? That's a yes. That's a definite yes. Oh my gosh. Okay, then we go to Twitch. And we go to the stuff here. We're still doing this live because fuck it all. Oh wait, do you want to play Fuck It All for me, Salty? I can't sing for shit. Not that high. I can't sing low. Where's my good girl? There's my good girl. And then how much is the other one again? I'm on 100. I'll make it 50. How much did I make this one? Oh, to make this 50. Okay. I'm taking this to the next level. Okay, because I want it to be in chat as well. That's what I was checking. Okay, so I have this one. I added it now with naughty. But let me copy paste. Because I've changed the message a little bit. Do you want some pets as well when you're called a good girl? Oh no. I can always disable if I want it. On this, and then yes, and then no. Then oh. Taking notes. Yeah, you need to practice that. Okay. Okay, let's test it. Can you see the redeem? You see it. You see it.
You're such a good girl.
Fuck yeah! You are such a good girl, hon. Thank you. Thank you, queen. Oh my gosh. And what else? Fuck it, yes. We're just gonna do this right now because otherwise I'm just gonna put it on the list and forget it again. But yes. Now you have your custom. You're such a good girl. That is a good one. I know, I know. Okay, that was a very, very needed interruption. Now we continue. You are welcome, Queen, and I definitely need to change my pants right now. How many pants, how do you say that? How many changes you had already? 3? Oh no, it's Sarge. Oh, hi, Seb. That should be Agborn walking. Fuck, yes, yes, yes. Oh, remind me. I still, like, Mr. Lex Gaming was gonna teach me to do the walk-on sounds with something as well. And yes, yes, I do want to have, like, the VIPs have, like, their own walk-on kind of thingy. Like, I love the fact that have how Man of Letters has that as well, but yes. And every time Akbar comes in, we're just like, yeah, no, yeah. Better you ladies don't wear pants at all today. Yeah. That's the thing, I still have to go out with Carmi, otherwise I would lose the pants already. And hi Sap, yes, we are very naughty today. That's just all I'm gonna say about it. Like, this is a great combo. Thank you for coming in again, Agborn. I love you. How much do we need still? We are still, like, that's the thing. We are very, very close to finishing this game. We're just taking detours now to kind of postpone almost finishing the game. Because it feels so definitive to finish it. But yep. And I do feel a little bad because Silky was the one that was really excited about the game as well. And then Silky was way too sleepy today. But you're trying to make me lose them? I love you! I love you. Yeah. Wait, okay, but these were the random radio. I'm gonna check if I have more. I have this one. Wait, I have this one. We're just gonna play like the good ones. I'm gonna check, like, okay, some you probably know, some you don't, maybe? I don't know. There's some feral girls on the loose. Hey, why can't we? Like, I mean, most guys on the internet are like dirty-minded like 9 out of 10 times. We can be feral sometimes as well. Like, that's just like, yeah. Fuck it. Just fuck it. We deserve to be naughty too. This is also a nice song. Yes, we do. See? Yes, we do. Do you know this song? Approved? Yes, thank you, Sophie. I know. This is still kind of innocent, but it's fun. Like, it's not even about doing anything. It's just having dirty thoughts about someone, you know. It's an innocent song. I do know this song. Okay. Okay, but I wanna switch, like, okay, because I wanna find. I have some that are really bad, some that are just kind of cute, but I have an interesting playlist. Now I wanna exchange dirty songs. Oh. Nice. Just nice. Yeah. I appreciate you being so open. No, I don't like this one. Okay. I like what? No. Did I already let you listen to this? This is also a nice one. Yeah. Kind of more poppy, but kind of good. I do love that Sap just came in with the don't touch, but now you're shy, Sap. Sap always dirty. No, that's not nice. Like Sap not always dirty, but Sap always trying to be naughty. Let's just say it like that. He just comes in here with don't touch. Yes, please. Like, that's what I meant. I'm like, yes, okay, nice, thank you. This is like this is sort of a power mode, but no, I wanna like it is good, but it's not no. Now I wanna impress. We need to wake up those lurkers. Maybe they're running now. They're like, oh my gosh, all this dirty talk. Silk, no. Oh, Silk, we need some nutting on the stream. I'm away. Salty, you need to do it the other way around, you silly. Yes. Nut.
Nut.
Like the thing is, I haven't listened to this playlist in a long time. No. But this isn't the same guy like the other one. This is not the one that I wanted. Look, even my command's going the wrong way now. Thank you for the nutting, Silky. I thought you went to bed. You couldn't sleep. You can still hug. But Silky, we are so close to finishing. Like, I'm really proud, and DK helped a lot. Like, I was convinced that DK just played the game already. Because he knew everything, but he didn't. He's just a genius. And we're just messing around. I went to bed, but I'm up now. Got up to eat. Ooh, what you gonna snack on? Oh, fuck. Good job. Okay. Like, my pace is getting slower and slower while we have less books to go, but yeah. We're finishing up the final books. If I don't have a perfect one, I am gonna be mad. Because we worked so hard. A rebel. I hold back on my fishing urges here. Yes, I want. In the last stream, I was like, don't you beat Silk's butt. And then there's gonna be a fishing war. Its song sounds nicer than... Well, no, it is still nice, but... It sounds more innocent than it is. Whoa! I need to finish some. I could not do that for you? What? Beating your butt in the fishing, yeah, no, that's what I said, then there will be a fishing war. But yeah, no. I thought you meant nothing. I was like, wait, what, Salty? Okay, you know what? We're not gonna use that final upgrade. We're gonna bring back every final book that we have because we can pick up literally every book now, I think. Yeah, we only have 8 books. 8 books. Where are the rest of the books? There's 1 book. There's 1 book. Okay, so we have every book now. These are the final 8 books of the 3,072 books that we had to do. Yes, a lot. It's alright, I'm reading. Nice. But what are you snacking on, Silk? Yes, these fireworks are in order because holy shit. We're putting back every book. Okay, I'm still gonna use the auto placing thing because I am scared as hell that I'm just gonna just put them in the wrong place and then we're fucked. So yeah. Oh, who's fake calling me, Salty? Do you want to do a group call with Gordon right now? Or are you gonna sing for us? I'm very, very curious to hear that. Are these the final 3? These are the final 3. Okay. Because these are the final 3, we cannot be lazy. We have to put them one by one. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Silk, did you see the new redeem? Wait, I wanna redeem it for Silk, but if I do it now, then it's just gonna redeem it for myself. No.
You're such a good girl.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Done? Done? Why was that so anticlimactic? Like the fireworks, I expected a cutscene. I expected the stupid fairy to come kick my butt. But okay, do we want to admire all my work? Look how many fucking books. Look how many books. There are 400 rows of books that you have to fill. They are not that nicely as I wanted them to because at the beginning I started like organizing them super nicely, but already I kind of kept just what order would be like quickest, but I do not like kind of the way that this one looks. This one looks kind of nice. These are okay, and the downstairs ones are nicer. But okay, I finished. I finished completely. Can I already order pizza? I don't want. It is a really weird time to order pizza, and I don't think they are open yet. I was too quick, I think. Oh my gosh. Okay, but now the big thing that did happen was that the seal got removed, but is that just it? We completed, finished perfectly? This is it? Did we decide what pizza we order? No, not really, because I wanted to check first if we are gonna make it anyway, but I want a veggie pizza with a shit ton of cheese. But it's a really weird hour to order. Okay, I'm gonna check if there's even anything open. If there is, then we're gonna do words and wait for my pizza, but okay, let me check. Are you certain you want to leave? No? I'm attached to this library now. I've been here for like 8 hours, I think. This is now my new home. But okay, we're leaving, we're ready. Okay, this is a little too much. No. Yes. Perfect. Congratulations on completing the game. There's a message from the principal waiting for you. Go ahead and take a look. Our new record is 7 hours and 23 minutes. We could have done it probably like a little faster if we didn't have like a lot of breaks, but fuck it. 400 for 400 bookshelves. Major magic used 787. Magic unlocked 909 keys used 44. So we did find everything. What's our evaluation? Evaluation by the principal. Congratulations! Wait, let me put it on the other one. So literally, congratulations! You are a very good person. Okay. Yes, because you locked me up and forced me to work for you until it was finished, but okay. I don't know if that makes me a good person or just first laborer, but yeah. The librarian, listen, everyone is talking about how we handled the situation at the library. It's a huge story, a total success. It's because I made some very smart moves. Seriously. Everything went perfectly because of my amazing leadership. What? Oh my god, we did 7.5 hours of work for this asshole. My gosh. I told you exactly what to do, and as always, I was proven right. I only settle for the best. Everyone knows that. Oh my god, yes. He's like, everyone is talking about how we handled it. I am amazing. Everyone knows it. You only did well because I was such a great leader. He locked us the fuck up. Oh my gosh. Now I've looked at the shelves. You've organized everything. And honestly, it's a beautiful job. The books are in perfect order, exactly where they belong. I'm gonna give you the credit you deserve for that. Yes, I did all the work. Okay, yeah. The fact that you were able to maximize your... Okay, for a second there I had hope. But no. The fact that you were able to maximize your potential under my direction is a wonderful thing for you and for this library. You did a great job, truly spectacular. So every time you think like, okay, thank you, this is going the right way. But then, okay, you did a great job. But I need you to understand one thing. The reason this library shines so brightly is that our hard work is producing results at the highest possible level. That is the standard that I set. Your talent finally found its true form only because of the foundation of my guidance. No, yes, we do need to hire a killer now. No, we're not gonna spank Merlin. Fuck him. Fuck him. I love you, Silk. Yandere. Books and videos. Do share. Like, he's literally saying, like, that fucking bitch, like, okay, you only doing well because I guided you so well. I am doing so good. Yeah, and you only succeeded because I lead you. Yeah, you were a little slow at times. I know. Wait. How are you awake? Okay, you have to go to work. Hi, Willie. I'm still awake in the morning. How you doing? I just finished the game, Willie. I just did. You are right in time for me to yell at the game boss. Because yes, like fuck him. So it's like you were a little slow at times because of my precise instructions, everything ultimately came together in this perfect way. Me working 7.5 hours straight to fix your library, okay? You are the librarian I personally chose. The fact that you did the job perfectly is proof of how well this environment I have built actually functions. Oh my god, I want to slap his butt. Hi, good morning. Just nipping in to say hi before work. And hell yeah, I'm glad you done it all. I sorted 3,072 books, really. And this bitch is taking credit for it? Well, yes. I'm starting a fight? Someone get me my fishing harp. See, he says like, okay, because I did a perfect job because he allowed me to. The bitch. Here, where we are heading is even higher. Next time. Next time, did he mess up the library? He said next time. What do you mean next time? Next time, keep the accuracy, but surprise me with lightning speed. I expect even more from you as we take our results to even greater heights. Hell no. Right off to work. Have a good one. Love you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Thank you for coming to check in, Willie. Appreciate you. Yeah, and she blames the fairy. I know. I think the principal did it. Too, because everybody is talking about how we handled this situation. It's a huge story. Even bad press is press. Or no, okay, we made it a she, but it's a he. Bye. Wait, let me play one clip you Willie before you go to work. There you go.
Oh
more
shit, we need to
Fortnite,
run like a
guys.
hammer to fuck.
We still gotta play Fortnite.
Alright, let's go.
Fuck! No! No! Wait! Go! Go!
Wow. Have a good day, dude. You're welcome always.
Somebody cut butt.
But this is the thing.
No,
they want
no.
me to do a better job next time. I can do it them fucking selves next. On my pizza. She said if we do a perfect job, we get a pizza. Did I? Okay, maybe I am gonna order pizza. Because the game is mean. The game promised me pizza. This is just me now. This was it? It never mentions the pizza anymore as well. The pizza was a lie always. I'm sad now. This is just, yeah, I think they did it just for the publicity. Pizza is a lie. I'm gonna add this as a stream marker because fuck this. I'm gonna send it out. Game promise pizza, you only need to order. Yeah, but I also wanted to have it in game. I wanted to see my pizza and then celebrate with pizza and pizza, you know? Like game pizza, real life pizza, everywhere pizza. And now I'm just like, oh. Wait, I can still redeem first? Yeah. But okay. Team review, where the fuck is my pizza? Yeah, maybe I'm gonna do that. Maybe I am. And then no one's gonna know. No one's gonna be like, what the fuck, this doesn't make sense. Okay, the title menu, is this gonna give me a pizza? I like where my pizza. Okay, but it does give me a special stage. There's no 3,000 books here, but... Holy shit! You see this? You see this? This is the special stage where you're like, okay, you want efficiency, bitch? We're gonna let the books sort themselves. We're almighty, all powerful now. Okay, I'm just looking at this like, couldn't we have done this like from the very start? But yes. Oh, I cannot switch. Yeah, can I? I cannot switch out of the game with my mouse? Is my mouse being weird again? Yep. Yeah, now I can use my mouse. If I wanted to join. While we watch this, we order pizza. Like, fuck it. Like, this looks pretty. But my gosh. Okay. How long does it take when they fly by themselves? Well, I'm legit gonna look up if we can order pizza at this hour. It's 7 in the morning, people, but yeah. I only ate a quickie. I am just gonna call it like that in English now. It's too good. Um, wait, let me. Hey. Oh, Chathaven! Howdy! Hi, hi. Continue with a passkey? Sure. Chathaven, we finished the game. So now the game is playing itself. This is a special stage. Glad the developers sorted the library out. You meanie! You meanie! You're still giving people credit. Like, I spent 7.5 hours. And all ran. God damn it. Okay, I do have a discount for pizza as well, but I don't think so. No. No. Like they're not open yet. It's 7 in the morning. I think I might have to save that pizza for tonight. Oh no, the gunshot spooked you. Pizza is gonna open. Oh wait, why am I in the holiday home? Wait. No. No, then they're gonna just deliver like 2 hours away from me. Wait. Okay. Check again. Is there anything open? If I'm gonna order pizza right now, that's gonna be the most insane thing. That's for me gonna be more insane than dyeing my hair on stream. How is everyone doing? Well, we are in a mood here. They're not delivering. You can only pick up. I'm not gonna pick up a pizza at 7 in the morning, people. Oh my gosh. Okay. When do you open? It says 24 hours a day. I don't think so. When delivery. There are no deliverers. So if you want to, you pay. Can they pay like €8 in delivery? Okay, like all the pizza shops are still closed. No. Okay, no. This was a good idea, but the game tricked me. There was never pizza. Is this mean? Oh my gosh. Fish, join, fish. Chathaven, you still gotta get dressed. Oh, I gotta sit in my other chair. My gosh, my butt. Okay, but I do have some time while we watch this. Oh, and I just give you guys like, okay. Hi. We're just gonna stare at this, do some dungeons, do some fishing, listen to some music, join that dungeon. I am so fucking hot again because I didn't refill my cooler. Wait, I can't. Oh my god, I'm done. I have water. Water. But that has to be louder. Wait, Silk, do you want to test it as do you want to test it as well? Wait, mouse. Yes. Was that soft or was that just that the music? Wait, let me turn the audio up all the way. Oh wait, we have to wait. We have to wait for 30 seconds. Okay. Let's test it again after 30 seconds because it was too soft. It was too. Yeah, you didn't hear it loud enough now. I can just put water in my mouth and then water in the cooler. Multitasking. Is it good way playing? Oh no, but that's the command. If you want to do the sound effect, you gotta redeem. Like I kind of wanna. See, because now you are a good boy. Now you pet yourself. How to play the music? You know what? I can turn it on for the last few seconds. Oh my god, I need to cool. Oh, this is better. I forgot that my cooler ran out of water like halfway. And then I never refilled. Oh, yes.
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Is it you? Is it you?
That works, that works. That's a lot louder now. That's good. Oh, that's the restart. Yes, I am. Yes, yes. Okay, let me check. Now I'm gonna call
You're such a good girl.
That's a good one, yes. I'm glad with the choices that we made tonight. Okay, wait. 1 second. And then you can do it with the SR. Audio. Music player. Where my music player at? There we go. Eh. There you go. Play salty bad song. Oh, not the bad song. Oh gosh, no. Okay. Let me test if it works. Okay, wait, no. We're gonna listen to the Ruby or Dark Rose again, but then maybe that one. Did my mouse die? No, yes, no, mouse, you can do it. Mouse. Yes, good job. Good job. Okay, wait, Queens. Ruby Dark Rose. Yeah, we got it. There you go. And the game is finished again. Like, yeah. Okay, so if this was the special stage, then we can leave again. And now what? Oh! So now, clear times for special stages are not fully arranged. Bookshelves will not be recorded. Fair. But with the special stage, you can finish the whole game in 10 minutes. Wow. Wow. What is extra mode? Oh, there's even more coming? Can I load my game? Oh yeah, because it did autosave. What does it mean to continue? Oh, then probably if you haven't unlocked something, it looks still like all the books look so fucking pretty. Because if I continue and then exit again, then nothing happens, right? Pizza! That's a pizza! Did I miss the pizza the first time? No, because I clicked and I watched, but there's the pizza. You got your pizza! But did we just miss the pizza the first time? You got your pizza, yes! Because I did check for the order, but I cannot, yes. Oh, fuck, yes, we got the pizza. Did we just not see the pizza, people? Oh my gosh. But it's still... Yeah, here, I expect even more as we take our reputation still, like... It's such a meanie. The text is the same, right? Yeah. But oh my god, we got the pizza, baby. Mm-mm. Pizza. Or maybe I just missed the pizza, people. Um. Wait. What conundrum Twitch? Where's my platform? There. And then we go to the bot, and then we go to the dashboard. No. Manage with the Twitch. Otherwise, I forgot my linky for the. There we go. Again, the Bad Bunny is the Bad Bunny. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna quit the game, guys. We did it. We finished the whole fucking game. Did we get every? We didn't get every achievement. Oh no. Oh no. No, I'm not gonna know. No. I'm not gonna go completionist with this game. Okay, I will show you guys. Because no. Look, okay, the achievements over here. Like we got almost everything. So okay, use your ultimate and it automatically clear the thing. So we did the ultimate one. We maxed out everything. We completed 250 everything. Unlocked all this stuff. Yeah. There's one achievement. It's called "You Are Fired." Let me turn the music a little lower. But you are fired, and then you have to arrange every book in the wrong order. So you can leave the library without completing a single row if you just put the things in there. So technically you can complete the game really fast if you just put books somewhere, basically. So yeah, that's one of the achievements. If you arrange all the books in random order, then you can leave it without completing anything. Which is insane. Like that's fucking insane. Like what? And the other one is like complete the game within 3 hours, yeah? Wait. Yeah, and the other one is like use complete the whole game without using any major magic. That's also fucking insane. Like, then you have to finish it without using any of the upgrades, any of the things. Like, how the hell? My gosh. Yeah, a lot. Yeah, a lot. But okay. Hi. My hair just became messier as we go. I have to get a haircut at some point, people. I'm gonna put it in a tiny ponytail again. Because it is hot and we gotta walk. Born, you still here, hun? Oop. Do we have anyone? Like, if anyone has a suggestion, let me know. In the meantime, we can chill, we can talk, we can listen to some music. I am gonna see if I have anyone live that matches kind of the vibe, so that's interesting. What are they playing? Super Battle Golf? We have more League people. I've raided into her a lot. Wanna read into someone new. Ooh, they're playing Hogwarts Legacy. That kind of matches the vibes. I never raided into him. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Okay, okay. Oh, for the book talkers, but this one. Maybe we're gonna listen to this one. Hey, this one is for Ag. Can't decide. Or we can check if anyone is playing this game. Wait, wait, wait. Librarian? No games, no. Okay, who is playing this game? Okay, let me check. Who is matching the vibes? How long they've been going? He just started 45 minutes ago. And he has a funny glasses. That's not like the level of checking we're doing. Like, he was wearing funny glasses. I like that. Oh, this one is going 4 hours already. What? Oh, yes, he's 2000. Is he doing everything manually? No, he's not. This one just started and doesn't have any special skills yet. You might need like a little boost. Really like the vibes. It's LGBTQ plus bear. Okay, let me listen in. I'm now just lurking in people's streams. Oh no. There you go.
This archmage, the girl was revenging. All you want.
Okay, we're gonna read a new person. I decided. This person looks kind of nice. This is a risk, but fuck it. We're going. Fuck it. So we're gonna go visit this person who is also playing the game. So if you did like it a lot, then you can watch more. Oh my god, this is going super fast. Oh my god, why is it going so fast? Cancel. Jesus. Oh my god, did they change that? The hell? Okay, that was just going in 5 seconds. What the hell happened there? Oh my gosh, okay, we are gonna rate out, but that happened so quickly. Okay, and I like to do like a little recap at the end, okay?
I don't know why.
Mute again. So, that was so dark. Jesus. But yeah, okay. So yes, okay, GG's. Thank you everyone for being here. Yeah, I was seeing like that is the thing. Like I do not mean this in any critical way or whatever because I fucking love everyone who is here. I really appreciate you lurking around the whole time and just being here, and that's awesome. But I have noticed as well, like, so I'm just gonna put it open because we are talking about everything open, and I do not understand at this point. Yes, you are a good girl. Fuck yeah. But that's the thing, like as I said, okay, so I have had so many awesome people lurking in chat, and I so appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Don't forget to like redeem. Maybe I should also just have like a lurk thingy, like every once in a while, or check in, or I don't know, refresh or redeem like the bonus channel points. Because for some reason, I don't know what's happening lately with Twitch. Like I have over like 20 or 30 people of you, and I love you guys for being here. But Twitch is not counting you. So it doesn't count towards the numbers for the channel. And that's just weird. Like I do not like to watch, so I've been hiding it mostly during the streams, but I just unhid it because I checked like the other side to see for the rating. And I know we have like a lot of people lurking in chat. And I love you being here and I love you supporting and showing up in streams. So I would love it if Twitch would also just count you guys. I think it's super weird. Like we've only been counting like 8 or 9 people now, and we have so many more people in chat. But yeah, maybe people go sleeps. Maybe it doesn't count for other stuff. I don't know why. But Twitch used to count it. Yeah, but they did update like some lurking stuff, so that's the thing. Normally when I was like, I know a lot of my people, like my EU people, will just go to sleep. Like I've been streaming through the night now. I started like at 10 p.m. and it's 8 in the morning now, so I do not blame you in any way if you go to sleep. Like you need sleep. I'm not gonna keep you from sleep. But that's why, like, I don't know. They changed it to where you have to be an active lurker. They added some nerf bug thing. It messes up counts. Really? Maybe because then they see, like, okay, there's also bots in the channel, but then it ditches, like, a lot of the other people that are just lurking. So, I don't know. That's why I was like, I'm just going to be transparent about it because we also have, like, a lot of streamers in the chat. And as I said, I completely understand if you just go to bed because I'm streaming through the night and EU time, so please don't stay up the entire night. But yeah, it changes to where you have to be an active lurker. But what does it mean then to be an active lurker? Literally redeem anything every 30 minutes? Really? Like, because I don't want to, yeah, I'm not making any demands out of anyone here. Like, I'm just happy to be here. You're just happy to be here. That's all good. But it is kind of shitty because like the higher outfits, I was hoping to get more a game key giveaway sponsorship things, but then we need higher numbers, so that's just gonna take a little longer, which is also fine. But you have to tap in chat at least once, and then you count. Really? Okay, so that is okay. But then I'm happy because I also wanted to know because I do lurk a lot with other people, but I do tend to say hello. Like sometimes I haven't, but and I don't count apparently. Okay. Like I discovered this as well when I was hanging out in the A Man of Letters stream the other day. I was watching it from TV. A lot of people Viewbot. What is that? Like is that like using a bot to lurk in everyone's? That's what I've been wondering. Like, and if you do, then oh, they pay to get viewers. Oh my god, okay. I thought it was the other way around, like you use a bot to view everyone. Okay, that's how wholesome sometimes my brain works. I'm like, what? But yeah, okay. But still, like, if you pay to get viewers, are they then just all fake accounts? Are there people? Do the people get like $2 to watch someone? How does that work? Why would you do that? Can someone make a living from just watching people stream? My mind is blown. No, it's not people, they're bots. Okay, so there are like fake, basically fake accounts, not real people accounts. I'm now just listening to this music continuously, and yeah. I have noticed, like, that's the thing, like, Twitch has been, like, trying to tackle bots a little more, but they are fucking it up. Because, yes, they suspended my bot. Like, how do you say that? Like, they perma-banned my bot that I used for words. God damn it, Steam. That's Twitch. It was just for words, but yeah. I still gotta figure out how to get that back. And, it doesn't count. The thing is, like, I do appreciate it not counting like stream elements or that, because that doesn't give like a good representation of the viewers. If you have like 6 or 7 bots in your channel and they all count towards your viewer count, and like everyone can make the affiliation stuff. Well, I don't think that's even a thing anymore, but there were like the affiliation, like demands and stuff, right? The one way to see if they view bot is they raid you and you raid out, but their viewers don't count. Well, yeah, but that's the thing that I had like a lot the other day as well, but that's like from friends. They have normal streamers, like they have people in there, but that's what I mean. They have like 10 or 12 people. Then they raid with like the 12 or 10 people, but then the number didn't go up. It only went up like 2. But they were there. They were people, because I knew some of them. But was that them maybe because they were just quiet lurking? Like, I know a lot of people also just click off when they raid, which is also fine. Like, if you're done, you're done. You're watching for the person, but it can be nice to meet some people sometimes. But it was really weird because they were also like, what the fuck? I sent my people to you. Where did my people go? And then they raided into the other friend. The other friend raided into me. But they only ended up with like 2 or 3 people. Some channels have notification for mature content. Yeah, that depends on the game you play. If lurker does not go through, oh really? Then you get blocked or something? Oh, because then if you're a lurker, then it just shows your channel and you still have to click like the notification, like, yes, I agree to this and I want to see this content. Right? That does make sense. Yeah. I didn't know like if League has that. I do know like the most of the shooting things. Good morning. Okay, I said it like in the stream. Like, if we're gonna keep going, then Miss Relaxing is gonna wake up and say good morning and give me like a kick. How do you know? Not a kick. Like, I can't talk anymore. Just smack my ass for still being awake. But yeah, hi. We did finish the whole game, Miss Relaxing. We spent 7.5 hours. But I didn't want to finish it then. Like, we were so far. And I was just checking, like, I started the raid, but the raid, I don't know why the fuck. Come here then? Why first spanking? You're fine. I didn't listen to my body yesterday, so I'm not gonna say anything because I didn't do it. Well, I did listen to my body. I wanted to game all night. No, but I still feel pretty good. Like, I am just getting a little sleepy now, so I do wanna. I'm having fun just chatting for a little longer. But yeah, we did, as I did, we did. Yeah, I am gonna stop now. So I did find someone that I could raid into, maybe, if we want to see more arcane library stuff. If you want to see something, someone finish it as well. If you haven't, if you missed the stream and you've been lurking, I don't know. Don't listen to the music, by the way. It's a vibe. How did you sleep? Did you sleep okay? Okay, so I think maybe this genre is just called Booktop Girlies. I have no fucking clue. I'm now calling it a new genre. Otherwise, I would have joined Discord again for the raid, but yeah. I slept okay. Nah. I was like, okay, I'm just gonna finish these smokies that I was already making. Because yeah, I also don't know. Like I was just talking about how Twitch changed the rules for lurkers, that you have to be like an active lurker now. And as I said, like I kind of feel almost guilty to like my community or people, because I do have like a lot of people lurking, but like a lot of people go to bed and go sleep. And then I do that as well, like a lot of times with people that I open them up and I'm like, yes, I will be going to sleep. I do that like with Akbar, with everyone. If that's not true, and I want to explain why. But okay, wait, did you read the comments above here? Like, because I have had like this stream again as well. Like, I don't know, maybe there were 30 or 40 people in chat just chilling and lurking and hanging out, and that's so fucking awesome. And I appreciate everyone, but then they don't count, and that just sucks, because if the numbers do count, then the channel can get more stuff. Like, I want purely like the count to go up so I can get like Steam key giveaways and stuff like that to give back to you guys. That's why it would be so awesome, because we're still growing, we're still having fun. That's all good. It's something completely different. Why are you not counting? Wait, okay, hop in Discord. Am I still in Discord? No. I'm back in Discord. Okay, because then we're gonna add this as an extra little bonus segment, because then I can finish making smokes. And I want to know why. Because it's something I've been wondering for weeks. Like, first I thought it was just like, okay, it's summer break, you know? People are sleepy weepies. People are warm and hot and melting.
Okay.
And on holiday. Hello, good morning.
Hello. So, a lot of people think this, but because I have been watching Tin Man for ages, I know why it's not counting. So, Twitch is a little bit weird. If you open Twitch up and you go do something else, or you're not active in the tab you're watching, then your tab goes to sleep. And that's not because of Twitch, that's because of your browser that you use. So you need to go into your settings of the browser you use and make it so you put Twitch in your link of always active tabs. Otherwise, when you go do something else and you're not active in your tab, it goes into sleep mode, and then it doesn't count. But if you go and be active in your tab again, then it counts again. Does that make sense? So it's not Twitch, it's just your browser being stupid. Funny fact. Because a lot of people think it's Twitch, but it's not.
Yeah, but that's it. But okay, but that is something that has been like a thing forever. But why did it change recently with like the lurkers and stuff then?
It didn't. People are just saying.
No, but it did change that you can only watch 2 at a time for channel point and stuff. Right?
That's true, but that has been a thing for a longer period of time. The only thing is people keep talking about it because it does good on social media.
Because what?
So the thing that's true is you can only watch 2 tabs of Twitch, because otherwise it doesn't count. That's a true thing. You always need to have
Maximum of 2, yeah.
But
it used to be like 4 or 6 or something, like last year still.
Yeah, but if you do that, then nobody counts. So you're not helping anybody.
Yeah, then even
by,
you
like,
can't get it
opening more.
everywhere. A few minutes not active Wi-Fi drops power save mode. Windows also changed sleep mode. Removed it on quick settings, last patch. Maybe it's a Windows thing then as well, yeah. Because I do know like the browser thing, but that's a really good tip for anyone who doesn't know, yeah. Like go check your browser settings if you do like to lurk with your people. Because otherwise you might not get any channel points and you can never redeem muffin time.
You will get channel points for some reason. That keeps working. You just don't count for some reason.
What? So then you also don't know that you don't count because you see yourself being in chat and you see yourself getting channel points, so you think you're being counted. And then people just don't know because that's what I said like earlier, like at some peak in the stream. I had like 20, 30 people and I fucking appreciate everyone here. No, not even 3. It's 2 now, and Akborn. So Akborn says like you're only allowed to have 3 streams open, but it's 2. I think. There's no, yeah. It used to be more.
What I would recommend is just fact check what is being said on TikTok or social media in general. Because believe me, there's a lot of people that just say things to say things.
Yeah, I know. Like that's also on TikTok. Like, oh my god, this is happening right now, only to get views for themselves. But no, I've just been talking about it like with other streamers and people not really understanding. That's the thing. Twitch is never that transparent about the changes, or they are, but it's just confusing as fuck. Like, yeah.
Yeah. So if you guys want to know and you have a million questions and I'm not available or Muffin is not available, I would recommend just going to Tin Man because he knows everything and everything I just said. I'm here because of the show.
Good morning.
The only thing I'm doing is quoting what he said. I sincerely admit this. I just quote what he said.
I know.
So, you know. But he can also learn you from Chrome. I don't know how to do it in different browsers, but he knows how to do it in Chrome. So if you need any help, go in there. He's live
Oh, that
every
is a
single
good
day
one.
for you. Besides Sunday and Saturday. So
Oh, okay, but yeah, okay. So Ekman says if a viewer lurks in more than 3 streams, so then it's not 2 but 3.
What
Yep,
did
yep.
somebody say?
Like Ekman said, like, but that was the rule that they updated in August. But that was that was last year. So last year it was 3. It used to be like 4, 5, 6. That doesn't matter. But then last year they updated it to having 3 people. And then this year they updated it again to only 2. That is something that I do know. Yeah.
It's not just on your devices.
Yeah, the whole IP.
It's IP driven. So even if you have multiple things open on multiple devices, it's still it doesn't count.
Yep. Yeah, that's what we were talking about last time as well with I think Ripshot or Fagimus, or like I was talking about it in chat and they were like, do they mean IP or like your whole thing? But it's like everything, like you can watch them on a mobile and watch them on PC and then you're full. Basically. That's everything that you can support. And I think dude is that's not enough. Like if I have a lot of friends live, then there's like 5 or 6 people that I want to watch. I did watch like 4 or 5 streams at the same time in the past. But yeah, no. That's not allowed.
Annoying, but yeah. I just want everyone to know it because I want you guys to be able to support your friend, and you're only able to do that if you only watch 2 people.
Well, yeah, so that's what I meant. Like, I don't want to be like, man, my numbers drop less, because fuck no. I love the fact that we reached 500, and I love. Oh, thank you. Stretch. Thank you for the care package, Gray. But yeah, no, I love the fact that there are so many people lurking, so many people supporting, but I feel bad for the people that are supporting and then just don't count. Because that kind of, I don't know, that sucks for everyone. I feel bad for that, you know? I'm like, yeah, because you leave my stream open and I appreciate you so much, but then the thing doesn't count the numbers, and then, yeah. That's just mean.
The thing you can do, though, is just only have one tab open and then it will always be active.
Yeah, that's what I do when I no, but that's still like then you can only have one if you go away from your PC. So then you cannot be active Yeah,
Yeah, you do
yeah.
the extra things I was just talking about.
That is, yeah. That's true for at least like staying active in one chat, but yeah. You can literally just watch one. I do have a little bit of icy, so I'm gonna be a moist muffin again. Thank you, thank you.
So yeah.
This is the last icy. Again, I was thinking of like raiding into a new
Rest of
person, but if you have a recommendation, I can also do a recommendation. Do you have anyone
can
live?
see. I can see. I don't know.
'Cause, like I checked someone for the librarian game, but yeah, everyone did finish see me finish. And I can send them there, but I don't know what happened. But I said, oh
Narwhals swimming in the ocean, causing a commotion, cause they are so awesome. Narwhals swimming in the ocean, pretty big and pretty wide, and beat a polar bear in a fight. Like an underwater unicorn, they've got a kick-ass facial harm, they're the Jedi of the sea. Stop Cthulhu waiting ye. Narwhals, they are narwhals, narwhals. Just don't let them touch your balls. Narwhals, they are
It is just the narwhals. You just hear narwhals. Yes, hi.
What do you want to watch? Because I have a lot of friends that are on right now.
Ooh. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, because no, like I have. I was thinking maybe someone that's doing Hogwarts Legacy, maybe someone new from the librarian game, but if you know someone that's like a chill vibes, good, yeah, community.
You need to look for yourself if you like it, but rest. Wait, I will share it to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
If you do this guy, I think he's gonna lose his mind because he is back to streaming for a month now. I like support me. It's fun that you meet my friends now. I like this.
Wait, there's a Gray. Gray, why don't you? You're just lurking. Hi, Gray.
Yeah,
Hiya.
I've been here for a while.
Really?
I was talking on the one where I was being ignored.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. You always know that I completely miss you being here for the first like 5 minutes, and I'm like, Gray. That's just the
I'm
thing.
stealthy.
Yeah, you can see come up, bloop. Yep. I want to like a Gray warning so I know. Yep, yep. But hi, did you see us finish the game?
Yeah, I've been here for a little bit.
Yeah.
I couldn't show up for the first part of stream because I had to take a 5-hour straight course.
5 hours straight?
Yep.
Damn.
But I did it, and then I wanted to die inside. But
Oh, Firewatch. I love Firewatch.
I have shared 2 people with you.
2 people? Oh no, Joy Stress. Oh no. Too many options.
Huh?
What's this?
But you need to make your own decisions. The fact that I like those is not to say that you need to like them. I ended my night with talking to you, and I will start my morning with talking to you.
How is it gonna be a better day?
I don't want this day to start though. I need to go to the guest house, and I don't want to.
I know, but at least you had a good start.
Yeah. How is your ear infection, by the way?
Yeah, it's like here behind. Hmm?
We got an ad break.
Oh no. Thank you.
I'm not on Twitch right now because I completely let my tablet almost die because he doesn't have any battery and Discord takes so much. So I'm only on my phone.
Okay, do I want to do this? Or that? This or that? This or that? This loud.
You just have to watch it. Those are Scarlet, not 3 more kills.
Okay. You know this person?
Wait, I'm not on your stream. Which one?
The first one that you sent.
Yeah, it's a good friend of mine.
Okay, good. 'Cause I do really like that game, and they sound chill.
They are chill. I
And
don't
they
know
have
what
just
he's gonna say or do because I don't know if he's been raided before, but I think he's gonna be grateful.
We're gonna see. We're gonna see. Okay, so people, I'm gonna put the raid messages up again. So we have
And I'm
raid.
gonna go so I can actually raid with you.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
Wait 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, so we have a normal raid. Oh, still I gotta change the sub raid because we don't have the bungo boob anymore. We will just do, now every time I just replace it with a random emote. Okay, and we have this one then. That's the better one. Okay, everyone who was here the whole time, or even if I don't even know if I have a subscription. Yes, you do. You do. Have a great morning, Miss Relaxing. Everyone, if you haven't seen Miss Relaxing, go check her out as well. I'll play you one more clippy.
Dang it, how dare you? I was about to.
I want avond to teach
But there I want.
Okay, what do you want to learn? No, the first thing
Oh, I guess I can't do that. Oh, there we go.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Yes,
one.
yes,
Okay,
thank you.
so what she's saying is, I love you. Yeah, ik
This is again the Sims one. That makes me want to play the Sims so bad.
van...
But yeah, okay, so I am gonna raid out into this new person yeah, we're gonna see. They're playing Firewatch, so that's a good ass game. And yeah. I think it's also nice. I get it off of Principal Elder stuff, but they're also like very chill. We're just gonna see what it's like. Yep. But that's a good game. And this one. Okay. Now it's loading normally. The other one was like it loaded in 3 seconds. That scared the fuck out of me. Okay. Thank you everyone for being here. I will be back. I'm just gonna leave it at that for this week. I will be back. I like the Terminator. I don't have a schedule this week. But I will see you soon. Bye bye. Thank you everyone. Wait, and I want to do one. Oh, I need to make it a command so I can trigger it for someone else. I will do it next time. Thank you everyone. Bye bye. A Movinator. I like that. Boop. And rate. And
Oh, this game.
Oop, and you.
She walked in grinning, sprinkle in her eye, pockets full of cookies, trouble by and by. Tiny little cape on, big old sneaky plan. Then she shares her crayons with the whole chat fam. She says, "Come here, baby, take a little seat." Hands out the good stuff, kindness on repeat. Wait, what you say?
Bad? Nah, not today.
Under that spooky frosting, there's a heart that stays. Evil muffin, evil muffin, sweetest muffin, sweetest muffin. Evil muffin, evil muffin, evil muffin, cares for everybody, everybody. Evil muffin, pass the love around, around. Evil muffin, Oh, she looks like a menace. She loves